Chapter 174. Yan Zhaoge stared at Qinlin for a moment before asking, "Your meaning is that you want to challenge my Pishio on behalf of your green, evil, ghost wolf?" This little sister knows that her cultivation base is inferior to senior apprentice brother Yan's, and only has some experience in rearing spirit beasts. Therefore, I would like to seek senior apprentice brother Yan's guidance. Qinlin said slowly, rearing spirit beasts is, after all, not just about feeding them. Actual combat is also required. Yi Zhongzhou's expression changed. Yan Zhaoge waved his hands at him, indicating for him not to make any random movements. Looking at that green evil ghost wolf of Qinlin's, Yan Zhaoge shook his head, saying, "Your green evil ghost wolf has already battled with senior apprentice brother Ye's Blackwater mysterious dragon before. Fighting with my Pishio again, even if it wins, it would still be an unfair victory, Yi Zhongzhou felt it strange, because when Yan Zhaoge said this, he clearly had a feeling of not having much confidence, as though he was looking for an excuse to avoid battle. Senior apprentice brother Yan is of noble character and unquestionable integrity. Qinlin admires it, but there is no need to worry. Qinlin smiled leisurely. Green Evil's condition is indeed not good now, but I still have an absolute cold that can compete with senior apprentice brother Yan's Pishio. Following Qinlin's whistle, everyone immediately felt a wave of cold air approaching them at lightning speed. A moment later, an even more majestic green evil ghost wolf with an even denser killing intent appeared before them. The expressions on the faces of Yi Zhongzhou and the others all changed, never having thought that Qinlin would actually possess two powerful green evil ghost wolves, especially this ghost wolf, named Absolute Cold. Just its fleshly body alone was already comparable to Yi Zhongzhou's Blackwater mysterious dragon, and its bloody killing intent surpassed it by who knew how many times. My loss was not unjust, Yi Zhongzhou sighed. If his Blackwater mysterious dragon faced off against Qinlin's Absolute Cold ghost wolf, the other party would have a 70 to 80% chance of defeating it in a head-on clash. So this is the main dish. The earlier battle with senior apprentice brother Yu was just a prelude. Looking at Qinlin, Yan Zhaoge laughed coldly within his heart. "You were aiming for my Pishio from the start, right?" Qinlin smiled, asking, "How about it? Can senior apprentice brother Yan also release that Pishio?" Yan Zhaoge looked a little worried, but concealed it very well, like senior apprentice brother you said before. While these spirit beasts have limited intelligence, they just happen to be extremely strong. If they fight to the death, I'm afraid we won't be able to stop them in time. In the battle just now, didn't junior sister Qin fail to control your azure demon ghost wolf in time? In a battle between beasts, deaths and injuries are unavoidable, Qinlin smiled. However, if senior apprentice brother Yan is truly lacking in confidence, why don't you go ahead? I won't force you. The Heavenly Thunder Hall disciples by the side all revealed smiles on their faces. Looking at Qinlin and the others, Yan Zhaoge suddenly laughed soundlessly. Although he loved to fight back, such a simple method of provocation was useless against him. Yan Zhaoge knew why Qinlin and the others had been so confident, as though they had already gotten rid of him. They should have found out from some way. Yan Zhaoge's Pishio was still in its infancy, also lacking in combat experience. Even if it possessed shocking potential, it would still require sufficient time to be nurtured. Spirit beasts like the Pishio, like wild beasts, did not have a long infancy. However, under normal circumstances, they would also require a certain amount of time to mature. If Yan Zhaoge refused to battle in order to protect his Pishio, he could, of course. However, the alliance of Broad Creed Mountain, Jade Sea City, and Infinite Boundless Mountain, facing the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Their previous battle results hadn't been too good. Jade Sea City's Song Chao had been defeated by the Sacred Sun Clan's Tang Yonghao, while the battle between Su Fei and Tang Yonghao had ended in a draw. Infinite Boundless Mountains, Xiao Hao and Xiao Yu, facing disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, had one victory and one defeat, but none of them had been able to fight Xiazi. Now that Yi Zhongzhou's black water mysterious dragon had lost yet another battle, if Yan Zhaoge continued to be a coward, it would really be too demoralizing. The round-faced girl Zhang Yao's face was a little pale as she secretly said to Yan Zhaoge, "Senior apprentice brother Yan, I'm sorry. I didn't think that." Yan Zhaoge shook his head. "It's fine." Having obtained the Pishio, he hadn't had any intention of keeping it a secret in the first place. Zhang Yao couldn't be blamed. Moreover, because of the decimating Abyss Organization spy, Turbid Wave Pavilion owed the Heavenly Thunder Hall a huge favor. When the younger disciples of Turbid Wave Pavilion interacted with each other, as long as it wasn't something too out of line, most of them would give them some face. If Chen Lin pretended to casually ask Zhang Yao about it, Zhang Yao wouldn't be able to say that she didn't know. Seeing that they seemed to have been forced into a corner by Chen Lin and the others, Yan Zhaoge sighed, saying to Ahu, "Go bring Pan Pan over." Choosing one of the two names, Fat Tiger was resolutely rejected by Ahu. Therefore, in the end, that giant panda's name was still decided on as Pan Pan. When Pan Pan was brought onto Hovering Island, the smiles of Chen Lin and the others who had still been complacent just a moment ago instantly froze on their faces. Chen Lin was tongue-tied, as though she had swallowed a dead rat. Yi Zhongzhou and the others beside Yan Zhaoge were also dazed like wooden chickens as they looked dazedly at Pan Pan, whose body resembled that of an adult elephant that had appeared before them. The current Pan Pan, even lying down, was even taller than Chen Lin's first green evil ghost wolf standing up. Under normal circumstances, Pan Pan naturally wouldn't be able to grow so quickly. However, he wouldn't be able to withstand the large amounts of scarlet flame iron and cold light iron that Yan Zhaoge had specially refined to eat. Under sufficient nourishment, his growth rate would naturally far surpass the imaginations of others. Therefore, let alone Qinlin and the others who were all rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied. Even Xie Yuchan and Zhang Yao, who had seen Pan Pan before, also had expressions of disbelief on their faces. Yan Zhaoge said mildly, "In a battle between spirit beasts, death and injury are unavoidable. However, I believe that junior sister Qin definitely won't be afraid. After all, you still have one that you haven't fought before. Of course, if junior sister Qin really doesn't have confidence, I also won't force it." Having her words returned to her by Yan Zhaoge, Qinlin's expression instantly turned cold as ice, her face turning green. She let out a long breath, saying coldly, "How much ability I have we can only know after we fight. Many things are just superficial." "I agree with this," Yan Zhaoge nodded casually, looking at the extreme cold ghost wolf opposite him. Pan Pan still seemed a little unable to react, as he still had that charmingly naive look on his face. Seeing this, Chen Lin and the others regained their confidence. The extreme cold ghost wolf was extremely ferocious. Even feeling Pan Pan's immense strength, it did not show any fear as it stared fixedly at Pan Pan with its blood-red eyes. Pan Pan, on the other hand, had a cute look on his face, as though he was completely unaware of the current situation. The extreme cold ghost wolf was also not in a hurry as it stared patiently at Pan Pan. After a whole incense stick's worth of time had passed, the two demonic beasts were actually still in a stalemate. Because of Pan Pan's indifference, the scene looked a little strange and comical. However, the atmosphere amongst the surrounding spectators was already tense to the extreme, the very air itself seeming to have solidified. Chen Lin had originally looked as though she had a card up her sleeve. As time passed, the cold qi emanating from the extreme cold ghost wolf's body would grow denser, also being able to reduce its opponent's combat power more and more. However, as time passed, not only did she not feel the surrounding temperature drop, she instead felt it grow hotter and hotter. Chen Lin's gaze fell on Pan Pan's neck, where a short saber that flickered with a dim light hung. After carefully sensing it, Chen Lin's expression involuntarily changed. "Mid-grade spirit artifact?" You actually hung a mid-grade spirit artifact on this Pishio's neck? Yen Zhaoga, you're definitely cheating. Not even looking at her, Yen Zhaoga gazed at the sky as he said slowly, I'd be happy to hang a mid-grade spirit artifact on my pet as a toy. If you're not satisfied, you can also hang it on that little dog of yours, Ah. Chen Lin nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Mid-grade spirit artifact. That was something that even she didn't have herself. How could she hang it on the ghost wolf? To be continued. Chapter 175. Martial scholars were unable to wield mid-grade spirit artifacts. Pan Pan, naturally, even more so. However, as a mid-grade spirit artifact, the hidden clear sunlight saber possessed its own spirituality. The cold quality of the saber naturally absorbed all the surrounding cold chi. A mid-grade spirit artifact had been casually hung on the body of a spirit beast by Yen Zhaoga, just like that. How could Chen Lin not feel envious and jealous to the point of almost vomiting blood? Looking at Chen Lin, whose face was filled with grief and indignation, Yen Zhaoga smiled leisurely, just joking. Actually, it was me who forgot to remove the saber. Ahu came forward, removing the hidden clear sunlight saber from Pan Pan's neck before retreating to Yen Zhaoga's side. With this interruption, the stiff atmosphere eased. The spectators all didn't know whether to laugh or to cry, but they also gained a deeper understanding of Yen Zhaoga's wealth. Pan Pan still had a blank expression on his face, completely not caring about the ghost wolf before him as he looked at the hidden clear sunlight saber that had been taken away reluctantly. Chen Lin felt a little stifled as she instructed the ghost wolf to continue. Despite having suffered some setbacks, the ghost wolf was still extremely patient, displaying a rare forbearance and composure. Streams of cold chi emanated, forming an icy fog. A world of ice and snow appeared amidst the icy fog enveloping Pan Pan. Pan Pan just sat quietly where he was, still with a dazed look on his face. Chen Lin watched the battle rather expectantly, but very quickly she discovered that without the hidden clear sunlight saber, the icy fog created by the ghost wolf was still growing thinner and thinner. Not only did the surrounding temperature not drop, it instead began rising once more. What is it this time? Chen Lin was about to go crazy. Looking over, Pan Pan didn't have any other treasures on him this time. However, from the surface of this giant panda's body, many white flames were born. The blazing heat of the flames unceasingly dispelled the icy fog, instead causing abundant fire-type spiritual chi to gradually disperse, gradually weakening the power of the ghost wolf. Chen Lin's heart trembled, Pishio. Possessing extraordinary talent, able to control white fire and black water, she said decisively, Extreme Frost, do it! We can't delay any longer. Every dog has its day. Now it was Chen Lin and the absolute cold ghost wolf's turn to not dare to delay any longer. The longer they delayed, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. The ghost wolf of absolute chill took the initiative to attack. His speed was indeed extremely fast, virtually no slower than a Xiantian martial practitioner of the Heavenly Thunderhall. Still, while Pan Pan appeared to be slow, his massive body stood there, not revealing the slightest flaw. Wolves were cautious by nature, and the extreme cold ghost wolf did not dare to easily approach. The ghost wolf of absolute cold had moved a very large distance, and Pan Pan only needed to turn around. If they focused solely on defense, with Pan Pan's deterrence, the absolute cold ghost wolf would not dare to advance recklessly. Pan Pan dared to take 1 or 2 hits from it, but it was unable to withstand Pan Pan's heavy and powerful attacks. But this way, the consumption of the absolute cold ghost wolf's physical strength was very great. He was already at a disadvantage in terms of physical strength. In this way, the gap between him and Pan Pan would only grow wider and wider. Although the absolute cold ghost wolf held the initiative on the battlefield, continuously circling around Pan Pan, it was unable to find a suitable opportunity to attack. Chun-Lin bit her lips. I can't hold back anymore. Since I've made my move, I have to win. Accompanied by her sharp whistle, the absolute cold ghost wolf's movements abruptly halted, raising its head and letting out a long howl towards the heavens, a small-scale snowstorm directly appearing around its body. Amidst the mournful howl, the absolute cold ghost wolf's body was pushed along by the snowstorm. Its speed abruptly increased by another level, shooting viciously towards Pan Pan. The eyes of the spectators all narrowed slightly, as they could all tell that this absolute cold ghost wolf had unleashed a kind of innate divine ability, borrowing the power of the snowstorm to instantly raise its speed and explosive power its current attack. It was somewhat similar to Jade Sea City's supreme martial art, Heaven Flooding Tide, its entire body's power erupting, fast and vicious. Yan Zhaoge chortled, clashing head-on. You'll die even faster. Pan Pan, who had always been charmingly naive, blinked, his massive body finally moving, facing the absolute cold ghost wolf's full-powered blow, not evading at all. Its massive body abruptly stood up before raising a hind leg, resembling a human stomping its foot, mightily stomping downwards. Blazing white flames ignited on the surface of Pan Pan's body, enveloping its entire body. In that instant, it seemed as though it had transformed into a divinity that controlled flames. The blazing hot chi of Yang instantly swept away the snowstorm completely. The absolute cold ghost wolf wanted to evade, but it was already too late now, the light above its head abruptly dimming. As though Mount Tai was pressing down on it, the sky disappeared, the space around its body completely locked down as it was completely unable to move at all. Boom! Everyone's ears were filled with a roaring sound, the ground beneath their feet shaking, as though an earthquake was occurring. Amidst a tragic howl, the absolute cold ghost wolf was directly trampled beneath Pan Pan's foot. Amidst Chun-Lin's innards that felt like they were about to burst apart, she saw Pan Pan look at the ghost wolf beneath his feet with a dazed expression on his face, before his fat body turned slightly. Next, his body that resembled a small mountain sat down. Seeing this, Chun-Lin was instantly scared out of her wits as she involuntarily cried out, "Z, save absolute cold!" Not needing her to say anything, a figure as fast as lightning had already shot viciously towards Pan Pan. It was precisely the #1 expert of the Heavenly Thunder Hall in this time's Heavenly Connection meet, Xie Zi. However, not waiting for him to approach, Yan Zhaoge had already blocked his way. As the two clashed, a massive boom resounded. The surrounding spectators could only feel that the clash between these two was even more shocking than the earlier clash between the Pishio and the absolute cold ghost wolf. However, having been blocked like this, Pan Pan no longer had anyone to disturb him, as though there was no one else present, swaying as he sat down. This time, the absolute cold ghost wolf couldn't even let out a tragic cry as it directly breathed its last as Pan Pan sat down on it, transforming it into a wolfskin cushion. Chun-Lin barely managed to not collapse head first onto the ground, fainting. While her cultivation base wasn't low, she didn't dabble much in the martial Dao or in actual combat. More than half of her abilities came from the 2 ghost wolves that she had meticulously raised. That ghost wolf called Green Evil aside, this absolute cold ghost wolf was precisely where her foundation lay. Now that it had actually been sat to death by Pan Pan right before her eyes, Chun-Lin's eyes instantly turned red as she glared at Yan Zhaoge. "You actually struck such a vicious blow!" Yan Zhaoge said indifferently, before the competition, "What did junior apprentice Sister Chin say? If I remember correctly, it should be in battles between spirit beasts, death and injury are unavoidable." That's what she said, right? Just now, if not for me making a move in time, senior apprentice brother Yez Blackwater Mysterious Dragon would have been killed by your ghost wolf. What did you say afterwards? Yan Zhaoge spread his hands apart. Let me think. It seemed like the green evil has still yet to gain sentience, its wild nature hard to tame. yet its strength extremely great. Sometimes, even I am unable to completely control it, injuring senior apprentice brother, Yes, Blackwater, mysterious dragon. This little sister apologizes to senior apprentice brother ye hear, hoping that senior apprentice brother you will be magnanimous and not take offense. It should be like this, right? Yen Jiaoga swiveled his head to look at Yi Zhongzhou, who nodded with a cold smile on his face. Swiveling his head to look at Chenlin, Yen Jiaoga suddenly laughed. Do you think that I am returning your words back to you? It's not like that. Chenlin was taken aback, only to see Yen Jiaoga's smile turn domineering and arrogant. Everyone can totally be a little more candid with each other, ah. Yen Jiaoga laughed lightly. For example, my Pan just happens to be lacking a wolfskin cushion. If your little dog doesn't deliver itself to us, we won't touch it. Since you have delivered yourself to us, we'll just slaughter it and accept it with a smile. Chapter 176. Looking at Yen Jiaoga, Chenlin was angered to the point that her orochi almost went awry, directly entering cultivation deviation. A hand suddenly landed on her shoulder. Looking over, Chenlin saw that it was Xie. Chenlin couldn't help but feel sorrowful. Xie patted her shoulder, swiveling his head to look at Yen Jiaoga. Yen Jiaoga, right? He pointed at Pan. I can also tell you very candidly right now that I want to slaughter your Pishio. Xie was around 30 years of age, his figure majestic, his features carrying a bit of ruthlessness. His gaze was filled with the same desire for battle and self-confidence as his fellow apprentice brother Yen Shan, just that his bearing was a little more stable than Yen Shan's. However, his entire body was still filled with an air of arrogance, appearing even more forceful and domineering. Yen Jiaoga shrugged. Actually, you also want to kill me, right? Looking at Yen Jiaoga, Xie suddenly laughed, a cold light exploding within his eyes. Well said, well said! Yen Jiaoga, I know that you defeated that trash Lu Shengfeng, but if you think that I'm the same as him, then you're wrong. That's right, while Lu Shengfeng is very useless, being able to defeat him at the late Xiantian stage with your early Xiantian cultivation, it's enough to prove how outstanding you are. Xie extended his palm, his fingers forming a blade as he chopped through the air. You're very outstanding, so it's inevitable that you're a little arrogant. However, remember this old adage. Only living geniuses are called geniuses. Dead ones are nothing. This adage is applicable to everyone. It's best if you and I work together. Looking at Xie, Yen Jiaoga shook his head and laughed. He slowly placed his finger before his neck, making a throat-cutting gesture towards Xie. If you want to fight, there's no need for words. Flicking his wrist, Xie walked towards Yen Jiaoga, saying coldly, That's exactly what I wanted. I'd like to see how many more of my punches you can take. Yen Jiaoga said mildly, Not even a single punch. Xie was taken aback. I'll just directly knock you down with a few punches. Who said anything about receiving your punches? Yen Jiaoga laughed. Xie's face darkened, sharp-tongued brat. I hope your ability is not limited to that mouth of yours. As he spoke, Xie strode forward, directly arriving in front of Yen Jiaoga, and struck out with a green thunder right heart fist. Dense lightning bolts covered Xie's body. It was as if he was the god of thunder. The terrifying stellar energy was concentrated at one point, and the illusory world filled with lightning was compressed to the size of a fist, like a ball of lightning. Xie's fist pressed towards Yen Jiaoga. Although it had shrunk a lot, its power was more condensed, far surpassing the illusory heaven and earth formed by ordinary Xiantian martial scholars. Yen Jiaoga's expression was as per usual as he similarly pushed forward with his palm, orochi that resembled numerous fire dragons surging, instantly intermingling as it transformed into a world of blazing fire. In the world of fire, a purplish-red pill furnace sat in the center, stabilizing the universe. As soon as the scene appeared, everyone was dumbfounded. They were Xue Fei and Tang Yonghao, who were meditating at the side. They also had stunned looks on their faces. Ever since his battle with Tang Yonghao, the Seven Seas young master Song Chao, who had been standing quietly by the side as if the entire heavenly connection meet no longer concerned him, was similarly stunned. Ever since he had appeared, the world-illuminating young master Huang Jie, who should have been the focal point of everyone's attention, but had kept a low profile as if he didn't exist, gazed at Yan Zhaoge, a radiance abruptly flashing through his eyes. "Zhang," Yao blurted out, "Orochi illusory heaven and earth. The mid-Xiantian martial scholar realm." She swiveled her head to look at Xie Yuchan and Wan Ping. But wasn't it said that senior apprentice brother Yen had just stepped into the Xiantian stage not long ago? Wan Ping could no longer be bothered with his composure now, his mouth slightly agape. He looked somewhat absent-mindedly at Yan Zhaoge. At this moment, even if Xie Yuchan hadn't said it, he himself was also somewhat regretting his previous actions of probing Yan Zhaoge. Luckily, he had been stopped by Xie Yuchan in time. Everyone else was stunned on the spot. Xie Zi was even more dumbfounded. Previously, when you defeated Lu Xingfeng, wasn't you still in the early Xiantian martial scholar realm? Yan Zhaoge hadn't first concealed his cultivation base and then caught his opponent off guard, instead immediately displaying his own strength. He laughed lightly. The scene that I have always wanted to see has now come true. Yan Zhaoge pushed out with his palm, within the illusory heaven and earth. The purplish-red pill furnace suddenly shook mightily, as though something wanted to rush out from within. The next moment, the lid of the furnace opened, blazing fire spurting outwards. Then a massive ape leapt out from within, towering between the heavens and the earth, moving mountains and shifting seas. That ape howled madly, punching out with a fist, sweeping up boundless blazing fire that danced madly along with it. The terrifying explosive force directly shattered the illusory heaven and earth formed of Xie Zi's Orochi into smithereens. Tishita palm, wind fire calamities, mighty ape, demonic fist, the three combined, the explosive force directly wanting to overturn the heavens and overturn the earth. Xie Zi's expression changed abruptly. No wonder he could defeat the late Xiantian Lu Xingfeng as an early Xiantian martial scholar. He is indeed impressive. Not daring to be the slightest bit slow, he executed the thunder shadow body of the heavenly thunder hall's direct lineage, his figure moving backwards like a bolt of lightning, seemingly transforming into an illusory shadow. However, Yan Zhaoge's speed was not slower than his in the slightest. The aura wind, heaven, warping heavens in conjunction with the wind-fire calamities as he chased after Xie Zi's retreating figure, not giving him any chance to catch his breath at all. Xie Zi's expression was dark and cold as a light flickered within his hand, a sword light shooting swiftly towards Yan Zhaoge. As he stabbed out, the combination of technique, eyesight, and speed had all reached the pinnacle of speed. Heavenly Thunder Hall's direct lineage, one of the Thunderbolt 3 supreme techniques, Thunderbolt Flash. The sword light within Xie Zi's hand flickered continuously, dozens of sword lights flickering, seemingly forming a single line. Thunderbolt, consecutive flashes. Yan Zhaoge did not even blink as the Jade Dragon sword left its scabbard with a long roar, transforming into a jade light as it clashed with Xie Zi's low-grade spirit artifact, the Mist Sealing Sword. The Big Dipper sword expanded, starlight scattering, transforming into the all-encompassing starry sky as dozens of lightning bolts entered within, instantly disappearing without a trace. Xie Zi's expression grew even more solemn as he struck out with his sword once more. This time, his sword light transformed into a purple waterfall, condensed to the point of seeming tangible, with a majestic momentum, resembling a long rainbow streaking through the heavens. One of the Thunderbolt 3 supreme techniques, Thunderbolt Shock, different from the Thunderbolt Flash, which pursued speed and technique. This sword instantly erupted all the true chi of the entire body, causing the power of the technique to increase greatly. However, this was still not the end, as a red light abruptly flashed past Xiazi's face. Just as his first sword had been unleashed, his second sword had already followed closely behind, virtually using his sword as a large saber, chopping towards Yan Zhaoge with the posture of forcefully splitting Mount Hua. The power of this second sword was not inferior to that of the first in the slightest. The two terrifying sword lights, one horizontal and one vertical, forming a massive cross. The final move of the Thunderbolt, 3 supreme techniques. Thunderbolt consecutive. The first sword had already been the full-powered strike of a late Xiantian martial practitioner, like Xiazi. However, after unleashing such a powerful technique, he completely did not need to recover his chi at all to immediately unleash a second sword. Its power no weaker than that of the previous one. He had not held back his strength with the first sword, already unleashing his strongest offensive power. Under such circumstances, he was still able to immediately unleash a second sword. An opponent of the same level would already have to expend all of his strength to receive the first sword. The second sword that followed would be even harder to deal with. It was precisely the Heavenly Thunder Hall's direct lineage killing technique. To be continued. Chapter 177. A set of the Supreme Thunderbolt, 3 Ultimate Thunderbolt displayed the unique characteristics of the Heavenly Thunder Hall's legacy martial arts to the point of perfection. The first 2 Thunderbolt Flash and Thunderbolt Quake aside, the final Thunderbolt combo deeply contained the essence of the Heavenly Thunder Hall's legacy. While it was extremely powerful, it was also extremely profound and difficult to cultivate. Even many martial grandmasters were unable to successfully train in this move. Throughout the entire history of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, those who were able to successfully train in this Thunderbolt combo at the martial scholar realm could be counted on one's fingers. It was not without reason that Xiazi was praised by many as the strongest grandmaster below the Heavenly Arrival sect. Xia, Yuchan shook her head slightly when she saw this move. In her previous battle with Xiazi did not unleash his Thunderbolt chain, and she was already defeated. If it were Lu Shangfeng, the result would be the same. He would most likely be defeated before he could force Xiazi to use his trump card. Even Xue Fei, Tang Yonghao, and Song Chao paid more attention to the Thunderbolt chain. Being one step behind Xue Fei and the others had always been a sore point for Xiazi. In Xiazi's eyes, he was definitely not weaker than Xue Fei and Tang Yonghao. This move was left behind by Xiazi in an attempt to challenge their trump card. It was just that, at this moment, facing Yan Zhaoge in just a few short exchanges, Xiazi had already realized that this was an enemy that he might not be able to defeat even if he exerted all of his strength. Xiazi didn't dare to hold anything back in the slightest, as he consecutively hacked out with his full strength twice in a somewhat illogical fashion, his target being Yan Zhaoge. The low-grade spirit artifact, the Mistlock sword, merged with Xiazi's sword intent, turning into 2 purple bolts of lightning that intersected to form a cross, cutting through the heavens and earth. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly. The jade dragon sword in his hand shook, resembling the roar of a dragon. The green light danced and met Xiazi's thunderbolt chain. A streak of green light streaked across the sky and collided with the purple lightning cross. Without any pause, the second beam of green light soared into the sky. Following closely behind, the first streak of azure light also landed on the purple cross-shaped lightning. Xiazi's pupils abruptly dilated. How is it possible that he also knows my Heavenly Thunder Hall's Thunderbolt combo? Chun Lin and the other Heavenly Thunder Hall disciples were in an uproar. The martial grandmaster expert leading the Heavenly Thunder Hall abruptly glared at Fang Zhuan, his gaze like lightning. The others were similarly astonished. However, not waiting for them to regain their wits, Yan Zhaoge's 3rd consecutive sword had already struck out. Xiazi was dumbfounded. Impossible. The Heavenly Thunder Hall's Thunderbolt combo could only unleash 2 consecutive strikes. Such an all-out attack, with 3 moves in a row, would first collapse the martial artist's own meridians. However, no matter how hard it was for Xie Zi to accept, Yan Zhaoge's third sword let out a roar of destruction, easily shattering his already dissipating aura chi before Xie Zi's shocked and inconsolable gaze. The unstoppable cross-shaped sword light was destroyed. In the next moment, a huge fist rapidly grew bigger in Xie Zi's field of vision, until it filled his entire line of sight. Blood splattered in the air. Yan Zhaoge punched out heavily. He directly hit the bridge of his opponent's nose, causing his nose to bleed. Xie Zi's whole body flew backward, and a stream of light flashed across his body. A jade pendant on his neck shattered. If not for this treasure protecting him in time, his head would have been directly blown apart by Yan Zhaoge. Even so, he fell headfirst onto the ground, unable to get up for a long time. Everyone stared dazedly at the incomparably miserable Xie, truly finding it hard to imagine that this was still that high-spirited heaven's favored son not long ago. However, their attention was no longer on Xie Zi's body, instead turning to look at Yan Zhaoge. On every single one of their faces, they were all looking at Yan Zhaoge with expressions of disbelief. A Sacred Sun Clan disciple asked Tang Yonghao quizzically, "Senior apprentice brother Tang, just now that was Thunderbolt triple combo?" Frowning, Tang Yonghao shook his head. It only looks similar to the Heavenly Thunder Hall's Thunderbolt triple combo. Actually, it's not the same, but the profundities within are something that I can't immediately see through. Yan Zhaoge retracted his fist, chanting slowly, an instant splendor, finger flicking, shocking thunder. Keeping the jade dragon sword, he looked calmly at Xie Zi. "I said before, I don't need to receive your fist. You can receive mine." At this moment, Xie Zi was still a little dazed. The crowd of Heavenly Thunder Hall disciples were all a little dazed, and even the martial Grandmaster expert who had led the Heavenly Thunder Hall team here was frowning, falling into deep thought. Everyone present had looks of amazement on their faces. Regaining her wits, Qinlin glared at Yan Zhaoge. "Where did you steal my Heavenly Thunder Hall's Thunderbolt combo from?" Yan Zhaoge glanced at her rather pitifully. "It's fine if you don't understand, but since you're ignorant, you should speak less. If you don't understand and still want to pretend to understand, you'll only be making a fool of yourself. Go back and ask your seniors whether this is Thunderbolt combo or not. As for secretly learning martial techniques, I've always been rather curious as to how your clans Lin, Zhou, learned to line edge." Chan Lin clenched her teeth, wanting to stand firm to the end, first insisting that Yan Zhaoge had stolen it. However, her seniors had not said anything at this moment, causing Chun Lin to have no confidence. Her seniors not saying anything meant that in the eyes of Fang Zhuan, Shan Shuing, and the others, the martial art that Yan Zhaoge had executed was really not Thunderbolt combo. However, such a result caused Qin Lin and the other Heavenly Thunder Hall disciples to be even more unable to accept it. Who secretly sent a sound transmission to Yan Zhaoge. "Young master, that three-sword combo of yours just now, what exactly was it?" Towards him, Yan Zhaoge did not need to hide anything as he answered leisurely. It was not a sword art. Like Thunderbolt combo, it is also a force-exerting technique. Sword arts, fist arts, and saber arts can all be used. The essence of Thunderbolt combo lies in being able to instantly recover after a full-powered strike, then immediately unleash a second attack. Also, the power of the second sword is not any weaker than the first in the slightest. Ahu nodded. Under such circumstances, even if a martial practitioner was facing an opponent whose cultivation base was slightly higher than his, he would still be able to achieve victory through this kind of consecutive killing move. If the opponent's cultivation base was the same as or lower than the user's, this Thunderbolt combo would very likely result in an instant kill. I have never learnt Thunderbolt combo before, and am not clear on the exact details of the technique used to exert force. However, I can understand the general principle behind it. The crux of continuously exerting force lies in the circulation of true qi. Yan Jiaoga explained, this is a technique that utilizes the strength of the entire body, the aura qi within the dantian and the acupoints having to erupt simultaneously. After the user unleashes the first sword, the true qi should originally circulate within the body through the meridians, returning to the dantian. Then, when exerting force the next time, the true qi will once again be emitted from the dantian through the meridians. Using the thunderbolt combo martial technique, after exerting force for the first time, one has to forcibly interrupt the normal flow of true qi within the body, preventing it from circulating back to the dantian. After the interruption, the true qi will immediately flow in reverse, thereby unleashing the second sword. Yan Jiaoga said, cultivating into a martial scholar, cultivating aura qi, is done by tempering one's inner qi in reverse. However, to reverse the flow of the entire body's aura qi is still not normal cultivation, but rather a life and death battle. This is a very heavy burden on the martial practitioner's body, let alone inner aura martial scholars and outer aura martial scholars. Even Xiantian martial scholars and even Heavenly Connection martial scholars are rarely able to do it. Therefore, there are very few martial scholars who can successfully cultivate in Thunderbolt combo. At this point, Yan Jiaoga shrugged. It might be a little impolite to say this, but this supreme martial art of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, which is renowned throughout the world, actually has a major flaw. Chapter 178. Hearing Yan Jiaoga's words, Ahu couldn't help but grin. Young master, if these words of yours were heard by those of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, they would probably completely explode. Not only had he defeated the elite of the Heavenly Thunder Hall's younger generation, Xiezi, he had also directly stated that the Heavenly Thunder Hall's direct lineage martial art, Thunderbolt combo, had a major flaw. Not only would Qinlin and the other younger generation disciples explode, even the martial grandmaster experts of the Heavenly Thunder Hall might personally come down to find trouble with Yan Jiaoga. Yan Jiaoga shrugged. Thunderbolt combo, this move, even if it is a martial grandmaster, without having reached a certain level of cultivation, they also cannot use it too frequently. Otherwise, they might leave behind hidden injuries in their meridians. As for martial scholars like Xiezi, it must be said that being able to cultivate in this move, he is already a heaven-defying genius, but it is also just a matter of a single move. Consecutively using it twice within a short period of time, without others needing to hit him, he would collapse first. Ahu asked, curiously, then young master, that move of yours just now. Yan Jiaoga said, that was a little thing that I created while analyzing the eye of the Thunder Emperor. Currently, it is actually still just in embryonic form, still awaiting further improvement. The concept of this concept originates from an instant of youth, finger-flicking, shocking thunder. Yan Jiaoga raised his right hand. There are many details within. I'll slowly explain them to you when I have the time later. The general principle is that after the qi flow forms a circle, the aura qi after the first eruption does not return to the dantian, instead directly circulating quickly within the meridians of the arm. It is equivalent to creating a small dantian at the point where the force is exerted, temporarily using it. Yan Jiaoga explained, the place that I chose just now was the divine gate acupoint of the hand, using this acupoint as a temporary dantian. This dantian does not store aura qi, purely acting as a hub for the circulation of the aura qi. This way, the aura qi forms a circle, using a small circular method to exert force a second time. Not like the Heavenly Thunder Hall's Thunderbolt combo. It goes in a direct, reverse direction. Ahu understood as soon as he heard this. This way, the damage and pressure on the meridians would be greatly reduced. As long as the user's breath is strong enough, they would be able to easily unleash 3, 4, or even 5, or even more. Yan Jiaoga nodded. That's right, the more consecutive they are, the stronger their combat power will indeed be. However, in battle, qi returning speed is only one aspect. It's not the only deciding factor. There are many factors that affect the outcome of a battle, But when the difference between the other factors is not large, the speed of returning qi becomes very important. Ahu said, "Young master, you said that the method you used just now is only at the initial stage and is not perfect yet? If it's perfected, what would it be like?" Yen Zhaoge smiled slightly. "It's just the first step. There are thousands of martial arts theories in the world, each with their own strengths. However, the great Tao is the simplest. Actually, different paths lead to the same destination. If it's a real battle, it can't be separated from being faster and stronger. Even though there are many variations and many principles, in the end, it all comes down to these 2 points. Strength can tear apart the void, and speed can travel through time. To some extent, it is also a representation of great strength and fast speed." Yen Zhaoge sighed, continuing upwards. There is indeed some logic to it. It was no longer something that could be described by strength and speed. But if one continued upwards, the great Tao would return to its roots. It would be another higher existence. The great Tao returns to one, returning to nothingness, yet also being omnipresent, the past and the future indifferent. Ahu was a little dazed. "Young master?" Yen Zhaoge smiled. "Don't understand? Actually, there are many things that I also don't understand, only remaining on paper. These things on paper, I also don't know if they're right or wrong. However, it is precisely these boundless profundities that attract us to unceasingly explore and learn martial arts. On one hand, we can compete with others, but on the other, we can actually also understand all that is unknown in this world." Scratching his big head, Ahu chuckled. "This logic I can understand." As Yen Zhaoge and Ahu conversed, the others also gradually regained their wits at this time. Their gazes, as they looked at Yen Zhaoge, were all incomparably blazing hot. Xie Zi was definitely not someone that ordinary late Xiantian martial scholars could compare to. It could even be said that even amongst the geniuses of the 6 great sacred grounds and their direct disciples, he was not someone that other late Xiantian martial scholars could compare to. Whether it was turbid wave pavilion Xie Yuchan or infinite boundless mountains Lu Xingfeng, they were all not his match. Saying that he was the strongest martial scholar beneath heavenly connection was comparing him to figures like Xue Fei, Tang Yonghao, and Song Chao. Other than the 6 great sacred grounds, even heavenly connection martial scholars might not be able to defeat Xie Zi. However, such a heaven's favored son had now been defeated by a mid-Xiantian martial scholar. At this point, everyone felt conflicted once more. Yen Zhaoge, in just these short few days, he rose to the mid-Xiantian martial scholar realm? Or was it that when he clashed with Lu Shengfeng earlier, he intentionally held back his strength, hiding his true cultivation base? But that's also not right, Wan Ping frowned. According to the rumors, he only just stepped into the early Xiantian stage not long ago. Even then, he was still concealing it. Half a year ago, when he arrived at Cloud Portent Mountain, he was still in the late outer aura stage. It was still half a year's time, leaping from the late outer aura stage to the mid-Xiantian stage. Wan Ping felt a bit of a headache. It can't be that at Cloud Portent Mountain he was also concealing his cultivation base, right? Beside him, Zhang Yao's round face wrinkled. Senior apprentice brother Yen, exactly when was his cultivation base real, and when was it concealed? No matter how you look at it, it still feels so inconceivable, After glancing deeply at Yen Zhaoge, Xie Yuchan said, "No matter how you look at it, there's one thing that can be confirmed. Currently in his early 20s, junior apprentice brother Yen is already a mid-Xiantian martial scholar." Hearing her words, Wan Ping and Zhang Yao both nodded in unison. On Jade Sea City's side, looking at Song Chao and Yi Zhongzhou, Li Jingwan smiled bitterly, saying that we are of the same age. Looking at senior apprentice brother Yen, Jingwan feels like an idiot. Yi Zhongzhou waved his hands. "Don't say it like that, junior apprentice sisterly. If you say it like that, you might as well say that all my years have been spent living like a dog." He was currently also only in the mid-Xiantian stage. Looking quietly at Yan Zhaoge, Song Chao did not speak for a long time, only saying after a while, "In this world there will always be an extremely small number of people who stand out from the masses. No need to undervalue yourself. We are all amongst that extremely small number, but Yan Zhaoge, he is an extremely small number amongst the extremely small number." On infinite, boundless mountainside, looking at Yan Zhaoge after a while, Ji Hanru sighed, "I am far inferior to him." After having been defeated back then, Ji Hanru had really worked hard to improve himself, feeling ashamed and courageous, wanting to study diligently before finding Yan Zhaoge to get back at him. He was indeed worthy of being a core, direct disciple of infinite, boundless mountain, a genius, indeed turning pressure into motivation, breaking through his bottleneck, stepping from the early Xiantian stage to the mid-Xiantian martial scholar realm. However, seeing Yan Zhaoge's rate of improvement today, as well as that powerful strength at the same cultivation level, Ji Hanru completely dispelled all thoughts of competing with Yan Zhaoge. However, unlike that time half a year ago, the current Ji Hanru didn't feel any sense of defeat or disappointment at all. It wasn't that he had lost his ambition, but that the gap between the two sides was just too great. After having reached a certain point, the one who had fallen behind instead no longer had any thoughts of jealousy or hatred. Beside him, Zhao Hao's eyes shone, his expression solemn as never before as he stared fixedly at Yan Zhaoge. To be continued. Chapter 179. Zhao Hao's gaze was bright, his expression solemn as it had never been before, as he stared fixedly at Yan Zhaoge, not speaking for a long time. On the other side, there was another person who was similar to Zhao Hao, the Sacred Sun clan's Huang Jie. Huang Jie, who had been waiting quietly all along, after seeing Yan Zhaoge's aura qi forming illusory heavens and earth, displaying the cultivation base of a mid-Xiantian martial scholar. His eyes, which had always been calm and tranquil, now erupted with a shocking brilliance. This light flashed for a moment and quickly returned to normal. Seeing Yan Zhaoge execute finger-flicking shocking thunder and defeat Xie Zi's thunderbolt combo, Huang Jie's originally tranquil gaze grew deeper and deeper. Beside him, Tang Yonghao gazed at Yan Zhaoge for a long time before saying softly, "I really hope to be able to exchange blows with him as soon as possible. Whether I win or lose, I believe that I would still benefit greatly from it." Hearing this, Huang Jie remained silent. The others gradually came back to their senses. Everyone's gaze landed on Xue Fei, Tang Yonghao, and Song Chao. With Xie Zi's defeat in the minds of everyone present, only these three Heavenly Connection martial scholars had the qualifications to continue battling with Yan Zhaoge. Sadly, Su Fei and Yan Zhaoge were of the same lineage, also being on very good terms. Even if they were to clash, they could very well do so behind closed doors. Tang Yonghao made it clear that no matter who won or lost, he would not use his realm to suppress his opponent. Thus, everyone's gaze fell on the Seven Seas Prince Song Chao, the son of Jade Sea City's Lord Song Wuliang, a leading figure of Jade Sea City's younger generation. While he had been inferior to the Radiant Light Sword Tang Yonghao by a single move, just from that single exchange, Song Chao definitely lived up to his reputation. Moreover, he was also one of the four young masters alongside Yan Zhaoge. While Jade Sea City and Broad Creed Mountain were allies, this did not affect the sparring between their disciples. It was just that the smell of gunpowder would not be as strong, not to the extent of life and death being decided. However, Song Chao clearly had no intention of clashing with Yan Zhaoge. No matter how the gazes of the crowd fell on him, he still maintained a gentle and elegant appearance, calm as always. Seeing Song Chao's performance, everyone knew it was destined that he would not be able to see Yan Zhaoge's battle with Song Chao. From the start of the Heavenly Connection meeting until now, even though Tang Yonghao and Song Chao, as well as Tang Yonghao and Xue Fei, the three Heavenly Connection stage experts, were fighting each other fiercely and brilliantly. But there was no doubt that the most dazzling star was. It was Broad Creed young master, Yan Zhaoge. With his early Xiantian cultivation, he had beaten Lu Shengfeng, who was at the late Xiantian stage, to the point that he was too ashamed to participate in the alliance meeting. He had just advanced to the early stage of the Xiantian realm not long ago, and in such a short time he had once again broken through to the middle stage of the Xiantian realm. Then, with his Xiantian middle stage cultivation, he easily defeated Xiazi, who was praised as invincible under the heavens. Also, in every match, whether intentionally or unintentionally, Yan Zhaoge would always clash head-on, defeating his opponents in the domain they were most proficient in. This made his victory even more indisputable. In this time's heavenly connection meet, Yan Zhaoge resembled the blazing sun in the sky, illuminating the entire world as the myriad stars lost their light. Not only the juniors, but the authorities who were watching the battle also exchanged glances with one another and fell silent. After a long time, Shan Shuing sighed softly. "It's true, it's another Yan Wudi." Everyone else was silent. Even that elder Mo, his face currently black, also did not open his mouth to speak. Shan Shuing sighed softly once more. Also, from this old man's observation, he actually seems to have the momentum of surpassing his master. He swiveled his head to look at Fang Zhuan. Congratulations to Broad Creed Mountain for producing yet another true dragon. Fang Zhuan nodded slightly. Shan Shuing is polite. Elder Mo stared at Yan Zhaoge, his gaze distant, similarly moving with the martial grandmaster experts of Turbid Wave Pavilion who had been guarding this place, as well as the martial grandmaster experts of the Sacred Sun clan who had led their team here. Their gazes on Yan Zhaoge, they were all somewhat hard to understand, as though filled with deep meaning. Fang Zhuan, the martial grandmaster of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, as well as Jade Sea City's Elder Qin, as well as Shan Shuing, imperceptibly exchanged glances, their expressions as per usual on the surface. On floating traveling island, there had first been the battle of the three great heavenly connection martial grandmasters. Then Yan Zhaoge domineeringly defeating Xie. At this point in the heavenly connection meet, while it had yet to end, the thoughts of the participants were gradually beginning to fade. All that they had experienced earlier already had to be slowly digested and absorbed. But just as everyone thought that this matter had come to an end, the situation suddenly changed. The dense fog that enveloped clear concealed lake all year round suddenly resembled boiling water, surging unceasingly. The cloud layer exploded unceasingly, resembling one massive bubble after another bursting open unceasingly. Down below, a dim black light suddenly appeared at the bottom of clear concealed lake that was clear as jade. A massive formation appeared, numerous spirit patterns flickering, innumerable sigils circulating. Illuminated by the black light, the water of the lake instantly turned pitch black, while the fog above the lake's surface also turned roiling dark clouds, black as ink. Amidst the all-encompassing dark clouds, streaks of red lightning swam about unceasingly, expanding in all directions. Occasionally, a terrifying crimson bolt of lightning would descend, illuminating the sky, yet unable to disperse that darkness, instead causing the scene before them to appear even more strange and mournful. At the bottom of the black lake, the massive formation circulated, the black spirit patterns flickering with a dim light, giving off a feeling of unbearable filth. In the northwest direction of clear concealed lake, a stream of water that had originally been calm suddenly became berserk. That river water seemed to possess a life of its own, transforming into a strange dragon that wreaked havoc unceasingly, its entire body a crimson red like blood. This strange dragon stretched out its head and front half, entering clear concealed lake to wreak havoc unceasingly, while the back half of its body extended far away into the distance. That source was in the earth domain. There seemed to be an endless amount of energy gushing into the strange dragon's body, causing it to wreak havoc in clear concealed lake. The strange dragon extended its claws, grabbing towards that massive black light formation at the bottom of the lake. The formation became like a huge door, which was grabbed by the strange dragon's claws, before slowly opening to both sides. Instantly, a terrifying aura rapidly enveloped the entire clear, concealed lake, unceasingly rising and spreading towards both sides. That aura did not give off a feeling of filth or evil, but caused one's mind to waver, making it hard for them to stabilize their minds. The strange power seemed to be incessantly stirring up the deepest desires and negative thoughts in the hearts of everyone on the lake, unceasingly magnifying them. These desires and negative thoughts seemed to have obtained nourishment, rapidly growing roots and sprouting, breaking out of the soil, rapidly growing into great trees that towered into the heavens. And accompanied by the growth of these things, the formation at the bottom of the lake also seemed to have been nourished, circulating more freely, the terrifying aura also increasing by several times. Because of the news of the heavenly thunder hall, most of the core, direct disciples of the various clans participating in the Heavenly Connection meet had actually already received a warning from their seniors. At this moment, facing a major change, those who had already been prepared for it were mostly able to stabilize their minds in time. As Yen Zhaoge carefully experienced the changes in his mental state, he gazed towards the surface of the lake in the distance, seeing numerous crimson bolts of lightning descending there. Within the lake, the massive figure of the strange blood-red dragon was indistinctly visible, bobbing and sinking. Feeling that terrifying aura that confused his mind, Yen Zhaoge knit his brows slightly, muttering to himself, "It really is a 9 underworld evil devil." P.S. Thanks to fellow readers Shut Up and Then Scram and fellow readers Blue Dream Wind Chime for their 20,000 coins each. Thanks to fellow readers Cloud Dancing Setting Sun, M.O. Jean, Grand Saber, Baya, Bad Feather, Walking in Me, Harmony and Love, LV 10 Devil Scholar, Endless Still, Purgatory Ling Xiao Z, Strange O Shallow, Floating About, and Ouyang Sunyu for their 10,000 coins each. And thanks to all the other friends who have gifted this book, subscribed to this book, voted for this book. Thank you all. Chapter 180. Full of sincerity, requesting for subscriptions and monthly votes. Thank you, everyone. Enveloped by that terrifying aura, everyone present was more or less affected somewhat. For example, after being defeated by Yen Zhaoge, Xiazi, whose heart was filled with countless emotions, surged unceasingly. As a disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, he had been the first to understand the changes that were about to occur during this Heavenly Connection meet. However, having been domineeringly defeated by Yen Zhaoge at this moment, his emotions were at their most intense, his state of mind the most unstable. Enveloped by that aura, Xiazi's mind was filled with various thoughts, various strange scenes even appearing before his eyes, almost causing him to go mad. As a descendant of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, while he was arrogant, facing such a huge change, he still did not lose his cool. Sensing that his current state of mind was not right, he tried to control it. But even so, many thoughts surged within his heart, unable to be suppressed no matter how he tried, especially when the source of many of these thoughts, Yen Zhaoge, was currently right before his eyes. Chunlin, who was in a similar situation to him, was also feeling restless and uneasy. Looking at Pan Pan, the panda who had killed her extreme cold ghost wolf, she felt as though she had met her mortal enemy. Her eyes were exceptionally red, making her wish that she could disregard the fact that she was only a grandmaster of the physical invulnerability realm and kill Pan Pan as soon as possible. On the other hand, while Yen Zhaoge and Pan Pan had helped his Blackwater mysterious dragon vent its anger, Yi Zhongzhou currently found Chinlin to be an eyesore no matter how he looked at her. Everyone else more or less had the same problem. Even the Heavenly Connection martial scholar Song Chao's heart was a little unstable, wanting to battle Tang Yonghao once more. Like Yen Zhaoge and the others, they were all direct disciples of the various sacred grounds, possessing deep cultivation bases and firm wills. On Clear Concealed Island, even on Clear Concealed Lake, the other martial practitioners of Turbid Wave Pavilion as hosts. Their influence was even more obvious. Some malicious thoughts that were usually buried deep within their hearts, not even being detected by themselves, surfaced to the surface one after another. The hatred and resentment that had been accumulated over the past few days all seemed to be exposed at this moment. The contradictions had also become even more extreme. The middle-aged martial practitioner who had previously attempted to capture Pan Pan and used his bout to interfere with Pan Pan's advancement had been heavily injured by Lu Xingfeng, had still not fully recovered from his injuries, having been arranged by Turbid Wave Pavilion to recuperate on a small island on Clear Concealed Lake. At this moment, this middle-aged martial practitioner's eyes were crimson. He struggled to get up. His expression was ferocious and terrifying, but he was also in pain and hesitation. He had been heavily injured by Lu Xingfeng earlier. While Lu Xingfeng had been beaten half to death by Yan Zhaoge, he had been brought away by Shan Shuang. This caused him to feel rather bitter hatred towards Infinite Boundless Mountain, but there was nothing he could do about it. The mountain domain's sacred ground, Infinite Boundless Mountain, whether it was the middle-aged martial practitioner himself or the power of the clan he belonged to, they were all powerless to shake it. That high and mighty strength made it impossible for him to even think of revenge. But the strength of the 6 holy lands, it still made him feel unreconciled. Afterwards, Turbid Wave Pavilion's lineage had properly treated and settled him down, allowing him to feel slightly better. However, at this moment, this middle-aged martial practitioner's heart was filled with hatred towards Infinite Boundless Mountain, even hating Turbid Wave Pavilion, which was also one of the 6 great sacred grounds. The negative emotions in his heart surged uncontrollably, becoming more and more intense. His rationality gradually faded, and he was unable to extricate himself from it. This middle-aged martial artist was just a tiny microcosm of what everyone on Clear Concealed Lake was currently facing. On the floating island, Yan Zhaoge was also in the midst of calming his many emotions. It was just that with his cultivation base and his lack of injuries that would cause him to be distracted, he wanted to stabilize his mental state. It could not be considered too difficult. The legacy of the Flame Devil Emperor affecting one's emotions is only in the direction of rage. However, the 9 underworld's evil devils come in all shapes and sizes, hard to guard against, especially proficient in digging out the desires and fears within the hearts of lords. Hard to guard against. Yan Zhaoge shook his head slightly, Ahu beside him baring his teeth, young Master Ah, Elder Fong, and the others should also be making their move by now, right? It's about time. Yan Zhaoge gazed into the distance, carefully sensing it. He could sense that there were quite a few martial practitioners approaching Clear Concealed Lake from all directions. These martial practitioners all had different legacies. There was no lack of martial grandmaster experts amongst them. Even some peak experts, their auras surging to the heavens, not inferior to Elder Chen, Shan Shuang, and the others. Without a doubt, these were all experts of the Decimating Abyss organization. Having gathered at Clear Concealed Lake this time, they wanted to accomplish a major matter for them. However, Turbid Wave Pavilion and the other 5 sacred grounds, having received the news beforehand, had already made preparations. Numerous experts of Turbid Wave Pavilion had long since been lying in ambush in the vicinity of Clear Concealed Lake. After the people of the Decimating Abyss organization had congregated at Clear Concealed Lake, they instantly set out in ambush Broad Creed Mountain and the other 5 sacred grounds, in order to avoid exposing their plans. Similarly respecting Turbid Wave Pavilion, none of their experts had entered the lake domain. However, the numerous experts headed to the Earth domain once more, cutting off the possibility of the 9 underworlds descending from another direction. Meanwhile, on Clear Concealed Island, Feng Zhuan and the others also finally made their move. Having long since been prepared, Feng Zhuan and the others acted according to the plan, the division of labor clear and orderly, congregating with the experts of Turbid Wave Pavilion lying in ambush here. Feng Zhuan and the others went to deal with the strange, blood-red dragon within the lake. Some to capture the spies of the decimating Abyss organization hidden within the various sacred grounds, and some to regain control of clear concealed lakes formation, stopping the decimating Abyss organization's plans. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. The darkness of the dark clouds that enveloped the sky above clear concealed lake gradually began to dissipate, regaining its former ethereal appearance, the strange violent red lightning no longer visible. The lake water that was jet black as ink also began to turn clear once more. On clear concealed island, a green-clothed middle-aged man looked somewhat regretfully, somewhat sorrowfully at the person before him. Senior Apprentice Brother Foam, why did you join the 9 underworlds? Before him was a martial grandmaster with a rather aged appearance. It was precisely the elder of Turbid Wave Pavilion who had previously been in charge of leading the disciples of Turbid Wave Pavilion to participate in the Heavenly Connection meet, as well as in charge of clear concealed lakes formation. Looking at that green-clothed middle-aged man, this elder Foam said hatefully, "Those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. There is no need for words." The green-clothed middle-aged man sighed. Was there a need for this? His cultivation base was higher than Elder Fang's, and control of clear concealed lakes formation had already been seized by him at this moment. In this way, not to mention winning, even if Elder Foam wanted to escape, it would not be easy anymore. Now, the green-clothed middle-aged man's expression suddenly changed slightly as he turned to look. "Why have you come? You should be going. You." His voice suddenly halted. "So you actually also, on clear concealed island, looking at the calamity that was gradually calming down." Yanjauga and the others all heaved a sigh of relief. However, not waiting for them to truly relax, the scene before their eyes suddenly changed. The massive formation that flickered with a black light lit up once more at the bottom of the lake, the sky turning dark once more as crimson-red lightning intersected. That terrifying aura that shocked one's very soul appeared once more. Yanjauga's pupils dilated slightly, a bright light flickering within. The next moment, the floating island beneath their feet suddenly began to tremble. The floating island formed by the restrictive array formation suddenly began to disintegrate. A massive suction force emanated from below, pulling Yanjauga and the others downwards. To be continued. Chapter 181. The floating island was originally formed from the radiance formed from the power of Turbid Wave Pavilion's formation here, combining with the clouds and mist that filled the skies of clear concealed lake. At this moment, dark clouds covered the sky, and under the terrifying aura, the floating island was also dyed black. Inside the black island, there was a faint flash of strange red light. As the red light pulsed, the floating island shook violently. The blood-red light turned into cracks that looked like sharp wounds. The floating island immediately shattered and began to disintegrate. At the same time that the floating island in midair began to disintegrate, clear concealed island below also began to shake violently. The huge island gradually sank into the lake until it was completely submerged. As clear concealed island sank, in the central region of clear concealed lake, the waters of the lake formed a massive whirlpool. The center of the whirlpool was pitch black as though it was a black hole. A terrifying suction force came from the black hole, wanting to drag everything in the surroundings in. Hovering Island was right above the black hole. Affected by that massive suction force, the fragments of Hovering Island that had collapsed fell downwards along with Yanjauga and the others on the island. "There's a change in the plan." Yanjauga and the others exchanged glances, all reading the same thoughts from each other's gazes. Fortunately, when the black clouds covered the sky again, everyone had a premonition in their hearts. While clear concealed island had directly sunk down below, even forming a black hole that was out of everyone's expectations, Yanjauga and the others were still not caught unprepared. Yanjauga tapped lightly on a fragment of Hovering Sky Island, His entire person leapt up, landing on Pan Pan's back, with Ahu following closely by his side. Swiveling his head to look, Yen Zhaoga relaxed. He saw that Sikong Qing had already been grabbed by Xue Fei, stepping on the fragment of floating sky island as they quickly fled into the distance. As for the other sacred grounds, Infinite Boundless Mountain had Ji Hanru leading the way, while Turbid Wave Pavilion had Xie Yuchan and Wan Ping. Jade Sea City had Song Chao and Yi Zhongzhou. The Xiantian realm disciples of the various clans with higher cultivation bases would take care of their junior brothers and junior sisters with slightly lower cultivation bases. Everyone used the floating island fragments to escape as far as possible from the center of the black hole below. The floating island shattered, and everyone descended. Because of the black hole, the falling speed was even faster. If they wanted to dodge in time, they would have to struggle free from the suction force of the black hole. Physical invulnerability grandmasters and inner invulnerability grandmasters had the heart but lacked the strength. They needed the help of innate grandmasters. Among the disciples of the 6 holy lands, only the situation of the heavenly Thunder Hall was comparatively worse. Xiazi had already been injured in the first place, his mental state even more unstable. At this moment, even he himself was like a clay bodhisattva crossing the river, unable to protect himself, let alone Qinlin and the others. Fortunately, over at the Sacred Sun Clan side, Tang Yonghao had noticed this problem in time, his cultivation also high, thus being able to bring Xiazi, Qinlin, and the others along to break out of the encirclement. Everyone rushed out. Thanks to their quick reflexes, they did not fall straight into the black hole. But at the edge of the black hole, they could still feel the strong suction force. It was like a quicksand pit, trying to drag everyone around it into it. Under the effects of the massive formation that sparkled with black light, the previously beautiful and marvelous clear concealed lake had now completely changed its appearance. In the distance, the black lake water churned as if it was boiling, and in the region close to the black hole at the center of the lake water had disappeared, only leaving behind a patch of pitch black, resembling sludge that had clogged up clear concealed lake. Stepping on the sludge, Yin Zhaoga, Pan Pan, and Ah, who instantly felt as though the black sludge beneath their feet had a life of its own. It curled towards their feet. That terrifying aura that shook one's heart grew stronger and stronger at this moment. Yen Zhaoga and the others released their aura qi, keeping the sludge at bay as they continued advancing towards the outskirts of clear concealed lake. The further they were from the center of the formation, the smaller these negative effects were. Following closely behind Yen Zhaoga, Ahu said vexedly, "Didn't you say that everything was within your grasp? Why is young master risking your lives again?" Yen Zhaoga looked back towards the black hole that had appeared where clear concealed island had vanished, while the Heavenly Thunder Hall provided us with some information, allowing us to identify the spies of the decimating Abyss organization. However, this does not mean that all the spies of the decimating Abyss organization are within our grasp. It is not that the Heavenly Thunder Hall did not report it, but that their knowledge is similarly limited. Everything that happened before, it is precisely because of the limited information that the plan was made as conservatively as possible in order to guard against unexpected situations. Yen Zhaoga's expression was a rarely seen seriousness. However, in the end, there was still an oversight. This means that the decimating Abyss organization, or should I say the 9 underworlds, has infiltrated the 8 extremities world, our clan included, far surpassing everyone's imaginations. The martial grandmaster experts who have come here to ambush us were all chosen by the various sacred grounds to be the most trustworthy, the least suspicious. At this point, Yen Zhaoga sighed. However, from the looks of it now, some of these people have also met with problems. I can only hope that not too many of them have met with problems. Otherwise, we would really be sending lambs into a tiger's den this time. Ahu's face was bitter. Who could it be? Being able to rise to such a high position in the 6 great sacred grounds, Why would they get involved with the decimating Abyss organization? Yen Zhaoge did not speak. His gaze focused as he revealed a pondering look. Let's see if the backup plan can work. However, if the backup plan is also leaked, being targeted by the enemy, today's matter is destined to be hard to resolve. In the distance, intense fluctuations of power emanated from various directions. Clearly, many experts were currently scattered in various locations, engaging in battle. Meanwhile, the terrifying aura that enveloped Clear Concealed Lake was growing denser and denser. The black light formation seemed to have opened a great door to the 9 underworlds of this human world. Accompanied by the unceasing use of the formation, the black mud beneath Yen Zhaoge and the others' feet also began to grow more and more strange and violent. The martial practitioners within the lake resembled flickering candles in the wind, extinguishing one by one as they were engulfed by the mud. Young master, whose expression was stern as Yen Zhaoge said to him, "Don't worry about me. Just pay attention to your own safety, especially guarding your mind. Don't let the devilish qi take advantage of you." At this moment, the great 9 underworld's door is actually still far from truly opening. It is only a sliver of its aura leaking out from the crack in the door. As long as we remain within ourselves, we will be able to stabilize our minds. Saying thus, the two were engulfed by the mud. Yen Zhaoge's vision darkened, but he did not feel suffocated. That devilish qi that looked like mud, when truly situated within it, was like being within a dense fog. Pan Pan followed closely by Yen Zhaoge's side, curiously surveying their surroundings. As Yen Zhaoge slowly led him forward, the scene before him suddenly changed as a purple light of thunder flickered. Within the light of thunder, a human figure appeared. It was shockingly Xie Zi. It was only that the current Xie Zi had completely recovered from his injuries, and his aura seemed to be even stronger than before. However, his entire person appeared strange and distorted. Seeing Yen Zhaoge, his eyes lit up, and a strange smile appeared on his face. The next moment, Xie Zi's figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, a terrifying and evil purple swordlight had already arrived in front of Yen Zhaoge. Fallen to the dark side, Yen Zhaoge frowned slightly. "Since you are seeking death, I shall grant your wish." Chapter 182. Xie Zi's face twisted slightly, and a strange yet demonic smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. His figure flashed and disappeared from where he stood. His speed seemed to be even faster than before. It was just that Xie Zi's current movement technique was not like before. It was of the direct lineage of the heavenly Thunder Hall, fast as lightning, yet strong and blazing, resembling the thunder of the 9 heavens. The current Xie Zi's movement technique was even faster, but had an additional demonic feeling. Yen Zhaoge frowned slightly, raised his hand, and a jade light roared out from his sleeve, resembling a dragon from beyond the heavens. The jade light paused in midair, accurately blocking a terrifying and demonic purple sword light. Xie Zi's figure also reappeared, holding the vapor-sealing sword. His gaze was cold and gloomy, and his pupils were slightly yellow, vaguely projecting a strange red light. He looked at Yen Zhaoge, and the corners of his mouth curled into a strange and distorted smile. Yen Zhaoge slightly narrowed his eyes. "Fallen to the dark side," Xie Zi laughed unconcernedly. "Yen Zhaoge, let's fight again." His figure suddenly turned and disappeared once more, the purple sword light also fading. The next time he appeared, he was already behind Yen Zhaoge, stabbing out with his sword. Yen Zhaoge stood where he was, his feet not moving, his body not turning, and with a backhand slash, accurately blocked Xie Zi's attack. Again, Xie Zi laughed loudly. "Now is different from before. Yen Zhaoge, I will cut out all of your heart and liver." His figure was as fast as a ghost, appearing and disappearing, and a purple lightning was also strange and unpredictable in the darkness, constantly changing. "Pan Pan, don't worry. Just stay put. As Yen Zhaoge said this, his feet were firmly nailed to the ground, and the jade dragon sword in his hand flew up and down, continuously blocking Xie Zi's incoming sword light. After falling to the dark side, my strength has indeed increased, but not by much. Yen Zhaoge's expression was calm as he analyzed Xie Zi's sword patterns. Although my mental state is unstable, I can still maintain my calm in battle. I won't lose my level. After comparing the difference between Xie Zi's strength before and after falling to the dark side, Yen Zhaoge already had a rough idea of what had happened. Generally speaking, after falling to the dark side, there will be a slight increase in strength, but the extent of the increase varies. He looked at Xie Zi and suddenly smiled. What I said might be a bit of a blow to you. After you fell to the dark side, the extent of the increase in strength seems to belong to the relatively small, relatively poor category. Xie Zi, who was flickering in and out of existence, suddenly stopped moving. Within his yellowed pupils, the blood-red light grew even more piercing. Xie Zi stared fixedly at Yen Zhaoge, letting out a strange laugh. The violent purple sword light suddenly appeared and instantly traversed dozens of meters of space. It was as wide as a door, as if it could split heaven and earth, chopping towards Yen Zhaoge. After the first slash, another slash followed. It was the Thunderbolt combo. I've said it before, Yen Zhaoge. Things are different now. Xie Zi let out a strange laugh as he slashed out a third time. Blue veins bulged all over his body, making him look extremely hideous and terrifying. His face revealed a pained expression. However, the black mist in the demonic domain around him clung to his body. Although it could not stop the meridians in his body from tearing apart, it could not stop them. However, it greatly alleviated his pain. Xie Zi laughed painfully and happily. Pushed by the Thunderbolt combo, 3 majestic sword lights chopped straight towards Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge calmly looked at Xie Zi. The jade dragon sword in his hand danced, and the jade green sword light shot up to the sky. After the first slash, without any hesitation, he chopped out another slash. After the second slash, another slash followed. After the third slash, and then another slash, Xie Zi's eyes widened as he saw Yen Zhaoge continuously chopping out 5 slashes. The sixth slash continued, finger-flicking shocking thunder, 6 consecutive loops. The purple sword light shattered and dissipated like a flowing fire. The black mist was also momentarily separated and cleansed. The terrifying jade-green sword light seemed to transform into a dancing green dragon, tearing Xie Zi's body apart. The last scene that remained in Xie Zi's mind was Yen Zhaoge calmly looking at him and asking, "What's different from before?" Xie Zi opened his mouth, wanting to roar, but no sound came out. He was unresigned, he was angry, and he felt even more fear. He didn't hesitate to transform into a 9 underworld evil devil, but still couldn't defeat this opponent. Xie Zi's resentment was even more intense than when he had first fallen into the domain of devilish qi and transformed into a devil. But his life had already reached its end, and he had turned into ashes. His broken body fell to the ground, gradually turning into black smoke and merging into the surrounding domain of devilish qi. Yen Zhaoge looked at the strange transformation of Xie Zi's corpse and slightly raised his eyebrows. It's the same as recorded. Although his bones, flesh, and meridians are no different from those of a normal person, he is no longer purely a human. Fallen practitioners were infected by devilish qi, and the desires or obsessions in one's heart were rapidly magnified without restraint. Finally, the inner illusion acted on the external reality, combining with the devilish qi, causing the person's body to begin to undergo irreversible changes, turning into a 9 underworld evil devil. In the first transformation, which was also when the person truly fell to the dark side, because of the change in life type, the person's strength would increase more or less. If the person was originally seriously injured, then this time they would recover to a large extent or even be completely healed. Fallen practitioners in the domain of devilish chi would have their battle prowess increase to a different degree. What was worth noting was that whether they were bewitched by the outside world or forced by the critical situation, what pushed the fallen practitioner to take the final step was still their own will. Even if this will was formed because of various previous experiences, at the last moment, the person who made the decision was always the fallen practitioner themselves. No one could force a person who had always had a resolute will to resist and would not be swayed by any other thoughts to fall to the dark side. Fundamentally speaking, falling to the dark side was always a person's desires and obsessions in one's heart magnified to the extreme, suppressing all other thoughts. Only then could one interact with the devilish chi and combine inside and outside. Before this, being infected by devilish chi did not mean that one would definitely fall to the dark side. Yan Zhaoge came to the place where Xie Zi's corpse had disappeared and put away his mist-sealing sword. Apart from this, there was something else worth paying attention to, a brocade bag. Opening the brocade bag, Yan Zhaoge could see a strangely shaped golden talisman. The golden talisman was engraved with graceful patterns. Yan Zhaoge carefully looked at it and felt that the patterns were vaguely familiar. However, he couldn't understand them at the moment, so he temporarily restrained himself and put the item away. The giant panda Pan curiously came to Yan Zhaoge's side and called out in a low voice. Being in the domain of devilish chi, Pan also felt very uncomfortable. Strange beasts could also fall to the dark side. Yan Zhaoge comforted Pan as he walked in the domain of devilish chi. Suddenly, Yan Zhaoge vaguely felt a sense of danger in his heart. A feeling of extreme danger appeared in his mind. Almost at the same time, a dim sword light lit up in the domain of devilish chi. From behind Yan Zhaoge, it pierced straight towards the back of his head. Martial Grandmaster. To be continued. P.S. Thank you to the book friend Martial Alliance Mortal Dustfall for your 10,000 points reward. Thank you to the other friends who have rewarded, voted for this book, and subscribed to this book. Thank you all. Chapter 183. The dark sword light zigzagged, as if it had completely merged with the dark, demonic domain. The sword light itself seemed to possess a life of its own, resembling a venomous snake as it soundlessly pierced towards the back of Yan Zhaoge's head. Beside Yan Zhaoge, as a beast, Pan's ability to sense danger surpassed that of human martial practitioners. However, at this moment, he was completely unable to detect the incoming sword light at all. And of the many spirit artifacts that Yan Zhaoge had on him, not mentioning his spoils of war like the flying thunder saber and the purple gold thunder sword, even Yan Zhaoge's jade dragon sword, which had always been by his side and was connected to his mind, and which he was most comfortable with, as well as the mid-grade spirit artifact, the hidden clear sunlight saber, with their strong spirituality, had not detected this sword. It was a soundless, yet incomparably terrifying sword. To Grandmaster martial artists, there was a huge gap between the strength of a great Grandmaster expert. On the other hand, if this martial Grandmaster was focused and did not underestimate him, he could put down his pride and patiently lay in ambush and assassinate a Grandmaster. In that case, there was a 99% chance that this martial scholar would not be able to escape the fate of death. While Yan Zhaoge's strength far surpassed that of ordinary Xiantian martial scholars, it was only now that danger was upon him that he vaguely sensed it. However, at the same time he sensed it, he felt a chill at the back of his head and a slight stab of pain. His opponent's sword light was already inches away from him. This was the closest Yan Zhaoge had been to death ever since he had arrived in the current 8 extremities world. Before this, whether it was the Sacred Sun clan's Pan Buitai, the Twilight Lord and the others, or the Ghost Hatchet Elder Han Sheng, the Crimson Spirit Flag Master, and the others, everyone's cultivation base was higher than this ambusher's. However, whether it was because he had long since planned and prepared for it, or perhaps he had not directly faced it head-on, while Yan Zhaoge appeared to be in danger, He was actually as stable as a mountain. It was only this time that Yan Zhaoge could clearly feel the shadow of death gradually looming over his heart. His opponent's sword wasn't very fast, nor was it very powerful, but it was too well hidden. By the time Yan Zhaoge discovered it, the tip of the sword had already almost reached his skin. However fast Yan Zhaoge's movement techniques were, it was already too late for him to evade. Although he had the lofty mountain armor, a defensive spirit artifact, it was the spirit artifact that was trying to protect him. Time was also a bit slower. This thin line was the difference between life and death. Even though the lofty mountain armor had risen, he had already been struck by the sword at the juncture of life and death. While Yan Zhaoge was shocked, he did not panic. Any unnecessary and messy thoughts had completely disappeared. Yan Zhaoge's mind was highly concentrated. There was only one thought left in his mind. Activate it at full speed. Eye of the Thunder Emperor. Virtually at the same time that the sword light touched his body, Yan Zhaoge felt an intense stabbing pain in his right eye. A purplish-green light shot out from within Yan Zhaoge's right eye. A great amount of pure thunder chi instantly circulated throughout Yan Zhaoge's entire body. It stimulated every acupoint in his body, every single bone, every meridian, every piece of flesh. In an instant, Yan Zhaoge erupted with a speed that far surpassed his normal standards, his body shooting forward like a bolt of lightning. Taking a step forward, the sneak attack from behind missed. Even so, on the back of Yan Zhaoge's head, his broken and scattered hair fluttered in the air, and a small drop of blood could be vaguely seen on his skin. After missing with his sword, that martial grandmaster was unrelenting as he immediately increased his force, chasing closely behind Yan Zhaoge, the sword in his hand, stabbing towards him once more. However, after having avoided the most dangerous and concealed sneak attack of the first sword, Yan Zhaoge had already stabilized his footing. His entire body's aura chi turned icy cold as he executed an ocean-stabilizing spirit fist. Yan Zhaoge's entire body resembled a spirit turtle concealed within the abyss, all things returning to it. Hidden within, not a trace of it could be seen. Even with that martial grandmaster's spiritual sense, he was slightly dazed for a moment, feeling as though Yan Zhaoge had completely vanished from before his eyes. He concentrated. Locking onto Yan Zhaoge's position once more, he continued stabbing out with his sword. However, two glows of red and yellow flickered on Yan Zhaoge's body at this moment, an armor that resembled a lofty mountain appearing, blocking the other party's sword. The first spurt of energy, the second decline, the third exhaustion. That martial grandmaster's sword was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Currently, it was no longer able to break through the defense of the lofty mountain armor. The light of thunder flickered within Yan Zhaoge's right eye once more as he stomped on the ground, his entire body spinning as he struck out with a palm towards the other party's head. His earlier body's aura chi that had been condensed like 10,000-year-old ice instantly blazed as hot as fire, erupting with a terrifying power that shook one's soul, resembling the eruption of a volcano. Yan Zhaoge's strength surpassed his expectations, causing the other party to be caught somewhat unprepared. He had already overestimated Yan Zhaoge as much as he could before making his move, but he had not thought that in the end he would still have underestimated Yan Zhaoge. The sneak attacker had already used up his moves, and with Yan Zhaoge's speed and explosive power also being too strong, Yan Zhaoge was instantly able to close in on him. However, he was still a martial grandmaster expert at the end of the day. Without the slightest hesitation, he also struck out with a palm towards Yan Zhaoge's head. The palm's momentum was forceful and domineering, causing the surrounding roiling devilish chi to gather together, its power increasing as it resembled a devil king descending into the world. The powerful momentum caused even Yan Zhaoge's cultivation base to be unable to breathe freely for a moment. However, the sneak attacker suddenly came to his senses. Meeting Yan Zhaoge's cold gaze, he saw the purplish-green light of thunder within Yan Zhaoge's right eye growing more and more piercing. This martial grandmaster hesitated slightly for a moment. In such an intense battle, such hesitation was undoubtedly a fatal taboo, especially when Yen Zhaoge was definitely not someone that ordinary martial scholars could compare to. After hesitating for a moment, that sneak attacker finally chose not to continue his attack, instead choosing to retreat. However, under this situation, Yen Zhaoge's palm became even more violent. The edge of his palm swept past the enemy's shoulder. The illusory purplish-red Tishita flame formed of his aura chi exploding, using the aura chi on the enemy's clothes as fuel, transforming into actual flames that blazed fiercely and never extinguished. That martial grandmaster did not utter a sound, continuing to retreat, not even looking back as he brought along the purplish-red Tishita flame on his shoulder that had still yet to be extinguished, concealing himself within the darkness once more. The light of thunder flickered slightly within Yen Zhaoge's right eye as he remained silent, his spiritual sense raised to the maximum as he carefully guarded against everything in his surroundings, preventing his opponent from launching another sneak attack. The two clashed in the time it took for sparks to fly off a flint. In the blink of an eye, it had already been a life-and-death battle. Only when that martial grandmaster had retreated did the Pan-Pan by the side let out an enraged roar, staring fixedly in the direction in which the other party had retreated. Yen Zhaoge stopped Pan-Pan, standing back to back with him, silently remaining vigilant for a moment. Only after confirming that the other party had completely left did he cease his fist momentum. Who exactly is it? The other party's appearance flashed through Yen Zhaoge's mind. His entire body was enveloped in a black robe, a black cloak, concealing him. Not only was he wearing a hood on his head, there was also a jet-black mask on his face, making it hard to distinguish his appearance. It was only through the two holes on the mask that a pair of dark yellow pupils could be seen, flickering with a mournful red light, showing that this was a fallen practitioner. Concealing his identity? Someone I know? Yen Zhaoge frowned, but there is no point. It is just that the devilish intent within his heart has grown stronger, not having merged with the devilish chi inside and outside, completely falling to the dark side. Completely falling to the dark side is irreversible. As soon as the devilish intent within his heart merges with the devilish chi of the outside world, completely falling to the dark side, there is no longer any possibility of continuing to remain concealed. His identity would be equivalent to having been exposed. So what is the point of concealing it? Chapter 184. Yen Zhaoge patted Pan-Pan, resuming their journey as he pondered. That person just now held back some of his strength. Are you also afraid of exposing your identity? But there's no need. He's already completely fallen to the devil. Could it be that he has a way to transform from a demon back into a human? Yen Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. It is just that, seeing how he is extremely compatible with the devilish chi of this devilish domain, he has probably fallen to the dark side not just for a short period of time, but for many years. Yen Zhaoge shook his head, temporarily suppressing his doubts as he focused on distinguishing the path before him, continuing forward. After walking for a while, Yen Zhaoge's heart suddenly jolted. Even though there were layers upon layers of demonic energy obstructing his senses, he could still vaguely sense that there were people fighting not too far away. Yen Zhaoge hurriedly sped forward for a while. Within the black fog, spiritual lights very quickly flickered, crisscrossing as the heavens and earth were overturned. The surging demonic chi in the surroundings was constantly being shattered. Seeing that flickering sword light, Yen Zhaoge raised his brows. Senior apprentice brother Su and Tang Yonghao? When Yen Zhaoge retracted his aura and neared, he saw the three of them exchanging blows within the black fog, fighting nonstop. Looking over, Yen Zhaoge could not help but sigh at how enemies often crossed each other's path. One of them was the masked man in black who attacked him just now, And on the other side, the two heavens favored sons of Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan, Su Fei and Tang Yonghao, were currently joining hands to battle with that masked, black-clothed man. The two of them had never worked together to fight an enemy, but they had been rivals since they were young. However, this was the first time they had joined hands to face an enemy, and yet they displayed complete tacit understanding, as if they had been brothers who had worked together for many years. Xue Fei and Tang Yonghao teamed up, one attacking and one defending, one attacking and one strange. Xue Fei's sword and palm techniques were unparalleled, displaying the Great Heaven and Earth sword technique and Great Heaven and Earth palm technique at the same time. It was powerful and imposing, simple and heavy, and it was impenetrable. Tang Yonghao held a sword in his hand, and the sky was filled with sword light. Even in the dark demon domain, it seemed like it brought light to the surroundings. Su and Tang were both at the peak of the reaching heaven stage. He was only one step away from the great Grandmaster realm. Also, they were the elites of Broad Creed Mountains and the Sacred Sun clan's direct disciples, indisputably favored by heaven, far from what other heavenly connection stage martial practitioners could compare to. At this moment, the two of them joined hands to fight the enemy. Their tacit understanding of each other increased their power. However, their opponents were obviously not simple characters. While he had been wary of Yen Zhaoga's Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment, having retreated immediately after his sneak attack had failed to achieve a sure-kill effect, that black-clothed, masked man's strength, amongst martial practitioners of the same cultivation level, was undoubtedly an outstanding existence. At this moment, he was fighting one against two. He still had strength to spare when fighting Xue Fei and Tang Yonghao. As a fallen evil, his strength was amplified in the demonic domain. Yen Zhaoga looked coldly at that black-clothed masked man, calling out softly, "Pan Pan!" At this moment, Pan Pan's mind was connected with Yen Zhaoga's as his entire body ignited with white flames. These white flames contracted and condensed, finally turning into a milky white flame. The white tongue of flame was like a tiny, leaping sprite, extremely disproportionate to Pan Pan's massive body. However, it was filled with a destructive power that caused one's heart to palpitate. Yen Zhaoga wielded the Jade Dragon Sword, the purplish-green light of thunder flashing within his right eye. His entire body's aura chi turned blazing hot like flames. His explosive power was instantly raised to the maximum. The next moment, Yen Zhaoga merged with his sword, his entire person soaring into the air, transforming into a streak of jade light along with the Jade Dragon Sword, chopping towards that black-clothed masked man. Above the jade light, the crimson light of fire lit up, countless bolts of thunderbolts lashing out unceasingly. Within the illusory heaven and earth formed of Yen Zhaoga's aura chi, a green dragon appeared, its entire body shrouded by thunder and fire. Its momentum shocked the heavens. At the same time, Pan Pan let out a low roar, that milky white flame also shooting towards that black-clothed masked man at an extremely fast speed, resembling a shooting star. Flame thunderbolt. Yen Zhaoga's sword light resembled a dragon, instantly ripping apart the dense black fog, striking towards that martial grandmaster along with Pan Pan's flame thunderbolt. While they were in the midst of an intense battle, the opponent was a martial grandmaster at the end of the day, also fighting in the demonic domain. With his powerful sensory abilities, he immediately sensed the approach of Yen Zhaoga and Pan Pan. Not saying a word, Yen Zhaoga immediately made his move, his attacks even more violent than before. Xue Fei and Tang Yonghao similarly did not stand on ceremony, grasping their chance decisively as they simultaneously struck out with their swords, attacking towards this black-clothed martial grandmaster with the momentum of toppling mountains and overturning seas. Faced with the combined attacks of the three young experts, this masked opponent's sword-wielding wrist unconsciously twitched. But very quickly he restrained his movements, retreating once more, retreating rapidly. It was just that the attacks of Yen Zhaoga's trio and Pan Pan were all extremely tyrannical. As the other party retreated, guided by his aura, he attacked with a momentum that surged to the heavens. A muffled groan resounded within the air. This powerful martial grandmaster had already been injured by Yen Zhaoga and the others. However, he was also truly powerful. Making use of the devilish domain's geographical advantage, he fled speedily. With this person intent on fleeing, it would be very hard for Yen Zhaoga and the others to keep him here. Yen Zhaoga kept the jade dragon sword descending to the ground, his gaze on Xue Fei and Tang Yonghao. In the distance, Si Gongqing, who knew that she was not strong enough and had wisely not approached to help, now also walked over. Seeing Yen Zhaoga's gaze on Tang Yonghao, Xue Fei immediately said, "It was junior apprentice sister Sikong and I who were attacked. Passing by, senior apprentice brother Tang lent us a helping hand." Tang Yonghao said calmly, "The 9 underworlds and the decimating abyss are the common enemies of our 8 extremities world." He was also not a stubborn and inflexible person. If it had been a martial grandmaster expert of the Sacred Sun clan or the Heavenly Thunderhall who had clashed with Xue Fei, while Tang Yonghao might not have liked it, he would not use his own standards to demand others. Xue Fei was an elite of Broad Creed Mountain's younger generation, his future prospects limitless. If his clan seniors or allied Heavenly Thunderhall experts wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible, Tang Yonghao would not listen to orders to surround and attack them, but he would also not go forward to stop them. However, if it was an unexpected natural disaster, or if it was a common enemy of the 8 extremities world like the Flame Devils or the 9 underworlds who posed danger to Xue Fei, Tang Yonghao would not hesitate in the slightest to lend a helping hand. Even if he and Xue Fei were to engage in a heaven-shaking, earth-overturning battle afterwards, only one of them would live. Looking at Tang Yonghao, Yen Zhaoga nodded slowly. "I thank senior apprentice brother Tang for lending a helping hand." Tang Yonghao sighed, smiling. "Junior apprentice brother Yen speaks too seriously. Rather, it was junior apprentice brother Yan's sword just now that was truly brilliant, greatly broadening my horizons." Yen Zhaoga knew that this person was somewhat obsessed with martial arts, so he also smiled slightly. "Senior apprentice brother Tang overpraises me." Looking at their surroundings, Yen Zhaoga asked, "Senior apprentice brother Tang is here. I wonder if your fellow disciples?" Tang Yonghao answered, "Junior apprentice brother Huang Jie is taking care of them, while I was separated from them when we fell into this domain of devilish qi. I was currently searching for them earlier." Hearing his words, Yen Zhaoga narrowed his eyes slightly into slits. Tang Yonghao's words just now had inadvertently revealed a lot of information. To be continued. Chapter 185. Despite Tang Yonghao's casual reply, Yen Zhaoga was able to discern many things from it. Firstly, Huang Jie had indeed concealed his strength. His cultivation was definitely not low. Secondly, Huang Jie was most likely not the black-clothed great grandmaster who had launched a sneak attack on him and Xue Fei, unless all the other Sacred Sun clan disciples who had fallen into the devilish domain this time all died, in which case Huang Jie's suspicions would rise sharply. Rubbing his brows, Yen Zhaoga continued asking, "When we fell from Hovering Sky Island earlier, I saw that you were together with those of the Heavenly Thunderhall. Senior apprentice brother Tang. How are they?" Tang Yonghao said, "There was no danger when we landed, and no one fell into the black hole. But when we were swallowed by the devil's domain, we were separated from junior brother Xiazi. Afterwards, we met a martial grandmaster of the Heavenly Thunderhall who had hurried over to reinforce the decimating abyss martial practitioners. Junior apprentice sister Qinlin and the others left with that senior, while I went to look for junior apprentice brother Huang and the others." As he spoke, Tang Yonghao raised his left hand. There was a small pendant on his wrist. In the dark, demonic domain, it shone like sunlight. "With this, I can try to locate junior brother Huang and the others. However, it will be much more difficult in the demon domain." Yan Zhaoga nodded, Su Fei asking, Zhaoga, what do you plan to do now? Oh, I actually intend to enter the depths of Clear Concealed Lake, the central region of that black formation. After glancing at Tang Yonghao, Yan Zhaoga said candidly. Xue Fei and Tang Yonghao were both slightly surprised. What do you want? Yan Zhaoga explained, an accident has clearly occurred in the plans of our clan seniors. This means that there are spies from the 9 underworlds among the higher-ups of our 6 sacred grounds. Therefore, our plan was used by the enemy, and our backup plan was also in danger of being leaked. The decimating abyss will not be unguarded. A cold light flickered slightly within Yan Zhaoga's eyes. Therefore, I am prepared to add some variables to them, adding a little spice to this big dish of theirs. As for how a martial scholar like Yan Zhaoga could add variables to a battle at the level of martial grandmasters, Su Fei and Tang Yonghao did not ask. Su Fei looked straight at Yan Zhaoga. I can't let you take the risk alone. I'll go with you. He looked at Yan Zhaoga. I heard that you, Zhaoga, obtained a fragment of a sacred artifact. Perhaps you really have the ability to make a sudden breakthrough. In all fairness, no matter if it's me or senior brother Tang, it's beyond our power to intervene in the battle between high-level martial grandmasters. But right now, in the demon domain, aside from the high-level martial grandmasters, there are also many other martial grandmasters from the decimating Abyss organization, as well as middle and low-level martial grandmasters, such as that person just now. I'm untalented and can't help much in the big picture. However, it can help you save some time and energy on the road, especially when it comes to preserving the power of the Saint Weapon fragment. After all, it's just a fragment, not a true Saint Weapon. If it uses up its power, it will most likely need some time to recover. Tang Yonghao similarly said emotionally, count me in. With the big picture at hand and the situation pressing down, Yan Zhaoga didn't bother with pleasantries as he immediately nodded. Since that's the case, I first thank you 2 senior apprentice brothers. Saying thus, Yan Zhaoga patted Pan Pan. Bring junior apprentice sister Sikong along and hide her carefully, waiting for our clan seniors to reinforce us or for the dust to settle. The usually cold Sikong Qing. A rarely seen, vexed look appeared within her gaze. It wasn't that she was vexed that Yan Zhaoga and Su Fei didn't bring her along, but that her cultivation base was too low, not being able to help under such circumstances, instead becoming a burden. Looking at her, Yan Zhaoga said, we're going to continue venturing deeper. Bringing you along would instead be more dangerous. Junior apprentice sister Sikong, with Pan Pan protecting you as long as you don't meet martial grandmasters or heavenly connection martial scholars, it'll be fine. However, with so many enemies here, it's best that you remain cautious. Sucking in a deep breath, Sikong Qing had already completely regained her calm as she nodded. Rest easy, senior apprentice brother Yan. I understand. You guys be careful too. Yan Zhaoga patted Pan Pan's big head. Hu and Pan Pan are also very familiar with each other. Within the devilish domain, we can still barely find them. After so long, if they haven't met with enemies, they shouldn't be too far away. My time is tight, and I won't be able to wait for Hu. However, you guys can wait for him. After meeting up with Hu, as long as you don't meet a martial grandmaster, you guys won't be in danger. Don't stay where you are, lest that guy from just now return. Pan Pan was a little reluctant to leave, but Yan Zhaoga shook his head at him. The big fella could only bring Sikong Qing along in another direction, feeling wronged. Yan Zhaoga and the others immediately moved. Only when the time comes for knowledge will one regret not having enough. After this matter, I definitely have to study formations properly. Yan Zhaoga's attainments in formations far surpassed martial practitioners of the same cultivation level. However, if the one controlling the formation was a martial grandmaster, the difference in their cultivation bases, the difference in their control over formations as well as their ability to deduce them, would not be so easily made up for. Projecting along the way, Yan Zhaoga brought Su Fei and Tang Yonghao along deep into the devilish domain. While they were surrounded by layers upon layers of devilish qi, the three could still feel the intense clashes of energy as well as the fluctuations of spiritual qi in the outside world. It was clear that the great battle was still ongoing and had already reached its climax. While the decimating abyss had made use of the advantage of a spy to successfully reverse the situation, it seemed that their overall strength was still rather weak. However, as time passed, the domain of devilish qi grew more and more stable, and that terrifying aura originating from the 9 underworlds also grew more and more terrifying. If it could not be resolved as soon as possible, as the crevice to the 9 underworlds truly opened, the situation would definitely take a turn for the worse in an instant. The martial practitioners of the various sacred grounds all clearly understood this. Their attacks grew fiercer and fiercer, their violent power unceasingly stirring up the domain of devilish qi. As the three of them walked, a massive stream of black light suddenly lit up before their eyes, tens of thousands of runes circulating unceasingly. This was one of the spirit patterns of that massive black light formation at the bottom of Clear Concealed Lake. The thick spirit pattern, under the influence of an external force, suddenly collapsed. With this collapse, the domain of devilish qi in the vicinity also collapsed along with it, numerous massive chasms being ripped apart. Yan Zhaoge and the others were instantly harmed greatly by this sudden turn of events as the three simultaneously plummeted towards the deep abyss down below. Unexpected situations never cease. Yan Zhaoge shook his head slightly. Under the disturbance of the devilish qi, it was hard for him to use his aura qi to float in the air. However, this did not stump Yan Zhaoge. While it was a little inappropriate in front of Tang Yonghao, he still waved his hand. The spirit artifact, the radiant sun wheel, flying out in an arc, Yan Zhaoge tapped on the radiant sun wheel, shooting out of the deep abyss as the radiant sun wheel flew back into his hands in an arc. On the other side, Xuefei and Tang Yonghao also jumped out of the abyss. However, the abyssal chasm continued to expand, and surging demonic qi surged out from it, separating the three of them. The demonic domain twisted, and the distance between the three grew further and further. Soon, it was hard to see each other. Yan Zhaoge shook his head, his heart jolting slightly as he turned to look. In the distance, a figure was slowly walking towards them. To be continued. Chapter 186. Looking at the newcomer, Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. He saw that the newcomer was in his 30s or 40s. He had a head full of strange and rare red hair, and he wore something that looked like boxing gloves on his hands. The other party's pupils were yellow and shot out rays of blood-red light. He was also a fallen evil. What caught Yan Zhaoge's attention was the fact that behind this red-haired martial practitioner's back, a few lines of blood vaguely extended out, one end penetrating deep into the domain of devilish qi that resembled black fog, the other end connecting to his body. Having sensed Yan Zhaoge's aura, the red-haired martial practitioner had come over to investigate. After clearly seeing Yan Zhaoge's appearance, the red-haired martial practitioner instantly revealed a look of joy as a bloodthirsty glow could not be concealed within his eyes. Yandi's son, Yan Zhaoge? The red-haired cultivator grinned. Although I know that you are here to participate in the Heavenly Connection meet, I really did not expect my luck to be so good, to be able to meet you directly. Yan Zhaoge blinked. I shouldn't have seen you before. I am Xuefei. The red-haired martial artist exercised his gloved hands. That's right. We've never met before. It's not surprising that you don't recognize me. As long as I recognize you, that's enough. You don't recognize me, but perhaps you recognize this. As he spoke, Xuefei threw a punch in the air. The rolling gang qi turned into an illusory world. In that illusion, rolling waves surged unceasingly, covering the sky and covering the earth. The ominous thing was that the seawater in the illusory world was black, and it made one feel gloomy and cold. Yan Zhaoge came to a realization. 5 spirit flags, the martial arts of the black spirit flag lineage, You are a remnant of the 5 spirit flags. The 5 spirit flags were a first-rate force that had been active at the border of the heaven and wind regions in the past. Because their sins of slaughter had been too great, even having massacred a city in the West Heaven region of the Heaven Domain, they had encountered resistance from a first-rate power that was subordinate to Broad Creed Mountain. The 2 sides had engaged in a great battle, with casualties on both sides. Coincidentally, Yenjauga's father, Yendi, had passed by. In the end, all the 5 spirit flags martial practitioners present, the chief flag lord included, had been slain by Yendi. The 5 spirit flags were not present at that time. Those disciples who had been scattered outside had been spared, fleeing far away to avoid being encircled and annihilated. Afterwards, they hated Yendi to the bone, yet could do nothing about it. Previously, in the eastern Tang Dragon sealing abyss in the heaven region. As a result, some Crimson Spirit Flag Masters set their target of vengeance on Yenjauga. My luck is really too good. Looking at Yenjauga, that Xue Wuya laughed savagely. Yenjauga smiled, shaking his head. No, it's just that my luck is too good. His eyes fell on the lines of blood on Xue Wuya's body, the big formation at the bottom of the lake. You're one of the people who participated in setting up the formation, right? He sacrificed his own blood essence to the array. Let the formation take shape quickly. As for your own essence, energy, and spirit, they are one with the formation. You cannot stray far from the core of the formation. The fact that I can see you here means that I'm not far from the core of the formation. If I follow the bloodlines on your back, I can quickly find the core of the formation. Xue Wuya laughed. Even if you find it, what can you do? Recently, it has been rumored that you have a fragment of a holy weapon. However, even if it is a fragment, it still contains the power of a holy weapon. How much of its power can you activate? After all, there is only one extreme, Yin Crown. Staring at Yenjauga, a crazed look appeared within Xue Wuya's eyes. Even if you can activate the power of the holy artifact fragment, how many times can you do so? If you use it on me, what will you use to shake the core of the formation? At that time, the formation will be fully activated, the great door to the great 9 underworlds opening completely, and you will still die. Xue Wuya laughed loudly. Being able to exchange my life for that dog Yendi. Sending off his son, it's also worth it. Yenjauga looked at him rather amusedly. After you fell to the dark side, your mind seems to have not been too clear. Who said that I would have to rely on the holy artifact fragment to kill you? Looking coldly at Yenjauga, Xue Wuya's eyes were filled with a crazed, bloodthirsty glow. Those who are not clear-headed, it's you. I heard that in the Heavenly Connection meet, you consecutively defeated infinite, boundless mountains Lu Xingfeng and the heavenly thunder halls Xiazi. As both late Xiantian martial saints, I admit that I am inferior to Xiazi. However, that was before I joined the 9 underworlds. The current me is not inferior to him. Flexing his wrists, Xue Wuya strode towards Yenjauga, and now, within the devilish domain, my strength is even greater than when I was outside, while you have to split your attention to resist the invasion of the devilish qi. Weakening, strengthening. Do you think that your current situation is very easy? Accompanied by his stride, roiling Orochi surged, forming an illusory scene above his head, his fist intent and Orochi intermingling to form an illusory heaven and earth. The black great sea within the illusory heaven and earth actually underwent a change once more, the black sea turning into a sea of blood, brutal to the heavens. The blood-red tide obscured the heavens and covered the earth, emanating an incomparably foul stench as it truly resembled hell on earth. Yenjauga revealed an expression that looked like he was smiling, whilst also not, as he said mildly, "Speaking of Xiazi, it looks like you still don't know. Xiazi, he was like you before, also falling to the dark side." Xue Wuya was momentarily taken aback before he laughed loudly. The direct descendants of your 6 great sacred grounds, claiming to be the favored sons of heaven, are also merely SSO. Yen Jiaoge continued. Afterwards, he had the same thoughts as you, feeling that after falling to the dark side, he should be able to defeat me. Afterwards, he died. Shui Wuya's yellowed pupils dilated slightly. Looking at him, Yen Jiaoge smiled slightly. I killed him. As his words left his mouth, Yen Jiaoge's figure abruptly flashed, striding out as he was already before Shui Wuya. Shui Wuya had already instinctively felt that something was wrong, but now that Yen Jiaoge had made a move, he also did not dare to retreat, only able to brace himself and meet him head-on, punching out with both fists towards Yen Jiaoge. However, amidst the violent purplish-red blazing flames, an illusory pill furnace opened its lid, a massive ape punching out with a power that shook the heavens and overturned the earth. The boundless sea of blood was forcibly torn apart. The next moment, before Shui Wuya's eyes, specks of numerous stars lit up. Within the dark night sky, 7 stars hung high, illuminating the north. Shui Wuya roared madly, drawing on all his strength to meet Yen Jiaoge, the shattered sea of blood transforming into an all-encompassing rain of blood, combining with the countless fist shadows, descending continuously. The gloves on his hands flickered with a strange spiritual light. However, the jade dragon sword within Yen Jiaoge's palm roared. Accompanied by the changes in his sword intent, countless stars circulated, as though the trajectories of the actual stars within the horizon were shifting and changing. A jade-green river of stars descended from the sky, keeping the fist shadows of the rain of blood at bay, hard-pressed to approach. The river of stars flowed downwards, piercing through Shui Wuya's chest. Shui Wuya stared wide-eyed, looking at Yen Jiaoge in death with remaining grievances. Before this, he had only heard that Yen Jiaoge had defeated Lu Xingfeng and Si, but had not personally witnessed it at the end of the day, not knowing the specifics of the battle. He had completely not thought that Yen Jiaoge's strength would actually be powerful to such an extent, leaving him completely unable to match up to him. However, Yen Jiaoge's attention was not placed on Shui Wuya. Shui Wuya had already fallen to the dark side. After his death, his corpse would dissipate. Meanwhile, the thread of blood behind his back that extended into the black fog also broke apart, looking like it was about to disappear. Yen Jiaoge brandished his sword once more. 7 streaks of sword light locked down that thread of blood that was about to be retracted into the black fog. To be continued. Chapter 187. Yen Jiaoge's sword light locked down the thread of blood that was about to be retracted back into the black fog. This way, the threads of blood would not dissipate, as Yen Jiaoge would be able to follow them and directly arrive at the core of the formation, no longer having to waste his energy in continuing to deduce and search for them. Yen Jiaoge let out a slight sigh of relief before picking up the pair of gloves that Shui Wuya had left on the ground after his death. The originally blood-red gloves gradually faded, revealing their original black color. Yen Jiaoge was slightly interested. A high-grade artifact, in that instant just now, actually possessed the power close to that of a low-grade spirit artifact. Although it's only temporary and requires a long time to recover, it's quite an interesting technique. For a martial artist like Shui Wuya, who was almost a lone wolf, even if he joined the Decimating Abyss as a grandmaster, it would still be very difficult for him to obtain a spirit weapon. You can't underestimate the intelligence of others' awe. After the Great Calamity, capable people have also appeared, having come up with quite a few techniques of a certain standard. Yen Jiaoge kept his gloves. When I have the time later, I'll have to study them a bit. He raised his head to look in the direction of the bloodline and narrowed his eyes slightly. Let's deal with the big thing in front of us first. As Yen Jiaoge followed the bloodlines, red lights that resembled bolts of lightning could be seen flickering within the black fog before him from time to time. The ground beneath his feet began to undulate like waves. Lowering his head, he could see countless complicated runes shuttling back and forth like flowing water. As Zhang Xian got closer to the core of the formation runes here became even more complicated, interweaving with one another. A powerful aura pulsed, vibrating nonstop. The terrifying aura that could confuse one's mind and cause one to feel fear and confusion was getting stronger and stronger. It was as if it had taken physical form and was drilling into every pore on the surface of one's body. It was suffocating. As Yen Zhaoge retracted his aura and proceeded onwards, he suddenly felt his heart palpitate. The entire demonic realm seemed to be trembling. That terrifying aura suddenly surged. Yen Zhaoge's gaze turned cold. This is the dimensional barrier between the 9 underworlds and the 8 extremities world. It is growing weaker and weaker, the gap indistinctly visible as a passageway will soon truly be ripped open, even though they were in the infernal domain. However, Yen Zhaoge could feel that both within and outside the devilish domain, the battle between the sacred grounds and the decimating abyss martial practitioners was also growing more intense. The door of the 9 underworlds was about to open. Other than Turbid Wave Pavilion, the experts of the other sacred grounds had also come to assist, and the decimating abyss martial practitioners gradually found it hard to resist. But as the aura of the 9 nether grew stronger and stronger, all the martial artists who fell to the dark side also faintly had the momentum of rising with the tide, especially when Yen Zhaoge could clearly feel the devilish formation at the bottom of this clear, concealed lake. After connecting with the power of the 9 underworlds, his strength began to grow stronger and stronger. Not only did it distort space and time to open the door to the 9 underworlds, when this demonic formation operated, it even began to turn from defense to offense, helping the decimating abyss martial artists suppress the experts of the various holy lands. Raising his head to look at the all-encompassing black fog, Yen Zhaoge muttered to himself, "The backup plan has indeed failed as well, having to fight head-on. Turbid Wave Pavilion, Lord's reaction shouldn't be slow, right?" The 6 great holy lands of the current era, Broad Creed Mountain and Infinite Boundless Mountain, had sacred artifacts but no martial saints. The other 4 clans each had a martial saint sitting over them. The number 1 expert of Turbid Wave Pavilion, the current pavilion lord, the Roiling Cloud Martial Saint. Turbid Wave Roiling Clouds and Qinglin was also the only female martial saint of the current 8 extremities world, the number 1 female expert of the current era. Although they were strictly neutral and did not easily interfere with foreign affairs, Turbid Wave Pavilion guarded the lake region's territory like an iron bucket. It would also be very hard for other clans to easily intervene. Only the 9 underworlds, evil devils with their formless and formless corrosive power, could barely penetrate through. However, with such a major incident occurring in the territory of the lake domain, it was impossible for Qinglin to just sit back and watch. While they were separated by a great distance of 5,000 kilometers, with the speed of a martial saint exiting seclusion at Turbid Wave Pavilion and rushing over here, it wouldn't take too long. The only thing that Yen Zhaoge was worried about was that since the enemy knew their plans like the back of their hands, they should also have a plan to deal with any subsequent changes. Whether the decimating Abyss organization had a martial saint, or whether they had an expert who, boosted by the power of the devilish domain, was something that Yen Zhaoge didn't know. However, he knew that if the enemy had planned ahead of time, drawing the flame devils on the East Sea to make use of the chance to cause trouble, forming a pincer attack from both sides, let alone in Qinglin, even the Lord of Jade Sea City, the Jade Sea Martial Saint Songliang, would probably have to keep a close eye on the East Sea, not having the time to rush over. That's why I say that having a traitor is really a headache-inducing thing. Rubbing his temples, Yen Zhaoge sighed, continuing forward. Following the line of blood, Yen Zhaoge saw that amidst the black fog before him, a light actually vaguely began to appear. The further he went, the more piercing the light became, the blood-red everything appearing terrifying and mournful. As Yen Zhaoge passed through the black fog, the scene before him instantly changed. Enveloped by a red light, the vast region was completely empty, with only a structure that resembled a tall tower standing in the very center. That tall tower was completely golden, yet emitted a blood-red glow. Countless spirit patterns that flickered with black light converged from all directions, concentrating on that tall tower. The black spirit patterns resembled numerous black chains, tightly entangling the tall tower. Looking over, Yanjiaoge discovered that this tall golden tower, rising from the ground, seemed to still be gradually increasing in height. The ground beneath the tall tower roiled unceasingly, as though it had a life of its own. The soil unceasingly clustered around the tall tower, adding to its height as it rose unceasingly. At the top of the tall golden tower, streams of red light flickered, vaguely seeming to form a door. This red door of light was projected onto the ground in front of the tall tower. What Yanjiaoge noticed was that the red door of light in the air was currently trembling unceasingly, shuddering, as though it might open at any moment. And on the ground in front of the tall tower, the projection of the red door of light was also trembling unceasingly. The crevice between the two doors was distorting unceasingly, causing the ground to also distort intensely. It was as though something was about to drill out from the ground, ripping a massive, deep abyss in the ground. Yanjiaoge's expression turned somewhat solemn. The red door of light above the tall tower was the result of a formation, while the projection on the ground was the true Great Nine Underworld's door that was about to open. If that crevice really opened, transforming into something that truly existed, the deep abyss down below would not lead to the underground of this eight extremities world, nor would it lead to the soil and rocks at the bottom of clear, concealed lake. Instead, it would be that legendary 9 underworlds. Just from the appearance of this door, one could tell that it was already about to open. Yanjiaoge's gaze flickered as he saw that near the distorted red door of light on the ground, there were shockingly still a few people there. One of them was precisely the Lu Xingfeng who had previously been defeated by Yanjiaoge. At this moment, his pupils were yellow, his gaze emitting a red light. He had clearly already fallen to the dark side. Beside Lu Xingfeng were 2 other martial practitioners, similar to Lu Xingfeng in their somewhat psychotic, savage smiles. They were similarly fallen practitioners. In front of the 3 of them, there were 5 people lying paralyzed on the ground, unable to move. Yanjiaoge's gaze swept over them. They were actually all people he knew. Yi Zhongzhou, Ruan Ping, Li Jingwan, Xiaoyu Zhangyao. To be continued. Chapter 188. Qi. Lu Shengfeng extended a finger and jabbed out. A bloody hole instantly appeared on Yi Zhongzhou's arm. Yi Zhongzhou clenched his teeth, not uttering a sound as he glared furiously at Lu Shengfeng. Lu Shengfeng smiled slightly. What a tough guy. Saying thus, he tapped out lightly with his finger once more. Heavily injured, Yi Zhongzhou was hard-pressed to evade as he could only watch as yet another bloody hole appeared on his arm. Lu Shengfeng laughed somewhat crazily. I love torturing tough guys the most because they are usually able to last longer, allowing me to play with them a few more times. Yi Zhongzhou let out a muffled groan. Madman! He glared at Lu Shengfeng. You torture me, wanting me to be enraged or despairing, wanting me to hate you, wanting me to fall to the dark side like you? Stop daydreaming. I am indeed enraged, indeed wishing that I could kill a madman like you. But I definitely won't let these thoughts consume me, becoming a devil like you. Lu Shengfeng said nonchalantly, It's you who should stop daydreaming. You are not my match in the first place, and now that you are heavily injured, how can you kill me? A somewhat mischievous smile hung on his face. If you fall to the dark side, your strength will rise even further, and breaking through to the late Xiantian stage might not be impossible. Only then will you have the capital to battle me. Also, at the same time as you fall to the dark side, you will obtain a chance in which your injuries will completely recover. Look at me, I was previously beaten by Yanjiaoge to the point that my divine mountain tyrannical body was broken, and at the same time my injuries were so severe that I was virtually unable to get up. Under such circumstances, transforming into a devil cleansing my body with devilish qi and reconstructing myself. My injuries will immediately recover. Fighting the 5 of you alone will be very easy." As Lu Shengfeng smiled, he extended a finger once more, his aura qi penetrating Yi Zhongzhou's arm once more. "I have good intentions. I'm giving you a chance to rise again." Cold sweat dripped down Yi Zhongzhou's forehead as he clenched his teeth, ignoring Lu Xingfeng's bewitchment. Lu Xingfeng was also not in a hurry as he looked smilingly at Wan Ping by the side. "Junior brother Wan of Turbid Wave Pavilion, I am extremely grateful for your hospitality over the past few days, and ought to return some gifts." As he spoke, he jabbed his finger down. A bloody hole also appeared on Wan Ping's arm. Wan Ping grunted and turned his head to the side, refusing to answer Lu Shengfeng. Lu Shengfeng was not in a hurry. He said with a smile, "Actually, if the 2 of you were to fall to the dark side and join forces, you might be able to fight me. Won't you consider it?" Beside him, the other 2 fallen evils watched this scene with amusement. Wan Ping remained silent. Yi Zhongzhou sneered, "Dream on." Lu Shengfeng looked at Yi Zhongzhou and then at Wan Ping, a cold and mocking smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. He stood up, moved his feet, and said nonchalantly, "Forget it, it doesn't matter. I'm not a person who likes to force others." As he spoke, he moved to Li Jingwan and Zhang Yao's side. Yi Zhongzhou's expression changed. "Lu Shengfeng, what are you doing?" Lu Xingfeng grinned and said, "It's nothing. Greet the 2 young junior sisters and get to know each other." He smiled as he squatted down before Li Jingwan and Zhang Yao. The 2 girls were still able to maintain their composure, but Li Jingwan pursed her lips tightly. Zhang Yao clenched her teeth, closing her eyes. Lu Shengfeng looked rather interestedly at the 2 girls, his gaze first landing on Li Jingwan before he tapped out with a finger. A bloody hole instantly appeared on Li Jingwan's shoulder. The Jade Sea City female disciple groaned in pain, but her gaze was still fearless. She seemed rather unyielding. Li Jingwan glared angrily at Lu Xingfeng before she abruptly closed her eyes, an unnatural flush surfacing on her face. A powerful aura qi suddenly erupted from her heavily injured body. Activating the heaven's surging tide under such circumstances, are you trying to end your own life? Lu Shengfeng was rather taken aback before he chuckled, swiftly pressing down with a palm, dispersing the aura qi that Li Jingwan had gathered. "Sadly, the gap between our strength is too great, and you are also heavily injured. In front of me now, it would be hard for you to die even if you wanted to." Li Jingwan opened her eyes, glaring furiously at Lu Shengfeng. Lu Shengfeng came before her, smiling. "After falling to the dark side and recovering from your injuries, if you had immediately committed suicide at that time, I might not have been able to stop you in time." Li Jingwan glared furiously at Lu Xingfeng for a while before she closed her eyes once more, still not saying a word. The smile on Lu Xingfeng's face vanished. "Junior sister Li might not understand me too well. I am a person who is more afraid of death. Therefore, towards those people who view death as a return home, I am especially not in admiration, but in disgust." Saying thus, Lu Shengfeng tapped out with a finger, a mist of blood instantly erupting from one of Li Jingwan's legs, the pain causing the young girl's face to be pale as paper. Therefore, I like to concoct those people who are not afraid of death the most. I have countless ways to make them feel even worse than death, letting them know that not being afraid of death is actually not that much of a big deal. Swiveling his head to look at Zhang Yao, Lu Shengfeng bared his teeth in a smile. "Turbid Wave Pavilion's junior sister Zhang, we meet again." Zhang Yao shut her eyes tightly, not speaking as Lu Shengfeng smiled. "Speaking of this, I have really let junior sister Zhang see a joke. Earlier, when clashing with that Yan Zhaoga, I lost to him, losing in a rather ugly manner." Lu Shengfeng lightly tapped Zhang Yao's shoulder, his power condensed without being released. "Of the few of you, I actually hope that the one I want to greet the most is you. After all, it would be a little awkward for the 2 of us to meet." Zhang Yao's body trembled slightly as Lu Xingfeng continued. I have always been thinking about how to get rid of this awkwardness, but after thinking for a long time, I still couldn't think of anything. In the end, I still decided that it would be better for us to never meet again. If you want to say goodbye forever, naturally only being separated by life and death would be the safest. As for me, I am afraid of death and also don't want to die. Therefore, I can only ask you to die. Qi. Zhang Yao's shoulder was pierced through by the force of Lu Xingfeng's finger as she let out a tragic cry. Lu Xingfeng said leisurely, however, before you die, you can still accompany me to have some fun. Zhang Yao hissed, just kill me. Lu Xingfeng shook his head, smiling. I will, but when it will be is up to me. Yi Zhongzhou glared angrily at Lu Xingfeng. Lu Xingfeng looked back at him, smiling. You want to save them? Sadly, you don't have that ability. Fall to the dark side and give it a try. At least there will be some chance. However, you won't be able to do it alone. Only together with that junior brother Wan will there be a chance of success. You. Veins popped out on Yi Zhongzhou's neck as he panted heavily, staring fixedly at Lu Xingfeng. By the side, Wan Ping still had his eyes closed and did not speak. Senior brother Lu, calm down. If there are any problems, everyone can speak openly. It's fine as long as they are spoken openly. There's nothing that can't be resolved through communication. Xiao Yu said hurriedly. You shut up. Lu Xingfeng said coldly, the reason I put you last is not because you are my fellow disciple, but because you are the one I want to kill the most, the one I hate the most. As Lu Xingfeng said this, he directly pointed a finger at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu let out a tragic cry as a bloody hole appeared on his abdomen, fresh blood flowing out. Say something, and I'll give it to you, Lu Xingfeng said with a cold smile. Now, as you wish, let's talk. Lu Xingfeng came before Xiao Yu grinning. Right, we are fellow disciples, so I ought to give you some preferential treatment. After saying that, he pointed his finger again, and another bloody hole appeared on Xiao Yu's body. You say one sentence, and I'll give you two. Chapter 189. Lu Xingfeng lowered his head to look at Xiao Yu, saying indifferently, You're stronger than me, I can only listen when you speak. You're so weak, yet you're still chattering all day, spouting a bunch of nonsense. Who has the patience to listen to your nonsense? Xiao Yu forcefully endured the intense pain, looking in another direction. Junior apprentice brother Zhao, persuade senior apprentice brother Lu. In the distance, behind the golden tower, a figure walked out, his gaze cold and unyielding. It was Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao's expression was as per usual, his eyes bright and calm. Your wills are strong enough. No one can force you to fall to the dark side. At most, it's just death. If you want to drag out an ignoble existence, why care if you're a human or a devil? But if I were you, rather than being a fish on a chopping board waiting to be slaughtered, I might as well become a devil, obtain power, and fight with my life on the line. Yi Zhongzhou and the others all looked at him in shock. Xiao Yu's mouth agape. Even junior apprentice brother Zhao is willing to become a devil? But you clearly haven't fallen to the dark side. Zhao Hao said disdainfully, to you, becoming a devil is just magnifying a certain thought in your heart. What you didn't dare to do in the past, you now have the guts to do. And there's nothing I don't dare to do. What I want to do, I'll do it, live freely, and do as I please. To me, there's no difference between a human or a devil. I don't care if others are humans or devils. To me, it's all the same. Those who block my path, I'll kill them. There's no difference between humans and devils. Zhao Hao sneered, his expression full of contempt. The most dangerous and poisonous is the human heart. Devils are born from the heart, and as long as life exists, devils will never be extinguished. You fear evil devils, but it's actually just fear the deepest thoughts in your heart. But to me, I've never minded following the true thoughts in my heart, but I won't lose control either. What I seek is freedom, to be unfettered to be free and unfettered. To me, in this world, only power is real. Everything else is but an illusion. Old man Mo treats me pretty well, so I owe him a favor, even though I have no interest in becoming like him, or help him make the 9 underworlds descend. But I won't deliberately ruin his plans. Zhao Hao looked disdainfully at Yi Zhongzhou, Xiao Yu, and the rest. Therefore, I do not care about evil devils, because I can control my own mental state, unlike trash like you, daring to think but not daring to admit it, still cowering and hiding. Yi Zhongzhou did not care that Lu Xingfeng and the others were right beside him, as he could not help but let loose a torrent of abuse. A bunch of nonsense. He's just a selfish, cold, and detached person. Zhao Hao was surprised, trash like you. What right do you have to criticize me? When these words were spoken, Yi Zhongzhou and the others could not help but be stunned, and even Lu Xingfeng cast a sidelong glance. Zhao Hao's gaze swept past Yi Zhongzhou and Ruan Ping, snorting lightly. You're not young anymore, yet you're only a mid-Xiantian martial scholar. You've lived your life like a dog. Yi Zhongzhou was instantly angered to the point of laughing. You are merely at the late inner aura stage, yet you say that I am merely at the mid-Xiantian stage. Zhao Hao smiled disdainfully. What cultivation level did you have when you were my age? Is he taller than me? If he isn't, do you have the face to speak to me? Yi Zhongzhou's eyes widened, glaring furiously at him. You bastard, if not for my current injuries, I would definitely teach you a lesson. Ruan Ping also opened his eyes at this time, glaring furiously at Zhao Hao. Lu Xingfeng seemed to be smiling, yet not. His gaze shifted between Zhao Hao, Yi Zhongzhou, Ruan Ping, and the others. The 2 beside him looked at Zhao Hao, their expressions also rather awkward and unfriendly. But Lu Xingfeng waved his hands, gesturing for them to keep quiet. Zhao Hao also ignored the expressions of Lu Xingfeng and the others, casting a sidelong glance at Yi Zhongzhou. By the way, I wasn't even a martial scholar a year ago. Now, I'm a late inner aura martial scholar. Back then, how much time did you take to go from a body refiner to a late inner aura martial scholar? Faster than me? If not faster than me, then what are you if not trash? How much has your cultivation increased in a year? You're already so old, yet you're only a mid-Xiantian martial scholar. If your age wasn't eaten by a dog, then where did you live? Teach me a lesson? Let's not compete in cultivation speed, but in strength at the same cultivation level. At the same cultivation level, I can easily take on 3 to 5 of you. Teach me a lesson? Zhao Hao looked somewhat pitifully at Yi Zhongzhou. Actually, it might be better for you to die today. Otherwise, you'll see very soon in the future that I'll surpass you in cultivation level before long, crushing you like an ant at the same time. Yi Zhongzhou pushed upwards with a single breath, but was unable to move due to his heavy injuries. His eyes instantly turned red in anger. Xiao Yu looked at Zhao Hao in shock. Junior brother Zhao, aren't your words a little too hurtful? Zhao Hao glanced at him, saying disdainfully, the most trash is you. You don't know how to do anything, only knowing how to blabber endlessly. A person like you, if not for your master protecting you, you would have long since died 100 times over. I look down on people like you the most. Your talent is clearly not bad, but you don't know how to cherish it, wasting it for nothing. You're worse than trash. As he spoke at the top of the golden tower, the projection of the red door of light on the ground became more and more distorted. Meanwhile, the power contained within also became more and more terrifying. A strange, tyrannical aura emanated, causing the originally already heavily injured Yi Zhongzhou, Zhang Yao, and the others to feel even more unbearable. The black chains entangling the golden tower shook unceasingly. The world of red light that they were in was also shaking unceasingly. Outside of the domain of red light, black fog roiled as many powerful spiritual lights intersected with the fist intents of martial practitioners. The opening of the great 9 underworld's door had already reached its final, Crucial moment. Meanwhile, the attacks and defenses of the numerous experts outside had also reached the point where it was either you or I who lived. The defensive line of the decimating Abyss organization's experts had already gradually been pressured to the vicinity of the core of the formation. However, accompanied by the terrifying aura within the Great Nine Underworld's door growing stronger and stronger, the decimating Abyss organization's experts grew braver as they fought, actually beginning to drive the experts of the various sacred grounds out once more. Zhao Hao glanced disdainfully at Xiaoyu, Yi Zhongzhou, and the others, before turning and walking back towards the Golden Tower, saying casually, "If you find Yan Zhaoge, remember to let me know." Lu Shengfeng laughed. "You want to find Yan Zhaoge?" Zhao Hao said, "Yan Zhaoge is finally different from these trash. However, I will let him know that the two of us are also different." "Looking for me?" A voice suddenly resounded by their ears. Lu Shengfeng. Zhao Hao and the others all turned to look, seeing Yan Zhaoge looking at them from a distance away. Yan Zhaoge, however, did not look at Lu Shengfeng and Zhao Hao, instead looking solemnly and apologetically at Yi Zhongzhou and the others. "Everyone, I'm sorry. Some things require time to prepare, and I've made you suffer. I guarantee that later I will give you the chance to personally repay Lu Shengfeng 100-fold. Chapter 190. Yan Zhaoge gazed at that towering golden pagoda, as well as the red door projected down below. The door of the 9 underworlds was about to open. After the initial shock, Lu Shengfeng let out a strange laugh. "Pay me back 100 times? Who do you think you are?" "That's right. Even if I've been reborn and my strength has increased, I might still not be a match for you. But so what?" There was a hint of madness in Lu Shengfeng's smile. "The 9 underworlds will descend. This place will become our paradise. Do you think you can stop it? There are so many great grandmasters out there who can't do it. Do you think you can do it?" "That's right. You did sneak in. But what can you do as a mere guru?" Lu Shengfeng grinned as he turned to the side, making a gesture of courtesy towards Yan Zhaoge, indicating for him to head towards the Golden Tower. "We'll make way for you and let you attack the core of the formation. With your cultivation, you won't be able to destroy such a large formation. It's like an ant trying to shake a tree." Yan Zhaoge's expression was calm. "Indeed, with my cultivation base, I would indeed be unable to do it. The descent of the 9 underworlds is indeed something that must be stopped. Otherwise, even if I save senior brother Yi, junior sister Zhang, and the others, the end result will be that everyone will die together. So, why do you think I didn't beat you into a pig's head and save senior brother Yi and the others just now? What did you think I was preparing for?" As Yan Zhaoge spoke, the roiling sound of thunder suddenly resounded by everyone's ears. Amidst the rumbling, a purple pearl slowly rose up, like a purple sun, appearing in the blood-red world. It was the fragment of the eye of the Thunder Emperor. Berserk lightning that gave off a destructive pressure surged out from within. Purple lightning, snakes twisted in the air. Yan Zhaoge lightly tapped forward with his finger at an extremely slow speed. His fingertips felt like they were carrying a heavy burden, carrying an infinite weight. The purple orb formed from the fragment of the eye of the Thunder Emperor emitted a humming sound, before transforming into purple lightning. It crashed towards the Golden Tower. The purple lightning clashed with the Golden Tower. A crack visible to the naked eye immediately appeared on the tower, extending from the top all the way to the bottom. The black runes that wrapped around the Golden Tower trembled non-stop. A large number of fractures. Even the red door of light at the top of the Golden Tower began to tremble, its surface rippling like water. However, the Golden Tower did not completely shatter. The projection of the red light door on the ground was still there. The terrifying aura became stronger and stronger, and the door of the 9 Serenities was still about to open. The core of the formation was under attack, and the formation itself was constantly operating, dissipating the power and the formation was also changing. The red canopy above their heads split open. The rolling black fog was churning. Amidst the devilish chi that surged to the heavens, 2 streaks of spiritual light shot into the skies as 2 lofty mountain peaks, one black and one red, now appeared before the eyes of Yen Jiaoge and the others. Taking a closer look, the 2 mountains seemed to be thousands of zhang tall. Floating in the sky, they exerted a tremendous pressure. Numerous enormous spirit talismans, each about an acre in circumference, gathered together and formed a huge spirit formation. Then, the 2 sky-propping divine mountains collided with each other. The berserk aura tore apart the surrounding fiend domain heaven and earth. That black divine mountain, it clearly held the upper hand. A loud laughter resounded within the sky. Shan Sherwing, you were originally not my match. Here, you are even less so. This laughter was precisely the voice of that infinite, boundless mountain's Elder Mo originally. He should have been surrounded and captured at the very first moment, but now he was majestic and awe-inspiring. Suppressing Shan Sherwing, his loud laughter resounded, deafening to the ears. This is what you're relying on! Child of the Yen family, son of the heavenly thunder halls, Lin Tianfeng, spreading the news of you obtaining a sacred artifact fragment to the entire world. How could we not know about it? But so what? You are a mere martial scholar at the end of the day. Even if it's a fragment of a sacred artifact, it is still the foundation of a sacred artifact. How much of its power can you wield? This old man's luck is not bad, just happening to be nearby. This sacred artifact fragment, this old man will kindly accept it. I have to thank you for giving this old man such a treasure. The black divine mountain seemed to grow even taller, directly suppressing the red divine mountain. Cracks even began to appear on the surface of the red divine mountain. Elder Mo laughed coldly, still wet behind the ears brat, relying on some talent, not knowing the immensity of the heavens and the earth. You must know that geniuses like you are the easiest to die prematurely. Still want to exchange blows with this old man? Sure, this old man will satisfy you today. After the 9 underworlds descend, this old man will slowly deal with you. On the ground, Zhao Hao said expressionlessly, leave him to me. If I don't personally kill him, my heart won't be at ease, my thoughts won't be smooth. Elder Mo laughed loudly. Let's see if his life is that tough, whether he can survive under this old man's hands. While cracks had been left on that tall golden tower by the eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment, the fragment was also embedded within, being sucked in by the tall golden tower. Numerous streaks of blood-red light flickered. The tall golden tower actually resembled a living being as it attempted to devour the eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment. Looking at Yen Jiaoge, Lu Shangfeng chuckled. What are you still spacing out for? Hurry up and save your treasure? If you save this treasure of yours, then immediately run away with your tail between your legs. You might be able to escape with your life. As for my side, you don't have to worry about it. Lu Shangfeng grinned as he walked towards Yizhongzhou and the others. Let them take revenge with their own hands, taking revenge on me 1,000 times over. There is no longer any hope of that. You'd better hope that you can survive, taking revenge for them in the future. But you know that I'm afraid of death. I'll definitely hide well. Yi Zhongzhou, Zhang Yao, and the others watched the eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment being trapped by the tall golden tower, feeling the terrifying aura within the great 9 underworld's door growing more and more dense and real. At this moment, a feeling of despair finally arose within their hearts. Glaring furiously at Lu Shangfeng, Zhang Yao yelled loudly, only knowing how to bully the weak, a coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Back when you were beaten into a pile of mud by senior apprentice brother Yen, wagging your tail and begging for mercy, not even comparable to a dog. What a joke! Lu Shangfeng chuckled, wanting to anger me into killing you. You'd have to do it quickly? How could it be so easy? Right, I'm just bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Before experts, I'm the most obedient little dog. Before weaklings like you, junior apprentice Sister Zhang, I'm your most terrifying nightmare. Lu Xingfeng came before Zhang Yao, pinching her cheek, forcing her to meet his gaze. Little girl, now this pile of mud of mine is going to be smeared all over your face. Are you prepared? Move your hand away. Yan Zhaoge's voice suddenly resounded by Lu Xingfeng's ear. Lu Shengfeng frowned. He suddenly discovered that Yan Zhaoge's tone was very calm, not having the slightest hint of a sense of defeat. Yan Zhaoge's gaze swept past Lu Xingfeng's trio as well as Zhao Hao. Looking at Yi Zhongzhou, Zhang Yao, and the others lying on the ground, he suddenly laughed. I'm not targeting anyone, I just want to say. Yan Zhaoge's gaze turned cold. All of you, as long as you're still standing, you're all trash. Chapter 191. Before Yan Zhaoge's words had landed, that fragment of the eye of the Thunder Emperor, which seemed to have been trapped within the Golden Tower, suddenly flickered intensely. Along with this flash, the Golden Tower suddenly trembled. As the Golden Pagoda shook, the entire array seemed to shake as well. The red door projection on the ground shook violently, and time seemed to freeze at this moment. The boundlessly terrifying and intimidating aura of the netherworld seemed to have weakened slightly at this moment. In the sky, Elder Mo's furious roar rang out from the black divine mountain. All the fallen evils in the infernal domain were affected by the feedback of the 9 underworlds, and their minds were shaken, causing them to fall into a momentary daze. At the same time, Yan Zhaoge's figure flickered, already disappearing from the spot. As it rose and fell, a beam of green light suddenly lit up. A long rainbow pierced through the sky, instantly piercing through space and slashing straight in front of Lu Xingfeng. After a momentary daze, Lu Xingfeng came back to his senses and almost subconsciously increased his strength to crush Zhang Yao's skull. However, to a martial practitioner like Yan Zhaoge, this instant of time was already long enough. With a flash of green light, blood splattered everywhere. Lu Xingfeng let out a muffled groan. The arm with which he had been pinching Zhang Yao's face had already been chopped off by Yan Zhaoge's sword. The 2 fallen evils beside him also came to their senses at this moment. Ignoring Lu Xingfeng, they raised their hands in unison. 2 ropes flew out with runes, and runes appearing on them. In an instant, a powerful light lit up, transforming into a sphere of light, wanting to lock Yan Zhaoge within. Not even looking at it, Yan Zhaoge flipped his left hand, a glass vessel appearing within which a blood-red light flickered. After breaking Lin Zhou's blood cocoon web last time, Yan Zhaoge forged yet another blood devil plate. The blood-red light shot out and instantly broke the sphere of light. The 2 fallen evils furrowed their brows. The strength of their barrier was due to the infernal domain's geographical advantage. It was enough to trap a reaching heaven-state guru for a period of time, and even a great grandmaster for a few breaths, who knew that Yan Zhaoge would actually immediately break through, not obstructing him in the slightest. Both of them were experts in combat. Since their first strike had missed, they did not hesitate. He immediately launched his second attack. One of them let out a low roar, kicking straight at Yan Zhaoge. As he kicked out, his aura chi immediately transformed into an illusory heaven and earth, boundless tides sweeping towards Yan Zhaoge. This martial practitioner's legs struck out consecutively, resembling an unceasing tsunami, each higher than the previous as it slammed madly towards Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge was about to face the enemy when the other fallen practitioner formed a ring with his hands. A large amount of stellar energy gathered between his hands and burst forth with blinding light. The aura chi of this person's entire body gathered together, forming a massive ball of light before he pushed it out with his hands, blasting towards Yan Zhaoge from another direction. The massive ball of light not only enveloped Yan Zhaoge, it also swept along the collapsed Yi Zhongzhou, Zhang Yao, and the others. If Yan Zhaoge didn't handle this carefully, Yi Zhongzhou and the others would immediately be caught in the crossfire. If he helped Yi Zhongzhou and the others to defend against the other opponent's attack, he would not be able to do so. He wanted to pose a threat to Yan Zhaoge. Yi Zhongzhou and the others stared wide-eyed. If they were in their shoes, it would be difficult for them to deal with such a dangerous situation. What will he do? Ruan Ping's heart tightened. Zhang Yao's lips unconsciously opened. Senior apprentice brother Yan, Yi Zhongzhou clenched his fists. Don't worry about us. At a time like this, you have to prioritize your own safety. Lu Xingfeng's gaze was savage. Clutching the wound of his severed arm, a black jade pendant hanging by his waist now flew up, transforming into a streak of light as it connected to his severed arm. Yan Zhaoge, Lu Shengfeng held madly. At the wound of his severed arm, the black light actually temporarily condensed into a brand new arm. His entire body's aura qi congregated before he struck out simultaneously with both palms, striking towards Yan Zhaoge. Knowing that Yan Zhaoge had quite a few spirit artifacts on him, in order to prevent Yan Zhaoge from relying on spirit artifacts to forcibly resist their attacks, Lu Xingfeng and the others simultaneously opened their mouths and roared loudly. As they opened their mouths, they each spat out a streak of dark light, forming a ring in midair. The ring was not a spirit artifact, but a unique treasure. As the dark light flickered, Yan Zhaoge temporarily lost his connection with the spirit artifact. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge was not flustered or hurried in the slightest. His gaze calm as his body abruptly shook, a hand extending outwards, resembling an illusory shadow. The 12-winged heavenly snake king that resided within the sea of stars, swallowing a true dragon, seemed to have reappeared within this world. Yan Zhaoge grabbed out, breaking through the waves of the sea, grabbing the other party's right leg. Not waiting for that fallen practitioner to make his next move, Yan Zhaoge's body spun, exerting force with his arm, directly making a great circle. The next moment, this fallen practitioner's entire body was thrown into the air by Yan Zhaoge in another direction. That direction was precisely the massive ball of light that the other person had pushed out with both palms. A boom resounded as the first opponent was forcibly used as a meat shield by Yan Zhaoge, blocking the ferocious attack of the second opponent. The violent light scattered in all directions, unable to harm Yan Zhaoge, as well as Yi Zhongzhou, Zhang Yao, and the others. After flicking his arm, Yan Zhaoge also shot out like a thunderbolt, his palm continuing to slam onto the body of the first fallen practitioner who had blocked the attack for him. Having originally already been heavily injured after receiving a full-powered blow from his companion, Yan Zhaoge now followed up with another palm, instantly losing his life. At this moment, within the fragment of the eye of the Thunder Emperor atop the Golden Tower, a boom resounded. The purple orb abruptly vibrated, a vibration so fast that it could not be captured by human vision. It was as though the ancient Thunder Emperor had blinked, flicked his finger, blinked in an instant. Infinite, boundless, violent thunderbolts completely erupted in this short instant. An instant's thunder in an instant combusting everything, concentrating all of its power to be unleashed in a single instant. Illuminated by the light of thunder, Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change as he pushed the corpse of his first opponent with his palm, resembling raising a shield, continuing to smash towards his second opponent. The enemy clenched his teeth, pushing out with his palms once more, wanting to shatter his companion's corpse along with Yan Zhaoge. However, just as the two neared each other, Yan Zhaoge's figure resembled the agility of a monkey as he abruptly spun. The enemy's palm only shattered that corpse, while Yan Zhaoge appeared by his side, a violent palm mightily descending with the momentum of collapsing the heavens. An explosive boom resounded as the second opponent's skull was directly smashed apart by Yan Zhaoge's palm. Only now did Lu Xingfeng, who had been chasing Yan Zhaoge with all his might, just arrive behind him. Yan Zhaoge turned, his gaze like lightning as he gazed at Lu Xingfeng. Lu Xingfeng's heart trembled, the light of thunder illuminating his face to the point that it turned purple. Meanwhile, Yan Zhaoge strode forward, punching straight out towards Lu Shangfeng. His aura qi agglomerated, blazing fire enveloping the heavens and covering the earth, sweeping away all evil spirits and monsters. Not daring to hesitate in the slightest, Lu Xingfeng's new arm formed of black light also punched out. As the light flickered, numerous illusory scenes were formed. Countless evil devils, seemingly howling savagely within the black light. As Yan Zhaoge punched out, the roars of dragons and tigers resounded, the terrifying power extinguishing countless evil devils as it swept through everything before it. To be continued. Chapter 192. Yan Zhaoge punched out with his right fist before immediately taking a step forward, his left elbow smashing out horizontally. Then he took the third step, lowered his body slightly, and smashed forward with his right shoulder. Finger flicking, shocking, thunder, triple strike. The first punch of Yan Zhaoge's right fist directly shattered that new arm of Lu Xingfeng's, formed of black light. Lu Xingfeng was shocked. He couldn't dodge in time and could only take it head-on. He circulated his divine mountain body to the extreme. However, Yan Zhaoge's left elbow shot out like a sudden clap of thunder, mightily striking Lu Xingfeng's chest. Lu Xingfeng's face suddenly turned pale. The divine mountain overlord body was broken again. Next, Yan Zhaoge's finger-flicking, shocking thunder propelled his third strike, his right shoulder slamming mightily into Lu Xingfeng's chest. A muffled pang resounded as Yan Zhaoge seemed to have smashed into a great mountain with his shoulder, Lu Xingfeng's body directly flying backwards. Amidst his tragic cries, fresh blood spurted madly out of Lu Xingfeng's mouth as his entire body's aura qi was scattered by Yan Zhaoge with a single blow. A large part of his chest had caved in. Many white bones twisted and pierced out of his flesh. Lu Shangfeng fell to the ground like a rag sack. His entire body was limp, and he was gasping for air more than he was gasping for air. Blood foam kept flowing out of his mouth. While his strength had risen due to falling to the dark side, the current Yan Zhaoge had improved even more than when they had first clashed. Beneath the flickering light of thunder, Yan Zhaoge's gaze was cold as he looked calmly at the fallen Lu Xingfeng on the ground. I said before, senior apprentice brother Yi and junior apprentice sister Zhang will have the chance to personally take revenge on you. Lu Xingfeng's eyes widened, and his body twitched as he struggled, but it was difficult for him to even move a finger. As though proving Yan Zhaoge's words, atop the golden tower, the eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment flickered with immeasurable radiance in that instant, releasing infinite thunderbolts. An instant later, the light from the eye of the Thunder Emperor suddenly dimmed, disappearing without a trace. It was as if the terrifying scene from before had been an illusion. However, crackling sounds rang out incessantly. The light on the golden tower suddenly dissipated. Its surface lost its luster and became like an ordinary stone pillar. The surface of the pagoda was covered in cracks. It kept shattering and falling down. It was like a meteor shower. The black runes that were wrapped around the tower, like chains, vibrated in unison. Then, as if they were enduring an irresistible force, they stretched taut. Afterward, these black formation patterns were breaking apart one by one. Countless spirit patterns rolled backwards, shrinking back into the surrounding black mist. The entire formation actually began to reverse. Elder Mo's angry roar resounded in the air, and the other decimating abyss experts' cries of surprise and anger rose and fell in the distance. What made Lu Shengfeng feel the most despair was that he was lying on the ground, struggling to turn his neck to look at the red door of light in the sky. It was difficult for him to move his neck, but he could see it from the corner of his eyes. The red light gate that was originally standing at the peak of the tower began to dissipate as the tower collapsed. Needless to say, the real door of the 9 serenities that was projected on the ground, the door of the 9 serenities that was about to open, had lost all hope. Yi Zhongzhou, Wan Ping, Li Jingwan, Xiao Yu and Zhang Yao all had dazed looks on their faces. In their eyes, in a short instant, the situation that was on the verge of despair suddenly reversed. In the red light, devilish domain, the towering pagoda shattered and collapsed, turning into countless pieces of rubble that fell like a torrential rain. Down below, Yen Zhaoge's towering figure resembled that of a descending divinity, the terrifying aura of the 9 underworlds. After a slight pause, it shook crazily, yet showed signs of being at the end of the road. An instant's thunder in that instant ignited all of its power and erupted its might powerful. The Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment, wielded by Yen Zhaoge. It truly shook the core of the devilish domain grand formation, to the disbelief of others. After burning it once, the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment uncontrollably fell into a dormant state, the purple orb turning dim and lusterless, its aura completely gone as it entered a dormant state, awaiting recovery. Yen Zhaoge's own essence, qi and spirit, closely linked with the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment, also began to decline rapidly at this moment. But just at this moment, a sword light lit up. The sword light was bright, bright as fire, instantly illuminating the dark space, its target being Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge's expression did not change as he calmly looked at the Zhao Hao who was assaulting him. Zhao Hao stared coldly at Yen Zhaoge, the crimson sword within his hands overflowing with light, resembling flying fire. It was, shockingly, a spirit artifact. Xiao Yu stared hard, his eyes wide. As a fellow disciple, he knew that infinite, boundless mountain had not bestowed a spirit artifact upon Zhao Hao. Yen Zhaoge was not surprised at Zhao Hao's heaven-defying fortuitous encounter, possessing a treasure along with him, as he only focused on the sword that was attacking towards him. Your strength is currently greatly diminished, and I originally disdained taking advantage of you when you are down. However, your cultivation base is originally higher than mine, and only now can it be considered a fair battle between us. Zhao Hao said coldly, during the Heavenly Connection meet, I contacted you through old MO, wanting to battle you at the same cultivation level, but you did not dare to accept. But now, if you dare, you want to battle. If you don't dare, you still want to battle. It is not up to you. The sword within his hands, in the time it took for sparks to fly off a flint, the sword aura resembling blazing fire spreading throughout the plains. The sword light was like fire, as specks of starlight seemed to light up, numerous shooting stars descending from the sky. Under this sword, a sharp, profound sword intent was contained, the starlight and the fiery light seemingly merging as one. The crimson sword light gradually turned from red to gold. The all-encompassing golden fiery light scattered, before all of its power condensed into a single line, its target being Yen Zhaoge. Pill fire divine sword, starfire trailing skies. Yen Zhaoge, draw your sword. Zhao Hao roared, come fight. Accompanied by this loud roar of his, the aura of his sword surged madly. While he was still a late inner aura martial scholar, under this sword it seemed like it could split the heavens and the earth apart. At this moment, Zhao Hao's body seemed to have become incomparably tall, as within his pupils a figure vaguely surfaced. That figure wielded his sword and sang loudly, domineering and domineering, completely unbridled as he rampaged through the world. As he brandished his sword, the heavens cleaved and the earth split apart, as though there was nothing that could obstruct his footsteps. While Zhao Hao was clearly still only a late inner aura martial scholar, the power of his sword was terrifying, enveloping the surrounding area, pressuring people to the point that they trembled, their limbs turning soft. Yi Zhongzhou, Zhang Yao, and the others were all shaken, shocked beyond compare. Only Yen Zhaoge's expression was, as per usual, just that he was looking at Zhao Hao with a slightly strange gaze. Facing this starfire trailing skies of Zhao Hao's, while Yen Zhaoge was currently extremely weak, he was still not flustered. A jade light lit up, meeting Zhao Hao's golden sword light. The clear qi within Yen Zhaoge's dantian dispersed, the chaotic qi mass surfacing, ice and fire intermingling, yin and yang merging. His orochi was no longer blazing hot, nor icy cold, instead remaining completely chaotic, without yin and without yang, without beginning and without end. The next moment, this chaos mightily exploded. Not the coiling dragon sleeve, not the Big Dipper sword, not the Taiji cloud dragon sword, nor any other sword art, nor was it any other martial art. Yen Zhaoge's mind was clear. All that he had cultivated and seemed to have been merged together at this moment. Before, in some indescribable manner, the many different forces merged together, erupting simultaneously. It was as though all things had been absorbed into chaos before the chaos was destroyed, the universe reopening. The jade green sword light and the golden sword light met head-on in mid-air. The golden light shattered mightily. Looking at Zhao Hao's disbelieving expression, Yen Zhaoge said softly, "Gaozhe, you want to die once more, right?" Chapter 193. Two spiritual swords, one dark green and one pure gold, clashed in midair. As Yen Zhaoge brandished his sword, the grand scene of chaos being extinguished and the universe being reopened vaguely appeared within the concept. It was like the end of everything, but also like the beginning of everything. Wherever the sword light passed, Zhao Hao's flashing golden flame sword light was instantly extinguished. The incinerating light sword in Zhao Hao's hand was instantly suppressed by the jade dragon sword, becoming dim and lightless. Yen Zhaoge's terrifying sword intent shot upwards, chopping straight toward Zhao Hao. A slightly stunned expression surfaced on Zhao Hao's face, as he could only feel that Yen Zhaoge's sword contained a terrifying concept that could annihilate all things. His astral energy and sword intent had actually completely collapsed, and he was unable to withstand it. During the Heavenly Connection meet, I also didn't see him execute it. This sword of his to the end. Zhao Hao could feel Yen Zhaoge's current weakness, to the point that even releasing his orochi was difficult. In terms of cultivation base, the current Yen Zhaoge did not possess an advantage. Zhao Hao had been a martial saint in his previous life, so how could he possibly suffer loss in this aspect if he were to talk about the horizons and knowledge brought by a higher cultivation level? However, without any reason, at this moment he was defeated cleanly and cleanly. Zhao Hao shouted, "Devour the earth!" With a flip of his palm, an inconspicuous little pill furnace that was pure black in color appeared. There was no aura coming from the pill furnace, nor was there a flash of spirit light. There were no special energy fluctuations. It was as if it was an ordinary object. However, as Yen Zhaoge's sword tapped on the small black pill furnace, the power contained within the sword was like a clay ox entering the sea, instantly vanishing without a trace. The low-grade spirit weapon, the jade dragon sword, pierced the surface of the pill furnace, but it did not leave any marks on the pill furnace. Yen Zhaoge narrowed his eyes, not slowing in the slightest, as he immediately struck out with another palm. Carrying the pill furnace, Zhao Hao resembled a shield as he moved to block Yen Zhaoge's attacks. Yen Zhaoge raised his brows. Unable to activate it, one can only rely on the miraculous nature of the treasure itself. Is it used as a shield? His palm that was striking towards Zhao Hao suddenly changed direction. His exquisite moves were unleashed, and a sky full of palm shadows enveloped over. Zhao Hao waved his sword in retaliation. Yen Zhaoge, I will kill you today. The golden tower collapsed, the red door of light disappeared, and the formation supporting the infernal domain suddenly reversed. The world of red light that everyone was in gradually disintegrated, and the black demonic chi above their heads suddenly stopped and then quickly dissipated. One was black and the other was red. Two divine mountains that resembled pillars supporting the heavens appeared above Yen Zhaoge's head once more. Elder Mo's furious roar came from the black body. "Little brat from the Yen clan, you're courting death!" The towering mountain peak directly smashed down towards Yen Zhaoge's head. The light before Yen Zhaoge's eyes instantly dimmed as a black shadow above his head grew larger and larger, obscuring the heavens and concealing the sun. The terrifying aura almost paralyzed his entire body, rendering him unable to move. "Take care of yourself first!" Yen Zhaoge's expression did not change as he smiled indifferently. The demonic domain formation began to reverse, and strands of demonic qi began to frantically surge into the bodies of the fallen evils. At this moment, the fallen evil martial artists who had received the boost from the demonic qi were unable to enjoy the boost in power. The rapidly reversing devil qi had instead become a huge threat, violently attacking their bodies. That black divine mountain had originally been pressuring down towards Yen Zhaoge. Now, however, it shook intensely as if a mountain was collapsing. The massive spirit formation that supported the black divine mountain also became unstable at this moment, beginning to break apart unceasingly. Numerous runes and sigils were extinguished, transforming into streaks of light as they dissipated within the air. Elder Mo roared in rage, "Little thief!" At the same time, the red divine mountain formed of Shan Sherwing's fist intent. It mightily collided with the black divine mountain. The black divine mountain, which had originally already been on the verge of collapse, instantly began to collapse and shatter. Elder Mo's devilish qi rebounded. The Shan Sherwing, who had originally been suppressed by him, instantly surpassed Elder Mo in terms of power. The situation of the battle instantly reversed. The black divine mountain and the black spirit formation shattered together. Elder Mo's manic, unresigned face was revealed, his golden pupils staring at the red divine mountain before him, then at Yen Zhaoge down below, a blood-red light flickering madly within his pupils as the flames of rage surged to the heavens. However, Shan Sherwing did not let him off. The red body formed of his fist intent descended once more, shocking Elder Mo to the point of spurting out fresh blood madly. Elder Mo roared in anger. His body was connected to thin and long chains made of black light and shadow runes. The thin chains formed of devilish qi surged towards his body in reverse, the impact instantly causing Elder Mo to spurt out another mouthful of fresh blood. Meanwhile, Shan Sherwing's attack did not give him any chance to counterattack at all as it struck once more. "Child of the Yen family, you will not have a good end." Elder Mo knew that it was already hard for him to escape. Letting out a frenzied roar, he completely ignored Shan Sherwing, wanting to muster his final bit of strength to kill Yen Zhaoge, venting the hatred in his heart. However, the black runic chains on his body caused his already heavily injured body to be unable to bear the burden, his flesh and blood exploding mightily. As Elder Mo's figure halted in midair, Shan Sherwing's attack had already caught up to him. A massive boom resounded, the sound of 10,000-year profound rock completely shattering and shattering resounded. Elder Mo's life came to an end as he spat out a mouthful of blood, his aura qi and fist intent completely extinguished. He died with remaining grievances, glaring at Yen Zhaoge. This old man is unresigned. A veteran martial grandmaster expert perished just like that. The violent essence qi within the air dispersed, sweeping up boundless winds and clouds, blowing to the point that even those below were unable to stand stably. Yi Zhongzhou, Zhang Yao, and the others who had stood up with much difficulty all fell unsteadily once more, bearing the impact of the qi currents. Yen Zhaoge also resembled a small boat in the wind, but his attacking hands were stable as a monolith. Stabbing towards Zhao Hao with his sword, Zhao Hao retaliated with the incinerating light sword. Yen Zhaoge's empty hand punched out towards Zhao Hao, the terrifying concept of chaos being extinguished and the universe opening once more appearing. Facing Yen Zhaoge's iron fist, Zhao Hao's gaze was both cold and blazing hot as he raised the small black incense burner, using it to block Yen Zhaoge's attack. However, as Yen Zhaoge's fist came into contact with that small black incense burner, the destructive power suddenly calmed, everything turning completely silent and undetectable. It was as though the process of the universe opening had temporarily come to a halt, everything returning to chaos once more. No yin, no yang, no before, no after, no beginning, no end, no sense. Zhao Hao's expression changed slightly, his face expressionless. Yan Zhaoga's stance abruptly changed as he spread his fingers, grabbing towards Zhao Hao's wrist. Being extremely experienced, Zhao Hao's reaction was even faster. At the same time that Yan Zhaoga changed his stance, he abruptly increased the force in his hand that was carrying the small incense burner, the back of his hand resembling a massive hammer as it smashed down towards Yan Zhaoga's arm. It was infinite, boundless mountains, direct lineage martial art, the heaven-breaking hammer. Yan Zhaoga's gaze was like lightning as he quickly regained his qi, exerting force once more. Fingers snap, shocking thunder. Spreading open his fingers, he abruptly clenched them together and lightly brushed Zhao Hao's wrist, as if he was playing the pipa. However, Zhao Hao's arm trembled as if it had been electrocuted. Blood gushed out from his wrist as all his meridians were severed. Zhao Hao's hand could no longer hold onto the small incense burner. Not waiting for him to react, within Yan Zhaoga's other hand, the jade dragon sword roared out, a terrifying force that could extinguish chaos slashing towards Zhao Hao once more. Yan Zhaoga! Amidst his indignant roar, Zhao Hao felt a chill on his neck. Subsequently, the destructive sword intent spread from the wound on his neck to his entire body, tearing his entire body apart. Flesh and blood shattered, tendons and bones broken. His soul was shattered, everything shattered. Yan Zhaoga's expression was cold and indifferent. This is the second time already. Now it feels like it's also not that big of a deal. Chapter 194. As Yan Zhaoga's sword aura entered his body, Zhao Hao's body was unable to withstand it as it completely shattered, directly transforming into a mist of blood that filled the air. An indistinct illusory figure seemed to be drifting in front of Yan Zhaoga. His facial features were somewhat similar to Zhao Hao's, but they weren't exactly the same. Yan Zhaoga had seen the portrait of the pill-fire divine, Sword Gao, that year. Other than resembling Zhao Hao, this illusory figure also resembled Gao Zhe. It was the other party's soul. However, at this moment, his soul was also fragmented and on the verge of destruction. Zhao Hao, or perhaps Gao Zhe, glared fixedly at Yan Zhaoga, letting out a soundless, enraged roar that seemed to resound by Yan Zhaoga's ears. If I don't die today, I will definitely make a comeback and take revenge. Yan Zhaoga, and the broad Creed mountain behind you, we will not rest until one of us is dead. We will definitely fight it out with you to the death. Yan Zhaoga looked at him calmly, saying mildly, "You die, I live. This is pretty good." Zhao Hao roared unwillingly at the sky. At this time, the small black incense burner that had fallen to the ground suddenly emitted a suction force, pulling Zhao Hao's broken soul into it. "You're doing the same thing?" The corners of Yan Zhaoga's mouth arched slightly upwards. Extending his palm, his power surged as he instantly locked Zhao Hao's remnant soul in place, causing it to be unable to enter the small black incense burner. Looking at Zhao Hao, Yan Zhaoga smiled mildly. The reason Yi Jing was able to play this trick in the Sealing Dragon Abyss back then was because I did not intend to kill him at that time. As for you, damn it, you won't survive. As Yan Zhaoga exerted force with his palm, Zhao Hao's remnant soul instantly distorted. Zhao Hao roared, "You little ant," Yan Zhaoga chortled. "You had best understand that right now. You are the ant that you speak of." "How weak is it?" Yan Zhaoga raised his brows. "Weak to the point that I don't even care if you hate me. Don't care why you view my broad Creed mountain with hostility. If you're not in the way, I can't be bothered with you. If you dare to poke a thorn in my side, I'll just kill you." Yan Zhaoga looked calmly at Zhao Hao. "This is my view of you, simple and clear. It's just as simple." Zhao Hao's face was ashen, but he could no longer say anything. His soul was completely extinguished within Yen Zhaoge's palm. His soul was destroyed, and he was beyond redemption. Yen Zhaoge's expression remained calm. He didn't even blink. Yi Zhongzhou, Xiao Yu, Zhang Yao, and the rest stared blankly at this scene, unable to regain their senses. On the other hand, Lu Xingfeng, who was paralyzed on the ground, was dumbstruck like a wooden chicken, and he seemed to have lost his soul. Actually, from the moment Yen Zhaoge had appeared till now, only a short period of time had passed. Saving people, breaking the array, killing the enemy. Everything. It happened in the span of a few breaths. The situation was completely reversed in an instant. A moment earlier, the Great Nine Underworld's door had still seemed like it was about to descend. The next moment, it was Yen Zhaoge domineeringly slaying Zhao Hao and the others, the devilish domain grand formation collapsing in reverse. Gazing at Yen Zhaoge's towering figure on the great earth, Yi Zhongzhou, Zhang Yao, and the others were momentarily dazed. Yen Zhaoge calmly watched as the all-encompassing black, mist-like, devilish qi gradually dissipated. The terrifying aura that originated from the 9 underworlds also gradually faded away. The illusory, great door on the ground completely vanished. There seemed to be an extremely unwilling will transmitted over from across endless space and time, roaring by Yen Zhaoge's ear. Yen Zhaoge's expression did not change. Returning his sword to its sheath, he raised his head and gazed over, seeing the dissipating devilish qi transforming into numerous chains that danced all over the sky. It was not just infinite, boundless mountains, Elder Mo. The other fallen practitioners all suffered the backlash of the formation to some extent. The devilish qi surged in reverse, rushing back into their bodies. The higher the cultivation base of the fallen practitioner, the more severe the backlash they suffered from the devilish qi would be. Without the boost of the devilish qi, they would instead be injured by it. Under such circumstances, the decimating abyss experts instantly collapsed, suffering a great defeat. Within the sky, the red divine mountain paused for a moment. Yen Zhaoge could feel Shan Sherwing's gaze falling on him. A pity that he is not a disciple of my infinite, boundless mountain. Shan Sherwing seemed to sigh regretfully, whilst also in praise, leaving behind some indistinct words before he instantly left, continuing to kill the other decimating abyss experts. As Yen Zhaoge watched Shan Sherwing leave, a suction force emanated from his palm, sucking up the small black incense burner that had fallen beside Zhao Hao's corpse. To him, compared to Zhao Hao, he was instead more interested in this small incense burner. That sword which had slain Zhao Hao and that sword which had previously defeated Zhao Hao's starfire trailing skies were both martial arts that Yen Zhaoge had comprehended and created himself. His cultivation base unceasingly rising, he had unceasingly sorted out his martial arts, already beginning to form his own style, integrating them into one. Finger-flicking, shocking thunder was just the beginning. The martial art that he had just executed contained a more profound principle. While it was still in its embryonic form, as compared to finger-flicking, shocking thunder, its power was already not to be underestimated. Yen Zhaoge had executed this martial art, transforming it into a sword art, controlling his spirit artifact, the Jade Dragon Sword, to assassinate, yet had been unable to leave behind even a single mark on this small black incense burner. This meant that this seemingly unremarkable small black incense burner had an extraordinary foundation. Therefore, while Yen Zhaoge was extremely interested in this black incense burner, he also felt some fear. As he regulated his breathing, recovering his depleted vitality, he inspected the black incense burner. At first, he hadn't felt anything, but as Yen Zhaoge focused all of his attention on the incense burner, he felt his mind shake, as though his soul was about to leave his body and enter that black incense burner on its own. Yen Zhaoge's heart jolted slightly as he stabilized his mind. He slowly extended his hand, infusing his aura qi within, causing it to surge unceasingly. The aura qi he infused within quickly disappeared without a trace, also without any feedback whatsoever, completely severing its connection with its original owner, Yen Zhaoge. Accompanied by the unceasing infusing of aura qi, Yen Zhaoge's mind was struck, and he instantly felt slightly dazed once more. However, he had long since been prepared this time. Even as he stabilized his mind, he still continued to investigate the small black incense burner. Yen Zhaoge's consciousness seemed to have merged into a world of complete darkness, tranquil and deep, an eternally endless darkness. Yen Zhaoge knit his brows. He discovered that there was a strange force acting on his mind, preventing him from leaving this world of darkness, attempting to make him sink deeper and deeper within. The world in front of him didn't have any light at all. The darkness was extremely pure, as though all of the light that shone on it had been absorbed, leaving only the deepest darkness behind. Even though it was only a boundless darkness, Yen Zhaoge's mind seemed to have been endlessly enticing his mind to sink completely within. Although Yen Zhaoge could feel that this world of darkness originally didn't have any ill intentions. However, he could be 100% sure that if he couldn't control his mind and was engulfed by the darkness, his soul would forever be imprisoned within this boundless darkness, and his fleshly body would also become an empty shell. To be continued. P.S. Thanks to book friend 140/705/135/821/981. Brackets added to prevent a series of numbers from being blocked for tipping. Congratulations to book friend 140/705/135/821/981 for becoming this book's new Alliance Chief. Book friend 140/705/135/821/981. The Alliance is mighty and domineering. I would also like to thank everyone who tipped, subscribed, and voted for this book. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 195. Yen Zhaoge was calm, not panicking in the slightest. Advancing within this darkness, it was undoubtedly another tempering of his mind and will. Any weakness, laziness, or wavering would allow the darkness to take advantage of it. Through resisting the temptation of the darkness, Yen Zhaoge's willpower rose once more, expelling the impurities within his mind. At the end, Yen Zhaoge strolled leisurely within the boundless darkness, relaxed and at ease. While there was darkness that could pull people into the deep abyss, it was completely ineffective against him. At this moment, Yen Zhaoge felt something. Smiling, he raised his head. Above his head in the darkness, a pair of jet-black eyes appeared, silently gazing at him. Within the silent darkness, Yen Zhaoge did not speak, the black eyes also not emitting any sound, but a strange connection was formed between the two. The black eyes were emotionless, seemingly acknowledging Yen Zhaoge's existence as they gradually closed, no longer appearing, as if they had never existed in the first place. Yen Zhaoge smiled slightly. At this moment, his consciousness had freely retreated from the world of darkness. Seeing light once more before his eyes, Yen Zhaoge played with the small black incense burner rather interestedly. Flipping it over, he saw two ancient characters inscribed at the bottom of the incense burner. Devouring Earth. Yen Zhaoge thought of how Zhao Hao had also shouted these two words when he had clashed with him earlier. Earth Devouring Burner? Yen Zhaoge pondered. This was not an ordinary treasure, nor was it a spirit artifact, but it seemed to possess its own spirituality and will. That pair of black eyes was not a mental imprint left behind by someone else, but a manifestation of the earth-devouring burner itself after it had gained spirituality. Yen Zhaoge muttered to himself, interesting, wanting to truly grasp this treasure and not use it clumsily like Zhao Hao. I'm afraid that I'll have to spend some effort. Keeping the incense burner, Yen Zhaoge stood where he was, continuing to meditate quietly. Previously, he had also expended a great deal of energy. It wasn't that he was completely exhausted. It was also the battle that consumed the most yuan qi in history, fighting against Lu Shengfeng, Zhao Hao and the others was fine. What was crucial was that his vital energies had fused with the fragment of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor, allowing him to activate an instant's thunder and ignite the power of the Saint Artifact fragment in an instant. Although Yan Zhaoge himself would not act like he was currently retracting the fragment of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor, his essence qi had completely dried up, but he also felt like a thief had left. However, it would not be difficult for Yan Zhaoge to recover. In his Dantian sea of energy, the mass of chaotic energy vibrated and split into streams of ice and fire. Yin and Yang complemented each other and rapidly nourished his nearly dried-up vitality. Comparatively speaking, the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment was much more troublesome. The purple orb formed by the sacred artifacts fragment dimmed. It was like a gray stone bead without the slightest luster. As Yan Zhaoge communicated with it mentally, he could only feel a minuscule amount of spirituality as the other party seemed to have sunk into a deep slumber that resembled a fake death. He wanted to turn it back into lightning and merge it with his right eye, but he couldn't do it for the time being. As Yan Zhaoge regulated his breathing, he pondered. After all, it is only a fragment, not the true sacred artifact of the past, the Eye of the Thunder Emperor. It is rumored that at its peak, the Eye of the Thunder Emperor, an instant's thunder, cleaves the heavens and cleaves the earth. Heaven and earth split, and in the next instant, its power will be restored to its original state. Just like how we breathe an exhalation, it is a bolt of divine thunder that shatters space. As it inhales the surrounding essence of the heavens, and the earth will all replenish itself. And now, having exhausted all of its power, wanting to accumulate it once more, I'm afraid that a very long time will be needed. When it is used the next time, it will be fine if I don't use an instant's thunder. Otherwise, it will still be like this time, exhausting everything in one go. Yan Zhaoge let out a long breath, his condition recovering greatly. Luckily, I established a close connection with the Eye of the Thunder Emperor earlier. Otherwise, things would have been much more troublesome this time. TSK, after returning this time, I definitely have to properly strengthen my attainments and formations. Yan Zhaoge shook his head, turning to look in another direction. There, Yi Zhongzhou, Zhang Yao, and the others supported each other, bandaging their wounds and regulating their breathing to alleviate their injuries. Seeing Yan Zhaoge look over, Yi Zhongzhou sighed emotionally. Junior brother Yan, it was all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, we would all have lost our lives. Not only would we have died at Lu Xingfeng's hands, more importantly, the opening of the Great Nine Underworld's door would have been disastrous. Yan Zhaoge walked over. Senior brother Yi is polite. At a time like this, having the ability to do something, I naturally couldn't just stand by and watch. It's just that, in order to break the formation earlier, I needed some time to prepare. I've made you suffer. Zhang Yao shook her head repeatedly. Senior brother Yan, don't say that it was you who saved us. Li Jingwan said, if senior brother Yan had not stopped the opening of the Great Nine Underworld's door in time, we would still have died at the end of the day, still having the possibility of falling into Lu Xingfeng's hands, suffering even more pain, even more torture. As she said this, she swiveled her head to look in the other direction. There, Lu Xingfeng lay limply on the ground, half dead, while the other two fallen practitioners who had already been killed by Yan Zhaoge had already vanished without a trace. Wan Ping was currently bandaging his wounds. His face was pale and his expression weak, but his gaze was cold. He stood right by Lu Xingfeng's side, looking down on him as he lay on the ground. Lu Xingfeng barely managed to squeeze out a fawning smile that was filled with fear. Senior, Brother Wan, you are a great person, and do not stoop to petty offenses. Ah! The latter half of his words were stuck in his throat, replaced by a tragic cry. Wan Ping forcefully stomped down on Lu Xingfeng's body. Lu Xingfeng's chest had long since been a mess of flesh and blood. Now, being stomped down by Wan Ping, he was instantly in so much pain that he wished he were dead. Wan Ping laboriously moved his foot, then stomped down on the wound on Lu Xingfeng's severed arm. Lu Shengfeng sucked in a breath of cold air, unable to even let out a tragic cry. Yan Zhaoge came to Wan Ping's side. Looking at him, Wan Ping was silent for a moment before saying, "Many thanks for saving my life." "You're welcome," Yan Zhaoge nodded. Wan Ping hesitated slightly. "You want to stop me?" Yan Zhaoge waved his hands. "What are you talking about? Sparing his life was specifically for you to deal with." As he said this, Yan Zhaoge made a grabbing motion with his palm, threads of black light being sucked out from the wound on Lu Xingfeng's severed arm, landing within Yan Zhaoge's palm. "I was just a little interested in the technique he used to temporarily reconstruct his severed arm." Keeping the black light, Yan Zhaoge turned and walked away. "Do what you need to do. Don't worry about me." Wan Ping nodded, gazing down at Lu Xingfeng once more. A look of despair instantly surfaced within Lu Xingfeng's eyes. Looking at the tragic cries of Lu Shengfeng, Yi Zhongzhou frowned slightly, sighing, not saying a word. Li Jingwan and Zhang Yao both turned their heads to the other side. Xiaoyu, who was also of the same clan as Lu Shengfeng, was currently a little dazed, seemingly thinking about something. Yan Zhaoge's gaze instead turned towards the place where the golden tower had previously been. That place was already a stretch of dilapidated walls, but amidst the rubble, there seemed to be something existing. "It's going to be 515 soon. I hope that I can continue charging towards the 515 red packet rankings. On the 15th of May, the rain of red packets will be able to reward the readers as well as publicize my work. Being together is also love. I will definitely do my best." To be continued. Chapter 196. There seemed to be something buried in the ruins. A faint black light shone out from the ruins. After observing the ruins for a moment, Yan Zhaoge extended his palm, his aura chi surging as he blasted the shattered rocks away. A black crystal appeared in front of him. Yan Zhaoge stared at the black crystal for a while, carefully feeling the pulsating aura within before extending a finger, lightly tapping on its surface, infusing his aura chi within. After entering the black crystal, the aura chi circled once before returning to Yan Zhaoge's body. Following that, the essence chi contained within the black crystal was drawn out. Looking within his own body, Yan Zhaoge could see that as his aura chi flowed back, an existence that resembled a black thread flowed from his fingertips into his body, reaching his Dantian's chi ocean along with his aura chi. That black thread of essence chi was pure and condensed, making people feel a bit cold. But at the same time, he felt a wave of agitation in his heart, as if something was being tugged at and was about to make a move. A figure seemed to appear within Yan Zhaoge's mind. That figure was blurry and indistinct, but its facial features actually seemed similar to Yan Zhaoge's. It was just that as this figure met Yan Zhaoge's gaze, an evil chi that was not concealed could be seen within it. Looking calmly at this scene, Yan Zhaoge laughed lightly. Crystals formed after the formation has been reversed. The clear energy in his dantian dissipated, revealing a mass of chaotic energy. As the primal chaos surged, the black thread of essence energy was sucked into it. When the black thread entered, it immediately emitted white smoke. Within Yan Zhaoge's mind, that figure filled with evil chi instantly began gradually disappearing, accompanied by Yan Zhaoge strengthening the amount of aura chi he had infused within the black crystal. The crystal stone essence chi that was drawn out from it was getting thicker and thicker. In the end, it was like a black stream of light. Through Yan Zhaoge's fingertip, it flowed along his meridians all the way to his dantian. More and more black light flowed in, and the mass of primal chaos chi gradually expanded. After a long time, the black crystal suddenly made a kacha sound, and then a crack appeared on the surface of the crystal. Then it completely shattered. The shattered fragments of the black crystal quickly turned into sand, and in the end were blown away by the wind, turning into dust. After expanding, the chaotic chi mass within Yen Zhaoga's Dantian's chi ocean shrank very quickly, finally returning to its original state, as though nothing had ever happened at all. However, Yen Zhaoga could feel that his aura chi was growing more and more vigorous. At the same time, his spirit grew stronger and stronger. Gradually, he felt like he could do as he pleased. He was one step closer to the late Xiantian stage. The mass of primal chaos chi calmed down, and a clear chi emerged, wrapping around and concealing the mass of primal chaos chi. Yen Zhaoga retracted his technique, scanning their surroundings. He saw that the devilish chi between the heavens and the earth had already gradually dissipated. It was on the muddy bottom of clear, concealed lake. The water in this area had completely dried up, and this place now resembled the bottom of a massive basin. The demonic chi dispersed, and the demonic domain collapsed. Without the influence of the devil chi, the lake water that had been isolated further away began to fill up the empty space again and surge toward this area. Yen Zhaoga could hear the sound of rushing water resounding from all directions, resembling mountain torrents. Over there, Lu Shengfeng had already died at Wan Ping's hands. Yi Zhongzhou, Li Jingwan, and the others were all supporting each other. Yen Zhaoga pushed out with his palm, his aura chi expanding outwards, transforming into a massive hand that lifted Yi Zhongzhou and the others up, rising into the air together. Very quickly, the flood surged over from all directions. Beneath their feet, it had once more turned into a kingdom of water. However, the current clear concealed lake was destined to be different from before. For example, Clear Concealed Island and the other islands in the central region of the lake already no longer existed. At the bottom of the lake, a massive, deep crater was an indication of what had happened earlier. Gazing into the distance, Yen Zhaoga felt that the geography of Clear Concealed Lake was also completely different. Numerous martial practitioners, especially quite a few martial grandmaster experts, had engaged in a great battle on or in the vicinity of Clear Concealed Lake, easily affecting thousands of li as the heavens were overturned and the earth was overturned. The once beautiful clear, concealed lake had completely become history. The fog that enveloped the lake all year round had completely vanished. The flow of spiritual chi in the entire region chaotic to the point that it had completely changed. Compared to the strength of the participants, if not for the existence of the devilish domain Grand Formation and the Grand Formation that Turbid Wave Pavilion had originally set up here, the vast clear concealed lake might have already been completely erased from the face of the earth. Standing in midair, Yen Zhaoga's heart suddenly jolted slightly. Swiveling his head, he saw a figure rapidly approaching from the distance. The newcomer was a burly man who looked like he was crying to the heavens and crying to the earth. "Young master, it's really great that you're all right." Who else could it be but Ahu? Yen Zhaoga smiled. Luckily, it was a daunting experience without any mishaps, successfully resolving the problem. Behind Ahu followed a massive creature, its fur alternating between black and white, with massive dark circles around its eyes, charmingly naive as it strode forward with its trademark splayed inwards. This big fellow was naturally Pan Pan. Not caring about Sikong Ching sitting on its back, it spread its legs, shooting towards Yen Zhaoga like it was flying. Yen Zhaoga was naturally happy that Pan Pan was intimate with him. However, he didn't want such a big fella to pounce on him, as he hurriedly raised his hand to stop Pan Pan. Yen Zhaoga patted Pan Pan's big head, and Pan Pan stuck out his tongue, lightly licking Yen Zhaoga's palm. Looking at the body of water before her, which was gradually regaining its calm, feeling the spiritual chi fluctuations brought about by the great battle that had yet to conclude in the distance, Sikong Ching's eyes shone brightly. Letting Sikong Ching, Yi Zhongzhou, and the others pay their respects, Yen Zhaoga looked to the other side. There, the figure of Xue Fei appeared. Seeing that Yen Zhaoga and the others were fine, Xue Fei first let out a sigh of relief, before asking Yen Zhaoga, the devilish domain Grand Formation having collapsed, the aura of the 9 underworlds also vanishing, All this is, Yen Zhaoga smiled. Luck. Xue Fei lightly punched his shoulder. You're really good. You really managed to do it. This is much greater than the matter of the heavenly connection meet. Xue Fei sighed in admiration. It's hard to imagine that this is something that a martial scholar can do. Yen Zhaoga smiled, slightly. Senior apprentice brother Su, you know that I had a fortuitous encounter, obtaining a sacred artifact fragment. Otherwise, even the cleverest housewife cannot cook without rice. Xue Fei shook his head. It's a sacred artifact fragment, not a sacred artifact. Being able to use it sufficiently as a martial scholar, this in itself is already very impressive. Let alone the fact that this fortuitous encounter of yours was obtained through fighting with your competitors. It did not fall from the sky for no reason at all. Amidst his words, another figure appeared in the distance. Swiveling his head to look, Yen Zhaoga saw that it was Tang Yonghao who had been separated from him earlier. Tang Yonghao had also known that Yen Zhaoga had wanted to enter the core of the formation, just that they had been separated in the process afterwards. At this moment, with the devilish domain grand formation having been destroyed, Tang Yonghao had immediately thought of Yen Zhaoga. After knowing that it had been Yen Zhaoga's handiwork, he said sincerely, Junior apprentice brother Yen, regardless of the relationship between our two clans in this matter, I have to express my admiration, also thanking you for not letting the ordinary citizens of the 8 extremities world suffer a calamity. Yen Zhaoga said, Senior apprentice brother Tang speaks too seriously. Looking into the distance, he knit his brows slightly. The reason why things have become so troublesome this time is because the decimating abyss's corrosion is too strong. I wonder who exactly the problem is this time. It's going to be 515 soon. I hope that I can continue charging towards the 515 red packet rankings. On the 15th of May, the reign of red packets will be able to reward the readers, as well as publicize my works. Being together is also love. I will definitely do my best. To be continued. Chapter 197. Hearing Yen Zhaoga's question, Tang Yonghao fell silent for a moment. Noticing this, Yen Zhaoga and Su Fei both felt rather puzzled as Su Fei asked, Senior apprentice brother Tang, do you know something? Tang Yonghao replied with a frown, I met someone on the way here and heard some rumors, but I'm not sure yet. Yen Zhaoga said, Why don't you tell me about it first? Glancing at Yi Zhongzhou and Li Jingwan, Tang Yonghao sighed but did not speak, instead sending a sound transmission with his Orochi to Yen Zhaoga and Su Fei. According to the rumors, the one who caused the problem was Jade Sea City's Elder Qin, who led the team over to clear Concealed Lake this time. The face of that obstinate old man of Jade Sea City surfaced within Yen Zhaoga's mind. Elder Qin! Tang Yonghao said, Right now it's still not certain. Elder Qin seems to have disappeared without a trace. Only when he shows up will we be able to figure out the truth. He was of the Sacred Sun clan, the sworn enemy of Jade Sea City, and it would not be good for him to make any further evaluations. He himself was also not someone who would jump to conclusions. However, Yen Zhaoga still understood that Tang Yonghao's underlying meaning was that Elder Qin was currently nowhere to be seen, neither dead nor alive. Such a veteran great Grandmaster powerhouse had actually disappeared. It was truly somewhat inconceivable. There are always reasons for being tempted by the 9 underworlds. For example, Lu Xingfeng has a violent temperament and likes to torture others. However, his temperament has been suppressed by the sect. Yen Zhaoga rubbed his temples. Martial grandmasters, especially martial grandmaster experts with high cultivation bases, tend to have firmer wills, not easily shaken by the 9 underworlds. However, it is exactly because of your firm will that you will be even more stubborn, and crazy after your mind is changed. Yen Zhaoga let out a long breath. I don't know why Infinite Boundless Mountains Elder Mo is like this, but from the looks of it, he is obviously extremely extreme. He was filled with resentment. While Jade Sea City's Elder Chin seemed rather unruly and irascible before this, he is still magnanimous and upright at the end of the day. Tang Yonghao nodded. Shui Fei pondered for a moment. He said hesitantly, "Could it be because of his grandson?" Ah, Yan Zhaoge was rather baffled, while a look of realization appeared on Tang Yonghao's face. Shui Fei explained, "Zhaoge probably doesn't know much about it because it happened a little too early. Elder Qin had lost his son when he was young, and he only had one grandson left. However, his body has always been weak and sickly, and he is unable to practice martial arts. He can only slowly recuperate, and seeing his body getting weaker and weaker has become Elder Chen's biggest worry." He sighed. "This is something that happened a few years ago. In recent years, there hasn't been any news, so I don't know." Sigh. "Is that so?" Yan Zhaoge nodded, not saying anything more. His eyes looked into the distance. There. Victory and defeat were about to be decided in every battlefield. There was no hope for the 9 underworlds to descend, and the infernal domain had been shattered. The experts of the decimating abyss no longer had any hope of victory. Those who could flee began to flee, and those who could not flee fought to the death. The few who did not fall to the dark side still had a chance of survival after being captured alive. Most of those who had fallen to the dark side would be captured alive and interrogated for information. He would most likely be killed as well. As the great battles ended one after another, the events of Clear Concealed Lake this time finally gradually calmed down. One powerful aura after another began converging towards the center of the lake once more. The first to arrive, it was a white-haired old woman, her back arched as she coughed repeatedly, looking extremely weak. However, Yan Zhaoge, Su Fei, and Tang Yonghao all recognized this old woman as the Grand Elder of Turbid Wave Pavilion, one of the few experts of the entire lake domain. Zhang Yao saw that old woman. She even cheered, "Grand Master." Wan Ping also bowed. "Disciple Wan Ping greets Grand Master." Looking at Zhang Yao, the old woman's face revealed some affection. Yan Zhaoge and the others, including the heavily injured Yi Zhongzhou, Li Jingwan, and Xiao Yu, also came forward to greet the old woman. After hearing Wan Ping and Zhang Yao's reports, the old woman's gaze fell on Yan Zhaoge. After carefully appraising him, she said slowly, "Broad Creed Mountain is very fortunate." Yan Zhaoge smiled, "Senior overpraises me." The old woman similarly smiled, no longer saying anything. As someone like her saw it, the Yan Zhaoge who had dispelled the devilish domain grand formation was even more worthy of attention than the Yan Zhaoge who had swept through the numerous geniuses of his age in the heavenly connection meet. Indeed, being able to look down on all others of the same age, surpassing other monstrous geniuses, indicated that a youth's future was limitless, with the possibility of becoming a legend in the future. However, with a mere martial scholar cultivation base, he had suddenly emerged, intervening in a major matter that only veteran martial grandmasters could play a decisive role in, also succeeding in a single stroke. This showed that Yan Zhaoge's vision, judgment, spirit, and talent were outstanding, already completely surpassing his current age and cultivation base. Being able to intervene in a matter that could affect the overall situation of the entire world as a martial scholar, when Yan Zhaoge's cultivation base rose in the future, what kind of storms would he be able to stir? From another perspective, geniuses who didn't die young were true geniuses. Among the masses, while the proportion of geniuses and heroes was small, under the conditions of such a massive population, monstrous geniuses also appeared in an endless stream. With the old woman's status and age, she had seen too many geniuses of all kinds in her lifetime. Not talking about others, having been able to reach her current position and cultivation base, when the old woman herself had been young in that era, hadn't she also been a heaven's favored daughter? However, while there were innumerable geniuses, those who could ultimately reach such heights would forever only be a limited minority. With great waves washing away sand, too many geniuses had not been able to reach the heights that others had expected them to reach. And as the old woman saw it, Yen Zhaoga's actions, as compared to those young geniuses who merely possessed outstanding talent in the martial Tao, at least had a greater chance of walking towards higher and further places. Broad Creed Mountain has a successor, now. It all depends on whether he can surpass his predecessors. Looking at Yen Zhaoga, the old woman sighed in admiration within her heart. The experts of the other sacred grounds arrived in succession. A purple-haired old man, a long-time elder of the heavenly Thunder Hall, after having understood the whole story, gazed at Yen Zhaoga, not speaking for a long time. A middle-aged martial grandmaster beside him frowned. The decimating abyss experts were all tied down by us. This kid was just lucky, succeeding in his sneak attack with the power of the sacred artifact fragment, also not having any martial grandmasters obstructing him. Hearing his words, the purple-haired old man swiveled his head to look at this middle-aged man. The old man did not say a word, but caused the entire body of the middle-aged man to feel numb, virtually suffocating, cold sweat pouring out of him. Seeing that the middle-aged man was about to be unable to hold on any longer, the purple-haired old man retracted his gaze, saying mildly, "First of all, that sacred artifact fragment of his was not picked up on the road, but obtained after consecutively defeating my heavenly Thunder Hall disciples." Yan Shan aside, "Do you think that you can defeat the mid-Xiantian Lin Zhou as an early Xiantian martial scholar? Afterwards, given you a sacred artifact fragment, how much of its power can you wield with your mid-Xiantian martial scholar cultivation base? Finally, you have also seen the strength of that devilish domain grand formation. How many martial scholars can accurately find the core of the formation while trapped within it, even with the sacred artifact fragment, wanting to shake the core of the formation? They would also need to accurately judge the timing of the circulation of the formation, only then being able to succeed in a single strike. Otherwise, it would just be a pointless waste of the sacred artifact fragment's power. The purple-haired old man looked at that middle-aged man. Now, do you still think that this was merely luck, that if it were any other martial scholar, as long as they had the sacred artifact fragment, they would be able to do it? That middle-aged man's face was rather ashen as he lowered his head, not speaking. The purple-haired old man said mildly, "Indeed, the experts of the decimating abyss have all been held back by us on the outskirts. However, if not for him, the great 9 underworld's door would already have been opened, and the situation would have been completely different." Looking at Yen Zhaoga, he sighed, "From now onwards, in this old man's eyes, you are no longer just Yen Di's son. Broad Creed Mountain's Yen Zhaoga. This old man will remember this name." It was not just this purple-haired old man. The experts of the various sacred grounds present were all focused on Yen Zhaoga. From today onwards, the name of Broad Creed Mountain's Yen Zhaoga would be known by all. Who under the heavens would not know of a monarch? It will be 515 soon. I hope that I can continue charging towards the 515 red packet rankings. On the 15th of May, the reign of red packets will be able to reward the readers, as well as publicize my work. Being together is also love. I will definitely do my best. To be continued. P.S. Many thanks to Autumn Appreciation for Cherry Blossom's bounty, celebrating Autumn Appreciation for Cherry Blossom becoming this book's 17th Alliance Chief. Autumn Appreciation for the mighty, domineering Cherry Blossom Alliance. Many thanks also to Jade, Stealing Fragrance Alliance's bounty. Many thanks to everyone who has gifted this book, subscribed to this book, and supported this book with their monthly votes. Thank you all. Chapter 198. Charge! Charge! On clear, concealed lake, the battle finally calmed down. The peak experts of the various sacred grounds met once more, summarizing the new intelligence they had obtained, as well as discussing the next step regarding the issue of the 9 underworlds and the decimating abyss. Although the incident at Clear Concealed Lake this time was resolved, the various sacred grounds similarly suffered losses. Martial artists with relatively low cultivation bases were not idling around either. They were all communicating with people they were familiar with. The younger generation that had previously participated in the Heavenly Connection meet were no longer the main characters. However, as the core disciples of the various holy lands, their horizons, knowledge, and grasp of the current situation far surpassed their peers. Most of them had their own thoughts about the changes in the 9 underworlds. Among them, there were some who had perished in this strange change. No matter what their relationship was normally like, when their fellow disciples thought about it, they all felt a bit sad. Of course, their gazes also fell on Yan Zhaoge from time to time. Looking at Yan Zhaoge at this moment, the bunch of youngsters all felt rather complex emotions. Even though he had been in the limelight during the Heavenly Connection meet, even though his talent and strength had suppressed many, when they had looked at Yan Zhaoge earlier, there hadn't been much of a difference between them and themselves. Yan Zhaoge was more outstanding, having taken the lead. Amidst the admiration of many, most of them wanted to catch up and compete with him in the future. However, after understanding everything that had happened, many people gradually changed their minds. Yan Zhaoge seemed to be separated from them by a layer, no longer being of the same race. Although he was only a Grandmaster realm martial artist, he had solved many problems that even a great Grandmaster might not be able to solve. Such a person, his performance in the Heavenly Connection meet seemed to be only natural. It was even to the extent that sparring with those of the same generation in the Heavenly Connection meet was actually not sufficient to truly display Yan Zhaoge's brilliance. The young geniuses had this thought in their hearts. All of them were momentarily silent. Countless thoughts appeared in their minds, their thoughts in disorder. There was an indescribable feeling. Everyone focused their attention on the 9 underworlds and the decimating abyss on Yan Zhaoge. As such, very few people noticed that a person who should not have appeared at Clear Concealed Lake had also come here. A handsome youth with a calm expression and a sharp gaze, garbed in the garb of a direct disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. The son of the Heavenly Thunder Hall's first seat elder Lin Tianfeng, a heaven's favored son of the Heavenly Thunder Hall's younger generation, the thunder-rumbling young master alongside Yan Zhaoge, Huang Jie, and Song Chao Lin Zhou. His face was pale and weak. He had been injured by Yan Zhaoge earlier. Lin Zhou had been forced to use the blood transformation flowing light jade to activate a forbidden technique to escape, causing him to suffer a great loss of vitality. Even now, he had not fully recovered. Therefore, the Heavenspan Alliance meet this time. Lin Zhou was the same as Yan Shan, both not participating. Coupled with Jade Sea City's direct lineage martial art, one line edge, Jade Sea City had always wanted to find trouble with Lin Zhou. While the Heavenly Thunder Hall had provided intelligence on the 9 underworlds this time, more or less making Jade Sea City feel indebted to them, no longer pursuing the matter as urgently, Lin Zhou himself still avoided appearing before the eyes of Jade Sea City's bigwigs as much as possible. But this time, surrounding and annihilating the decimating Abyss martial practitioners, Lin Zhou continued to secretly travel alongside the Heavenly Thunder Hall experts, arriving at Clear Concealed Lake. He didn't come here for the Heavenly Connection meet, nor for the 9 Hells Abyssal Abyss. It also wasn't for revenge against Yan Zhaoge. Lin Zhou was here for someone else. Far away, concealing himself, he gazed into the distance, gazing at the figure of a girl who had already returned to the side of the Jade Sea City experts. Seeing her full body of injuries, a pained look appeared within Lin Zhou's gaze, but seeing that she was still fine at least, he also let out a sigh of relief. "Jingwan, it's good that you're fine." Lin Zhou gazed dazedly at Li Jingwan, recovering after a while as he sighed. "Sadly, you don't recognize me now. We should originally have gotten to know each other during this time's Heavenly Connection meet." Thinking of the Heavenly Connection meet, Lin Zhou's face sunk as his gaze swept past Yan Zhaoge's figure. In order to avoid drawing attention, his gaze swept past, not remaining for long, but Yan Zhaoge's appearance was firmly engraved within his mind. "And you, Yan Zhaoge, Your life should originally have reached its end during this time's incident at Clear Concealed Lake. Lin Zhou closed his eyes, sucking in a deep breath. The infiltration of the decimating abyss is indeed powerful, being even more proficient in concealment. I exposed the identities of some people, forcing them to change their plans. Only then did those who had concealed themselves even more deeply be exposed. Otherwise, if the matter at Clear Concealed Lake had gone smoothly, the other party would still have continued to conceal themselves. This means that this time's incident at Clear Concealed Lake was only the beginning. They still have an even greater plan. Thinking of this, Lin Zhou frowned. Him and the Heavenly Thunder Hall having seized the initiative, they originally could have not only quelled the chaos of the decimating abyss, they would also have obtained benefits from the other 5 sacred grounds. However, because of the decimating abyss's counterattack, a huge twist had occurred in the matter, nearly causing them to fail on the verge of success. In the end, it had been Yan Zhaoge who had turned the tides, settling the matter with a single blow. This way, while the others would still thank the Heavenly Thunder Hall, a considerable number of them would feel that Yan Zhaoge had played a greater role. The favor that the other sacred grounds owed the Heavenly Thunder Hall was immediately diluted greatly. Lin Zhou slowly opened his eyes, lowering them, his gaze calm and without fluctuations. This time was only the beginning. Those of the Sacred Sun clan were similarly paying attention to Yan Zhaoge. Having produced such a figure of Broad Creed Mountain's younger generation, the Sacred Sun clan had no choice but to place great importance on him. Moreover, tracing back to the source, in the previous war of the Eastern Tang, as well as infinite, boundless mountains' enmity with the Heavenly Thunder Hall due to the Thunder Element Revival Art and the Giant Spirit Magnetite Vein, finally allying with Broad Creed Mountain and Jade Sea City, becoming enemies with the Sacred Sun clan. All these things were inextricably linked to Yan Zhaoge. The Sacred Sun clan's higher echelon who had been in charge of surrounding and ambushing the decimating Abyss martial practitioners this time was precisely the Twilight Lord of the 7 reigning suns. Before this, the Sacred Sun clan elder who had come to Clear Concealed Lake along with Tang Yonghao, Huang Jie and the others to participate in the Heavenly Connection meet was the Daybreak Lord of the 7 reigning suns. At the same time, the Daybreak Lord had also been the decimating Abyss spy in the Sacred Sun clan. In the end, in the great battle earlier, the Daybreak Lord had been personally slain by the Twilight Lord. The Twilight Lord's expression was calm, not the slightest ripple of emotion, as he just looked quietly at the distant Yan Zhaoge. In the Eastern Tang, he had once been prepared to make a move to kill him, but in the end, he had been counterplotted by Broad Creed Mountain. Not only had he not been able to do as he had wished, he had even been heavily injured by Shi Tai and Yan Di. The Twilight Lord looked for a while, not even turning his head as he sent a sound transmission with his aura chi to the Huang Jie behind him. Having specially made a trip to Clear Concealed Lake, you have already seen it. What do you think? Behind him, the serene and quiet youth did not answer the question, only saying, "My second life-bound year is about to arrive." Although it was a sentence without rhyme or reason, the Twilight Lord understood its meaning, because he was one of the few people who understood the youth behind him. It's fine if I keep a low profile normally, but my life-bound year should be a little special. Do something big and leave it as a memento. This was what Huang Jie had said before. What few people knew was that in his first life-bound year, when he was merely 12 years old, he had been confirmed as the next chief of the Sacred Sun clan. This had caused the position of chief to be held by the Huang family for 3 consecutive generations, virtually being hereditary. However, not a single one of the core higher echelon experts of the Sacred Sun clan objected, all of them supporting this decision. It will be 515 soon. I hope that I can continue charging towards the 515 red packet rankings. On the 15th of May, the reign of red packets will be able to reward the readers, as well as publicize my works. Being together is also love. I will definitely do my best. To be continued. Chapter 199. As the Twilight Lord and Huangjia were appraising Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge's gaze was actually also sweeping over the Sacred Sun clan's side. Yan Zhaoge's gaze swept past Huangjia before falling on the other Sacred Sun clan disciples beside him. Not a single one of them had come to participate in the Heavenly Connection meet. While he still couldn't be sure if the other party had left, having similarly clashed with that masked martial grandmaster. However much Tang Yonghao trusted Huangjia, he would definitely have done the most basic of investigations. Huangjia being so calm. With some people having hindered his movements, the suspicion could already be largely eliminated. Yan Zhaoge's gaze surveyed the surroundings, seemingly nonchalant, but he was actually appraising those martial grandmasters whose cultivation bases were similar to the masked man's. Actually, it was very hard to say whether there were still any decimating abyss spies amongst those present. After all, not every decimating abyss martial practitioner would choose to fall to the dark side. In the heavens and earth of the devilish domain, it was indeed easy to arouse the devilish intent within one's heart, coveting momentary pleasure and completely falling to the dark side. However, this was not a definite thing. One may know a person's face, but not their heart. This phrase was displayed to the point here, not falling to the dark side. Even if one's heart was filled with crafty schemes, as long as they concealed it well enough, it would be very hard for others to see through them. As long as there were no witnesses, even if this person had secretly killed another person and then disposed of the corpse in a timely manner, he would still be able to strut out to meet everyone afterwards. On the contrary, fallen practitioners, once having completely fallen to the dark side, would be completely different from how they were normally, also hard to conceal, basically having no possibility of continuing to conceal themselves. Yan Zhaoge didn't dare to be certain. In this world, there definitely wasn't a method of regaining one's human form after falling to the dark side, but the possibility of this was really too small. Comparatively speaking, restraining oneself from completely falling to the dark side would be the more likely choice for the lurking practitioner, just like before the incident of Clear Concealed Lake. Like Elder Mo and the others, could I have been too stubborn before? Yan Zhaoge pondered. That martial grandmaster who ambushed and assassinated me was not a spy? After all, from the looks of it, he has already fallen to the dark side for some time, and not recently. He must be a member of the decimating abyss organization that usually hides in the earth domain. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, covering yourself up tightly, yet not displaying the martial arts that you are truly proficient in. If they didn't catch him on the spot, they wouldn't be able to tell his identity. Who would know who he was? If you fall to the devil, you will become an obvious target. If he's not trying to hide his identity, why doesn't he use the martial arts that he's good at? Yan Zhaoge carefully recalled the scene back then, the sword arts and palm arts he used when clashing with me. Senior apprentice brother Su and the others were actually already at a very high level. Compared to his cultivation base, while we can be sure that it was not the martial arts he was originally proficient in, he should have also put in a lot of effort into it. Yan Zhaoge thought, his eyes narrowing slightly into slits. Why do I feel that? It's a little close to the time when he became a demon. This time, Zhaoge has done something extraordinary. As Fang Zhuin's elegant voice resounded by his ear, Yan Zhaoge reined in his thoughts, smiling as he answered. The fortune of the heavens, second apprentice uncle, overpraises me. Fang Zhuin slowly shook his head. No, you did very well. If not for your sudden appearance, the decimating abyss organization would have had a very high chance of success this time. With the great 9 underworld's door open, wanting to close it again, that would be extremely difficult. Yan Zhaoge asked, why hasn't Turbid Wave Pavilion's pavilion Lorden arrived? Is it the flame devils over at the east sea causing trouble? Fang Zhuin said that's right. It should be the decimating abyss organization colluding with the flame devil world to act together, causing us to be attacked from both front and back. It's not just Turbid Wave Pavilion's pavilion, Lord, and and Jade Sea City's city, Lord Song, the lord of the heavenly Thunder Hall, also hurried over to the East Sea. Also, great waves have also arisen over at the Earth Domain. Our clan and Infinite Boundless Mountain have joined hands to suppress them. Fong Zhuan narrated the events that had transpired at Clear Concealed Lake this time. While it seemed like a sudden incident at Clear Concealed Lake, it was actually very widespread. Over at Clear Concealed Lake, after urgent communication, it was finally decided that the Sacred Sun Clan's Huang Su would come over with the Great Sun Heaven-Measuring Ruler. Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. Then where is he? Fong Zhuan's expression turned somewhat solemn. The Devil Saint reappeared, intercepting Huang Su and the Great Sun Heaven-Measuring Ruler. Yan Zhaoge raised his head slightly. The Devil Saint in the current 8 Extremities world, there were a total of 6 martial saints whose cultivation bases could be confirmed and were known to all. The Sacred Sun Clan's Grand Elder, the East Coming Martial Saint, Great Sun Rising East Huang Guanlia, the Lord of Jade Sea City, the Jade Sea Martial Saint, Boundless Waves, Boundless Song Wuliang, the Lord of Turbid Wave Pavilion, the Roiling Cloud Martial Saint, Turbid Wave, Roiling Cloud, and Qinglin, the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, the Green Thunder Martial Saint, 8 Directional Shocking Thunder, Shunli, as well as the Seckless Painting Saint and Devil Saint. Of them, the Painting Saint, Old Man Mo, was currently the oldest and most senior expert, who was confirmed to still be alive. When Broad Creed Mountain's exalted Heaven Shaker Zhan Donga and the Heaven Diviner Zhan Shilo had still been alive that year, Old Man Mo's name had already spread far and wide all the way till now. This old man usually resided beyond the seas, unconcerned with worldly affairs, uninvolved in disputes. Most of the time, people were completely unable to sense his existence at all. It was only when the invasion of the Flame Devil world was rather urgent that this old man would appear, aiding the other human experts in repelling the invading Flame Devils. Comparatively speaking, Old Man Mo stood aloof from worldly affairs, with Broad Creed Mountain, the Sacred Sun Clan, and the other major powers not daring to offend him lightly. Meanwhile, the Devil Saint Yuan Tian was different. His personality was unruly, yet his cultivation base was also high, his destructive power extremely great. His relationship with the 6 great sacred grounds was extremely bad, his way of doing things also being very unruly and temperamental, hard to understand, giving everyone a headache. Yan Zhaoge had once secretly analyzed the descriptions of those involved or bystanders after the Devil Saint had clashed with others, discovering that the Devil Saint Yuan Tian had most likely obtained some legacies left behind after the Great Calamity, gradually forming his current martial arts. Tracing back to its source, it seemed to have the shadow of the impermanent Devil sect of before the Great Calamity. Is the Devil Saint Yuan Tian related to the Decimating Abyss? Or was it that the Decimating Abyss was single-handedly founded by Yuan Tian? Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips. From what I remember, Yuan Tian still likes to act alone, doing things straightforwardly. Fong Zhuan said, "For what reason Yuan Tian helped the Decimating Abyss to obstruct Huang Su and the Great Sun Heaven-Measuring Ruler, this is still not something that can be determined. However, to be cautious, it is still better not to treat it as a coincidence. We have to guard against Yuan Tian making a move again next time." Yan Zhaoge nodded. Second apprentice uncle is right. Fong Zhuan said, "This matter will temporarily come to an end here. The aftermath of Clear Concealed Lake should still be left to Turbid Wave Pavilion to handle. Speaking of it, their losses this time were the greatest. Of their 2 elders, one was a spy, finally being executed, while the other died in battle." Shaking his head, Fong Zhuan continued, "Regarding the Decimating Abyss and the 9 underworlds, there are still many things that need to be slowly discussed. Let us first return to the mountain now." Yan Zhaoge nodded in agreement. "I understand." Fong Zhuan suddenly laughed. "When we return this time, the clan will definitely reward you heavily once more." I originally still said that you wouldn't need more than 10 years, just a few years. When the world looks at you, Zhaoga, they will no longer just regard you as junior apprentice brother Yan's son, instead valuing you as a person. But I never thought that I would still have underestimated you. From today onwards, your name is already known by all under the heavens, known by everyone. It will be 515 soon. I hope that I can continue charging towards the 515 red packet rankings. On the 15th of May, the reign of red packets will be able to reward the readers, as well as publicize my works. Being together is also love. I will definitely do my best. To be continued. Chapter 200, towards Feng Zhuan's praise. Yan Zhaoga smiled, saying, "Second apprentice uncle really overpraises me, praising me till I'm almost embarrassed." Feng Zhuan shook his head. You can accept it. After gathering the other Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners, they immediately left the lake domain, returning to the heaven domain. Although they had come to an agreement on the issue of dealing with the decimating Abyss organization, and had joined hands to deal with the enemy during the incident at Clear Concealed Lake. However, now that the Battle of Clear Concealed Lake had concluded, the contest with the decimating Abyss organization had temporarily come to an end. Broad Creed Mountain was still Broad Creed Mountain, and the Sacred Sun Clan was still the Sacred Sun Clan. Yan Zhaoga and Feng Zhuan's group returned to the Heaven Domain from the Lake Domain, still via that route of the Earth Domain. Although it was very likely that the decimating Abyss lair was here, after the previous great battle, and with the several holy lands joining hands to once again suppress the Earth Domain, it was currently still safe. On the other hand, if one didn't take this route to return to the Tianyuan region from the Lake region, they would have to pass through the Fire region. With Huang Guanglia still in seclusion and the Sacred Sun Clan having suffered a great defeat in the Battle of the Eastern Tang, if Meng Wan did not win the Extreme Yin crown in the third Extreme Yin bout, it would be fine for Yan Zhaoga, Feng Zhuan, and the others to directly trample over them from the Fire Domain. However, now that the Sacred Sun Clan had 2 sacred artifacts in their hands, while they did not counterattack, the situation was also not that bad. If Yan Zhaoga and Feng Zhuan wanted to continue traversing the Fire Domain, they would have to face their opponent's attacks. It wasn't just Broad Creed Mountain. Shan Shuang was also leading Infinite Boundless Mountains group back to the Mountain Domain, similarly passing through the Earth Domain and not the Fire Domain. And on the other side, the people of the Heavenly Thunder Hall were similarly returning to the Thunder Domain via the Earth Domain. Otherwise, they would have to make use of the Water Domain. Of course, the Heavenly Thunder Hall would not be traveling together with Broad Creed Mountain and Infinite Boundless Mountain. Yan Zhaoga, Su Fei, and Si Gongqing looked over at Infinite Boundless Mountain side, then looked over at their side, feeling a little uncomfortable within their hearts. They then rushed to the lake region, not counting the people surrounding the decimating Abyss. When they participated in the Heavenly Connection meet, there were only 3 people from the younger generation who went, and when they returned, there were still 3 of them. Over at Infinite Boundless Mountainside, things were rather bleak, having consecutively lost 2 of their direct disciples, Lu Xingfeng and Zhao Hao. Xiao Yu and Ji Hanru were both heavily injured. Of the upper echelon martial practitioners, Turbid Wave Pavilion's losses this time were comparatively the heaviest. As for the younger generation disciples, Infinite Boundless Mountain's backbone had been directly smashed to the ground this time, with no one to reason with. Comparatively speaking, the Thunder Domain's Heavenly Thunder Hall was also in a gloomy state in this regard. The oldest of them, Xie, who was only a step away from the Heavenly Connection stage, had perished. Chunlin, whose strength had mostly rested on the 2 ghost wolves, had been turned into a meat cushion by Yan Zhaoga's Pan Pan. Additionally, Lin Zhou had been heavily injured by Yan Zhaoga earlier, with Yan Shan's right arm, which was proficient in using the sword, having been chopped off by Yan Zhaoga. The younger generation of the Thunder Domain had also experienced a rare setback. They passed through the Earth domain and arrived at the border of the Mountain domain, Heaven domain, and Earth domain. The people of the two holy lands bid each other farewell and returned to their respective sections. Feng Zhuan and the others brought Yan Zhaoge and the others back to Broad Creed Mountain. Most of the others first dispersed, with Yan Zhaoge following Feng Zhuan as the two went to meet the old clan chief, Yuan Jingfeng. In the main hall of the sect, Yuan Jingfeng sat on the main seat and was already waiting there. On either side of him, next were Yan Di, Shi Tai, and the clan's two grand elders. Feng Zhuan and Yan Zhaoge greeted Yuan Jingfeng and the others, unlike the last time when Yan Zhaoge had come to meet the clan chief. Feng Zhuan did not take a seat, instead standing where he was. He first reported to Yuan Jingfeng the complete sequence of events that had occurred in Clear Concealed Lake. Yuan Jingfeng and the others had already seen Feng Zhuan's report earlier, but still patiently listened to Feng Zhuan's narration now. Feng Zhuan's words were clear and logical, objective and fair, even though he still had some doubts about himself. He didn't add any subjective judgment. He just listed out all the information he knew objectively. After he had finished, Yuan Jingfeng nodded slowly, not in a hurry to say anything, instead looking at Yan Zhaoge. Zhaoge, you should speak as well. Yan Zhaoge nodded. Like Feng Zhuan, he also narrated his experiences after having entered the devilish domain grand formation. Other than a few minor details that were slightly concealed, he reported them all truthfully, including how he had previously comprehended the concept of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor, absorbing its essence and rising from the early Xiantian stage to the mid-Xiantian stage. It also included how he had analyzed the devilish domain grand formation, thereby relying on the power of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor to break the formation. After hearing it all, Yuan Jingfeng said, "Zhaoge, you did very well this time, extremely well." Yan Zhaoge answered, "I was still somewhat lucky. If I could have analyzed that devilish domain grand formation more thoroughly, it might have been a little easier, especially not having to watch Jade Sea City's senior brother Yi and Turbid Wave Pavilion's junior sister Zhang be tormented by that bastard Lu Xingfeng." On Shi Tai's stern face, a rare hint of gentleness could be seen. "You have already done very well. First, not speaking of ability, charging into the core of the devilish domain as a martial scholar, attempting to stop the descent of the 9 underworlds. Just this boldness and courage alone is already very hard to come by, especially when it was not just a moment of bravery, but that you had the ability to back it up." Opposite Shi Tai and Yan Di, the 2 grand elders similarly nodded slightly. "That's right. You did very well this time." At this time, Yan Di instead didn't say anything, just smiling as he looked at Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge could clearly see an extremely rare smile on his father's face. That was clearly a rather proud and smug smile, as though he was silently showing off that he had such an outstanding descendant. At Yan Di's current age and status, wanting to see him reveal such an expression in front of others would really be as hard as ascending to the heavens. Yan Zhaoge expressed, living long on the main seat. Yuan Jingfeng was clearly also in an extremely good mood. The old man suddenly resembled a naughty child as he tilted his head and glanced at Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge was baffled by his gaze before he heard Yuan Jingfeng say, "Zhaoge, this old man is feeling a bit of a headache now. The speed at which you have accomplished merits is too fast, and each merit is greater than the last. The clan doesn't even know what to reward you with. The reward is too light, isn't it? Not suitable and unfair to you. Also going against our clan's principle of fairness in rewards and punishments. But conversely, this little bit of wealth of our clan will very quickly be emptied out by you, with no more rewards to be awarded." Yuan Jingfeng was not someone with a stern personality. On the contrary, the old man was very easygoing, teasing a junior like this when he was in a good mood. However, this did not affect his authority. The authority of the old chief of Broad Creed Mountain had never been established through a straight face. If there really were people who didn't know the immensity of the heavens and the immensity of the earth, Yuan Zhenfeng would let them know why he was known as the heaven-equaling hand. Yen Zhaoge more or less understood Yuan Zhenfeng. Hearing his words, he licked his lips and smiled. Grand Master, just give as you see fit. You have always been generous. You definitely won't treat me unfairly. Yuan Zhenfeng smiled, pointing at Yen Zhaoge. You are. He gazed at Shi Tai, who nodded before looking at Yen Zhaoge, saying, The reward for you is a special privilege. From today onwards, you can act as you please without reporting anything you encounter, only having to report it afterwards. You can act decisively before the matter, handling it on your own, also mobilizing the clan's resources to assist you. Shi Tai paused for a moment before saying anything. Yen Zhaoge let out a long breath. In the entire history of Broad Creed Mountain, from the founding of the clan till now, there had never been a martial scholar who had obtained this privilege. It's going to be 515 soon. I hope that I can continue charging towards the 515 red packet rankings. On the 15th of May, the Reign of Red Packets will be able to reward the readers and promote my works. Being together is also love. I will definitely do my best. To be continued. Chapter 201. There was no need to ask for instructions and only needed to report afterwards. At the same time, he could mobilize the sect's resources to help. Generally speaking, this was the authority of a first seat elder of Broad Creed Mountain. Strictly speaking, some of the head elders did not have such great authority, or it could be said that they only had such authority in certain areas or places. For example, the East Continent elders had such authority in the East Heaven Continent, but outside of the East Heaven Continent, it would not be as convenient. In the history of Broad Creed Mountain, there had never been a first seat elder of the martial scholar realm, so naturally there had never been a martial scholar who had obtained such authority. Yen Zhaoge had set a precedent. This reward was for him to successfully break the devilish domain grand formation and prevent the 9 underworlds from descending. Therefore, from a certain perspective, this reward was not because of Yen Zhaoge's outstanding talent and potential in the martial Dao as a junior disciple. This reward was actually an acknowledgement of Yen Zhaoge's own abilities, an acknowledgement of his ability to deal with various unexpected and major incidents. To a certain extent, it was also due to the battle of the Eastern Tang and the giant spirit magnetite vein at Cloud Portent Mountain, as well as the accumulation of Yen Zhaoge's usual impressive performance in the Battle of Clear Concealed Lake, this time that the clan's trust in his abilities had risen to a whole new level. Therefore, this reward, which had never appeared before in history, had been created. After the Battle of Clear Concealed Lake, Yen Zhaoge's name had truly shaken the world, not as the son of Broad Creed Mountain's first seat elder, Yen Wudi, nor as a disciple of the younger generation. Although he was young, he was already capable of stirring up the world. Within Broad Creed Mountain, they had already adjusted their view of Yen Zhaoge, and this time, the higher echelon bigwigs of Broad Creed Mountain raised Yen Zhaoge's evaluation even further. Giving him greater authority and freedom meant more trust in Yen Zhaoge's abilities, at the same time also representing greater responsibilities in the future. Yen Zhaoge had already been mentally prepared for this, although he had the right to make decisions on the spot. However, this did not mean that they were completely absolved of responsibility. If they committed a grave mistake, they would still have to take responsibility. Just like Elder Qin of the East Continent, in principle, what happened in the East Heaven Continent? He could make a decision with a single word. In fact, this was true for most things. However, Elder Qin could make the decision on whether or not to allow Feng Yinsheng to stay, but if the result was a big mess, he would have to take full responsibility. Yen Zhaoge was very open-minded about this. While enjoying power, he also had to shoulder responsibility. I'm young and inexperienced, so I'm afraid that I'll be unable to live up to their expectations. Granting me such a privilege, I will do my best. Yen Zhaoge bowed solemnly towards Yuan Zhenfeng. Yuan Zhenfeng smiled and said, Zhaoge is so serious. How long has it been since I last saw you? Relax, this is a reward for you, not an immediate increase in your burden. For now, the most important thing for you is to focus on training. Yuan Zhengfeng exclaimed in admiration. Although there were many fortuitous encounters, the speed of your cultivation progress is indeed breathtaking. In the past, you spent too much time on miscellaneous studies. Now, it seems that you didn't throw them away, and your martial arts cultivation has also improved. Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change, found some balance. However, in terms of miscellaneous studies, most of the time I'm actually living off what I already have. By the side, Feng Zhuan smiled. You might as well say that it's due to accumulation. Everyone laughed. Yuan Zhengfeng thought of something. Speaking of miscellaneous studies, Zhaoge, you've researched quite a bit into ancient characters and are also very interested in the legacies left behind after the Great Calamity. From what this old man knows, you've also personally excavated quite a few legacies. Yan Zhaoge nodded. Yes, Grand Master. He looked at Yuan Zhengfeng. Since the other party had asked this, there was most likely more to come. Could it be that the clan had unearthed a legacy of the Great Calamity that no one had discovered before? If that was the case, Yan Zhaoge would indeed be a little interested. Yuan Zhengfeng said, in the great desert of the Wind Domain, someone of the clan discovered a legacy, very likely something that existed before the Great Calamity, left behind after. However, the diagrams of the legacy are extremely strange and hard to decipher, not understanding their meaning. The Wind Domain was to the west of the Heaven Domain, also bordering the Mountain Domain and the Fire Domain. Within its borders were thousands of li of yellow sand, tall mountains and rivers, its geographical environment rather harsh, with many martial scholars and even martial grandmasters finding it hard to endure natural disasters. In the boundless great desert, if one were to be trapped within, it was even more possible for them to lose their sense of direction, finally perishing within the sea of sand, never to return. However, while the natural conditions were extremely harsh, the vast, boundless Wind Domain, other than dangerous natural disasters, also contained many rare treasures and resources. After the destruction of the Wind Domain's sacred ground, Black Nightmare Mountain, Broad Creed Mountain, the Sacred Sun Clan, and Infinite Boundless Mountain had all advanced into the Wind Domain, each occupying their own territory. Broad Creed Mountain had originally held the greatest advantage, virtually monopolizing it. However, following the invasion of the Flame Devils that year, a great change had occurred. Broad Creed Mountain had declined from its peak, also losing most of its territory in the Wind Domain, especially during that conservative period when they had concealed their strength and bided their time. They had been forced to retreat step by step. And in the time that the Sacred Sun Clan had risen to become the current #1 sacred ground, they had seized a large amount of territory in the Wind Domain. Currently, more than half of the Wind Domain was also controlled by the Sacred Sun Clan. Broad Creed Mountain and Infinite Boundless Mountain both had a foot in the Wind Domain, and the areas where the three clans intersected had always been filled with conflict. In the previous battle of the Eastern Tang, Broad Creed Mountain had held the upper hand. Other than counterattacking into the territory of the Fire Domain, they had also expanded their territory in the Wind Domain, their authority and area of control greatly increasing. Hearing that it was indeed a relic left behind from the Great Calamity, Yan Zhaoge couldn't help but feel even more interested. Yuan Zhengfeng looked at a grand elder of Broad Creed Mountain below him, an old lady of the same generation as him. Junior apprentice sister he, let Zhaoge look through it together and see if there are any gains. The old lady elder he nodded, taking out a crystal and opening it on her hand. Yan Zhaoge took the crystal, infusing his aura-chi within. As his aura-chi shook, light instantly shot out from the surface of the crystal. The light was projected in midair, forming an illusory scene of light. The all-encompassing black storm swept along the sea of sand below. The natural conditions of many places in the Wind Domain were still as unfriendly as ever. On the surface of the desert before them, something could vaguely be seen, resembling a stone pillar. The half of the stone pillar that was exposed outside of the yellow sand was uneven, with signs of it having been damaged. And on the surface of the stone pillar, majestic yet profound and complex patterns were inscribed. Looking at those patterns, one could vaguely feel the wonders within, but could not understand them, unable to understand their meaning. Everyone here, other than Yen Zhaoge, had already seen it more than once. Still, looking at it now, they still felt it to be captivating. After seeing the stone pillar within the illusory scene of light, Yen Zhaoge's pupils instantly dilated. Fuck! Yen Zhaoge nearly let out a curse. This is the pillar of the divine palace from back then. Yen Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath. It's going to be 515 soon. I hope that I can continue attacking the 515 red packet rankings. On the 15th of May, the reign of red packets will be able to reward the readers as well as publicize my work. Being together is also love. I will definitely do my best to update it. To be continued. P.S. Thanks to Piao Hong are people who ask about gender retarded? Alliance. And thanks to everyone else who has tipped this book, subscribed to this book, and voted for this book. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 202. Looking at that half-broken stone pillar. Yen Zhaoge's heart surged with turbulent seas. Yen Zhaoge had always kept the great calamity in mind. Having a chance to come into contact with the remnants of the great calamity was something that he was extremely interested in. However, as far as he knew, relics related to the Divine Palace had virtually never appeared in the 8 Extremities world up until now. The only possibility was that he was currently in the Broad Creed Mountains inheritance, which was vaguely related to the Divine Palace. However, it had yet to be confirmed. Other than that, according to the information that Yen Zhaoge currently possessed, ever since the Great Calamity, there had been no more legacies in the 8 Extremities world that had anything to do with the Divine Palace. The broken stone pillar that appeared in the desert of the Wind region was the remnant of a broken pillar from the Divine Palace in the past. This caused Yen Zhaoge's heart to suddenly blaze with passion. He had always wanted to investigate the specific situation of the Great Calamity. As compared to the other relics, the Divine Palace relics were much more valuable. Although the stone pillars were in ruins, compared to the other ruins, they probably had more clues and information. After staring earnestly at the stone pillar within the illusory scene for a moment, Yen Zhaoge said to Yuan Zhengfeng and the others, "The patterns are indeed complex and ancient. Wanting to decipher them would be very difficult. However, I have some ideas, but I don't dare to say how confident I am. Can I bring the stone pillars back? Now that I have the real thing in hand, the chances of deciphering it will be higher if I analyze it carefully." Elder, he shook his head slightly. "You should have some understanding of the Wind region's Great Western Desert. The situation there is very complicated. Even martial saints can't do as they please." She was also slightly vexed. "That stone pillar is entangled with the natural power of the Great Western Desert, so it's hard to take it out. We can only stay where we are." The corner of Yen Zhaoge's mouth twitched slightly. Did this mean that if he wanted to see the stone pillars, he would have to personally make a trip to the desert to eat sand? Yuan Zhengfeng said, "It's good that you have an idea. There's no rush. This is the time when the black nightmare storm of the Great Western Desert is at its fiercest. Even a martial saint would find it hard to go in. Let's wait a few months for the black nightmare storm to weaken before entering. That relic is one with the Great Western Desert, so it's hard to excavate and move it. But even if we can't dig it out, it's the same for others. At the same time, we don't have to worry about being destroyed by others." The old clan chief looked at Yen Zhaoge. "There is also no need for Zhaoge to be in too much of a rush. Just keep this matter in mind." Yen Zhaoge nodded, ceasing his infusion of Orochi. The illusion of light and shadow dissipated. looking at the stone pillar gradually disappearing before his eyes. Yanjiaoge's gaze was slightly deep and distant. To outsiders, this was a relic of the great calamity that was hard to decipher and understand. But to him, this was the key to unraveling the mystery. It was a plan for his future, and at the same time it could be an opportunity. Yanjiaoge narrowed his eyes. Perhaps it was not completely impossible to bring the stone pillar out of the great western desert. But just as Yuan Zhengfeng said, there was no rush at the moment. A natural disaster, like the Black Nightmare Storm, was not something that a human could withstand. Who knew how many martial grandmasters had been ripped to shreds by the Black Nightmare Storm? In the past, the Wind Domain's sacred ground, Black Nightmare Mountain, had always hoped to completely control the great western desert, as well as the many natural disasters there. However, even up until their demise, they had never truly managed to do so. Broad Creed Mountain, the Sacred Sun Clan, and Infinite Boundless Mountain currently divided up the territory of the Wind Domain, actually all occupying areas that could be developed. Barren lands like the Great Western Desert were merely controlled in the outer regions. To put it bluntly, the Great Western Desert, that was completely not a place for people to stay in. Just like the current Land of Death, it was a land of great danger. However, what was worth rejoicing was that the natural disasters of the Great Western Desert were closely related to the local climate and seasons. For example, that terrifying Black Nightmare Storm had a cycle of roughly half a year, being strong at times and weak at others. When the storm weakened, martial practitioners could make use of the chance to enter the depths of the Great Western Desert. Of course, the dangers and tribulations of the Great Western Desert were not just limited to the Black Nightmare Storm. Yanjiaoge said, "I will first observe the patterns inscribed of light, attempting to deduce the meaning within. When the storm has weakened, I will then enter." Yuan Zhengfeng nodded. "That is how it should be." "Grand Master." Yanjiaoge hesitated for a moment before asking, "For what reason was Elder Wang roped in and corroded by the decimating abyss?" Elder Wang was the highest known member of the decimating abyss in Broad Creed Mountain who had sent the message from the Heavenly Thunder Hall. He was an experienced great grandmaster who was of the same generation as Yuan Zhengfeng, Elder He, and the others. He had always been highly respected. Yuan Zhengfeng and the others were all silent for a moment, regretful looks appearing on their faces. Yuan Zhengfeng did not speak, while Elder He answered Yanjiaoge's question. "Senior apprentice Brother Wang is getting old." A simple, obscure sentence, but Yanjiaoge still understood the meaning within. Old, with no hope of breaking through, his lifespan nearing its end. Elder Wang was already very old, his lifespan nearing its end relative to his current cultivation base. And if he wanted to continue raising his cultivation base, the chances of that were slim. Yanjiaoge sighed inwardly, feeling pity for Elder Wang. At the same time, his heart also rose as he unconsciously raised his head to look ahead. There, Yuan Zhengfeng sat on a chair with a calm expression on his face. While he had long since known that Yuan Jingfeng's will was strong, his personality open-minded and optimistic despite his old age, Yanjiaoge still couldn't help but feel worried. Because of his old injuries that year, Yuan Zhengfeng had been a transcending mortality martial grandmaster for many years, standing at the peak of all martial grandmasters. However, he had always been a paper-thin distance away from the martial saint realm. It must be known that when Yuan Zhengfeng had become a transcending mortality martial grandmaster that year, he had done so even earlier than Huang Guanglia and Qing Lin and the others. In the end, he had remained in the transcending mortality martial grandmaster realm for many years, watching those who had lagged behind him back, then surpass him one by one. The reason was not that he had run out of ideas, but that he was bound by external chains. On the other hand, over at the Sacred Sun Clan, Huang Guanglia had entered secluded cultivation once more in search of a breakthrough, giving Yuan Zhengfeng even more pressure. No one knew how much anxiety and unwillingness Yuan Zhengfeng was feeling, how much pressure he was bearing. Moreover, because of his old injuries that year, Yuan Jingfeng's lifespan was also shorter than that of other transcending mortality martial grandmasters. While thinking like this was a little offensive to his grandmaster, excluding emotional factors, Yan Zhaoge had no choice but to consider this problem. For someone with a strong will like Yuan Zhengfeng, as soon as he lost control of his mental state, he would be far more stubborn and extreme than ordinary people. In truth, after understanding that the various sacred grounds also had people who had joined the decimating abyss and the 9 underworlds, other than Broad Creed Mountain, there were many who were secretly worried about Yuan Zhengfeng. Raising his head to look at Yuan Jingfeng, meeting the old man's gaze, Yan Zhaoge saw that the other party's gaze was clear and intelligent, not turbid in the least, resembling that of a child. Yuan Jingfeng seemed to know what Yan Zhaoge was thinking as he smiled. It would be a lie to say that I'm not anxious. Everyone under the heavens knows that this old man is under immense pressure. But at least for now, this old man can still bear it. It's going to be 515 soon. I hope that I can continue attacking the 515 red packet rankings. On the 15th of May, the rain of red packets will be able to reward the readers as well as publicize my works. Being together is also love. I will definitely do my best. To be continued.